The tremor of the spaceship docking with the port awakened Li Bin from his nap. The gentle jolts of space travel coupled with the dim lighting of the enclosed cabin and the stale air circulated hundreds of times made the body involuntarily relax, with a hypnotic effect comparable to the first period of a summer afternoon math class. Li Bin blinked, looking at the bustling crew in the bridge, still somewhat dazed from waking up. Before his eyes, reality and illusion blurred. Moments ago, he was dreaming of a math teacher lecturing solid geometry in a dialect, with the corner of his eye catching the graceful silhouettes of girls on the playground. In just a blink, those youthful, vibrant scenes were replaced by steel machinery, buttons, electrical panels, and a group of men reeking of sweat. If not for this sudden campus dream, Li Bin would have almost forgotten that he was a time traveler rather than a native. It had been a full 16 years since that heavy truck with 4 front wheels and 8 rear wheels had crashed him from the prosperous and peaceful Huaxia into this world. Not only had time changed, but human technology had advanced to interstellar connectivity, and even space itself had changed. Earth was originally located in the Orion Arm, but now Li Bin found himself in the Perseus Arm of the Perseus constellation region, the distance between them far more than 100,000 miles. Originally, he had planned to save enough money to return to Earth and pay homage to the 21st century. But then he discovered that the stargates connecting the various star sectors had mysteriously collapsed 200 years ago, so not only Li Bin, but all humanity in the Perseus Arm had lost contact with the solar system. Having lost control from the homeworld, humanity in the Perseus Arm experienced severe technological decline and loss over 200 years, fragmenting into countless factions who were busy fighting and had no interest in restarting the stargates. Thus his wish to return home and mourn his youth was dashed. Ship Affairs Officer, the Harbor Authority personnel are here, a subordinate reminded. Coming. Li Bin patted his face and stood up from the corner where he had been loafing. After more than a decade, he had come to terms with it. Since he couldn't go back, he would just live well. How many people dreamed of piloting a spaceship? Wasn't he riding one every day? Besides, although his position was a bit tiring, the prospect of promotion was promising. The future looked bright, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. With the spirit of the old man from the frontier, Li Bin quickly traversed the docking passage, and amidst the hissing of the air valves like gasps, he gathered his clerical staff and began to work. The ship affairs job was not complicated but troublesome. Any first or second mate on any ship could do it, making the position highly replaceable. The time-traveling Li Bin could take up the ship affairs job thanks to a bit of document writing skill cultivated from a literature professor's official document writing course in his past life, which he used to handle standardized documents like customs declarations. He had worked his way up to become the only ship affairs officer on the ship, and even the only one in the fleet, relying on the extraordinary memory he had gained after rebirth. In addition to routine tasks, he could quickly memorize and recall at will the commodity prices, supply and demand of various planets, and even information on important figures. What's more, he successfully created a revenue channel for the fleet, smuggling. As for why, despite the ship having AI, the captain deliberately arranged for him to take this position, the reason was simple. Without Li Bin, the captain would be held responsible if something went wrong. With Li Bin, the ship affairs officer would be the scapegoat. In short, Li Bin served not only as the secret smuggling ledger, but also as the fall guy ready to take the blame. By the time Li finished flattering and dealing with the harbor officials and found the captain's hotel, several hours had passed. The moment he entered the hotel, the key members of various ships in the lobby whistled, applauded, and banged on tables. Amid their greetings, Li Bin went upstairs while giving a thumbs up to indicate that things were done, with enthusiastic cheers behind him. Inside the room, Captain Salah Du was leaning against the headboard with his chest bare. Seeing Li Bin, he lazily raised his glass in greeting. The captain's lover handed Li a glass of wine as well, then sensibly walked out with a seductive sway, closing the door behind her. Li Bin handed the terminal containing all the documents to the captain for inspection, while reporting the company's goods have all passed customs, sales, and finance are handling the rest. As for our own goods, I've sent the sales champion team to contact the black market. Li continued. Salah Du took a gulp of wine and asked how long until the goods are sold out. The fleet's ships need to go to another planet for repairs, the captain said. Li Bin knew the captain didn't care about the company's business, so he replied skillfully, fast about 3 hours, slow about 5. So fast. The captain showed surprise. Eldfell planet is covered with lava, a veritable death world. Our smuggled goods are food. Eldfell has over 1 million mouths to feed, so we won't have trouble selling at high prices. Li Bin laughed. 5 hours is already letting sales drag out the bidding, Li said. Profit. At least 8,000 star coins. Salah Du exhaled a heavy breath, sat up straight, clinked glasses with Li Bin, and finally smiled. Minching Transportation Company was a small firm in the Perseus Arm. Compared with giants like Suzy Technology, it was but firefly light among decaying grass, yet it still possessed multiple space caravans centered around cruisers. Salah Du, as the commander of one of the fleets, had risen to partner level, yet his annual dividends were only a little over 100 star coins. Li Bin's mention of 8000 star coins far exceeded his annual dividends. Moreover, this money belonged to all the crew of the fleet. Since Li Bin became a ship affairs clerk, he had discovered that the crew's salaries were pitifully low. This phenomenon was not limited to mentioning transportation, as salaries for all crew members across the entire Perseus arm were not high, and even this was beyond the reach of many trapped on planets. So he spent considerable time researching and finally proposed a plan to Sala due based on the difficulty of managing crew during deep space voyages, coupled with the fact that crew members were allocated dormitories and storage space. To facilitate crew management and generate income, Li Bin proposed forming a secret society within the fleet led by Commander Sala Du. All members' dormitories and storage spaces were confiscated, surplus funds borrowed, and used to purchase goods in bulk, smuggling them through fleet trade. In short, formalizing the crew's spontaneous smuggling behavior. This kind of behavior was hardly new. Similar activities existed in the Age of Sail. But Li Bin's plan had an unparalleled advantage: his monstrous memory. In the Interstellar Age, audits, surveillance, and informants had almost made such activities extinct. Li Bin's memory allowed the ledgers and transaction records to exist only in his mind. He could even remember each crew member's activity information. With no electronic records and the fleet long away from the company under the stimulus of successive profits, it was enough to drag all crew members into complicity. As long as everyone profits, everyone is an accomplice. After multiple rounds of persuasion and trial, Sala Du had gone from skepticism to complete conviction. 8000 star coins was the highest profit from fleet smuggling so far. With extra dividends, the crew were all beholden to Sala Du, and they also became enthusiastic toward Li Bin, the human ledger, who had always been fair and incorruptible. The enthusiasm downstairs just now was everyone's love for another batch of income. After a few rounds of small talk, Sala Du put down his wine glass and asked Li Bin, "How long have you been on board?" Li Bin replied, "I signed the contract with Minxing Transportation in February of star calendar 198. Now it's March of star calendar 206. More than 8 years. 8 years, how time flies. 8 years ago, you were only 7, right?" Sala Du sighed. In the domain of man era, before the stargates collapsed, the natural growth rate of humans had long been insufficient to meet the demands of the colonies. Therefore, the domain of man established birthing factories and through genetic modification altered all human genes to greatly accelerate childhood development and extend human lifespan. Furthermore, they could provide customized genetic adjustments and educational services according to user needs. In just 8 years, a fertilized egg could grow into an adult body, becoming basic labor. Unfortunately, with the Great Collapse, almost all technical data on genetic modification in the Perseus arm was lost. Later generations could only perform limited adjustments through the birthing factories, unable to advance further. Although there were rumors that some mega-corporations were attempting to restore human gene technology compared to the original grand art, it was like the firefly's glow versus the moon's radiance. This was another aspect of the end of Dharma Age. He believed he could rise higher in the fleet and perhaps even become an independent fleet commander in the future. Captain Sala Du straightened up and asked, "Have you been home in all these years?" "No." Li Bin laughed. "Captain, since I boarded, this is the first time our fleet has docked at Eldfell. I couldn't go home. Have you contacted your family? Do you miss home?" "Not yet." Li Bin shook his head honestly. "Not much. At first I kept in touch, but then they stopped calling and I didn't bother either. Interstellar communication fees are too expensive." Actually, he did miss home, but he missed the parents who had raised him in his past life. He could hardly say he had feelings for the parents of this life. After all, although he had parents unlike the birthing factory children, he was still born from an artificial womb and his education was completed by AI. It was hard to tell if they raised children out of genuine desire to be parents or just for fun. Not only that, later they went and produced a younger sister the same way. The parents never spent a single day raising her. She was entirely raised by Li Bin. The little one wasn't close to the two troublesome parents, only acknowledging him as her brother. "I feel bad for you being out here so long without ever going back." Li Bin shook his head. "It's all according to the company's route, nothing to feel sorry about. Besides, this time the fleet is docked at Eldfell Station. My home is on Eldfell. I was planning to go back this time and see my sister." Hearing this, Captain Sala Du showed a complicated expression. He sighed deeply, reached beside the bed, and took out a small box, opening it. Inside the box was a stack of letters. He picked through them and took out one saying, "Yours." Li Bin put down his wine to take it. As soon as the letter touched his hand, his heart sank. The envelope was made of genuine coated paper, not synthetic imitation. Wood was a specialty from Earth, and the Sun occupies 99 of the solar system's mass. 86 of its mass, so from a macroscopic cosmic scale, it is no exaggeration to say that what a life product from Earth is rarer than gold, which requires neutron star collisions to form. This has nothing to do with technology, but natural law. Although humans could carry plants for interstellar colonization, since the stargates collapsed, wood in the Perseus arm had to be produced and consumed locally. Since humans had mastered terraforming technology before the Great Collapse, they were not confined to colonizing only habitable planets. They colonized all kinds of planets. Lava planets, death planets, frozen planets. Everywhere. However, terraforming technology was controlled by the domain of man, which strictly prohibited local use. The Perseus arm, being the last to be developed, had not yet had time to terraform all planets before the stargates collapsed. Traffic was cut off and information isolated, resulting in very few jungle planets in the region, with most planets still in harsh conditions. Moreover, the mega-corporations that controlled the jungle planets deliberately restricted exports, limited seed exports, soaked seeds in deterioration potions, manipulated prices, created artificial scarcity, and graded wood into different classes, employing the same tactics as diamond marketing. In other words, this stuff was a luxury item. Even a stack of coated paper was worth 1-star coin. So this was definitely not the type of paper used for transfer or promotion documents. It was usually used for thank you letters to key crew members. Captain Solid said with great reluctance, back then your parents used your labor to pay off factory debts. The contract was signed for 7 years. Theoretically, you should have been released last year. I thought it would be better to wait until the fleet went to Eld fell for business and bring you back along the way rather than having you buy a ticket home. Plus, having you help was indeed convenient, so I managed to get an extension from the company. But the company only gave a 1-year permit, and now it's expired. Inside is the company's contract termination letter and your salary for this year. The captain pushed aside the bedside table, sat on the edge of the bed in just his shorts, and patted Li Bin's shoulder earnestly. Go home and take a look. You were naturally born different from us factory-born ones. You have parents after all, treasure them. Li Bin's mind was buzzing. He couldn't remember what Captain Solid said afterward. He just nodded numbly. Amid the captain's promise, the fleet will resupply in this system in 4 years. Go home first, it'll definitely come for you in 4 years. Next time, we'll sign a long-term contract and get rich together. Li Bin left the captain's room in a daze and joined the revelry downstairs. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on the bed in the hotel, the room filled with his luggage. Li Bin rubbed his head and sat up, struggling to recall through the hangover. He finally remembered that during yesterday's revelry, after getting drunk, he had told his colleagues about his departure. Everyone was drunk and made a big ruckus. Finally, someone suggested helping Li Bin, the good guy, by moving all his luggage out to save him the trouble. So a bunch of drunkards staggered around all night, opened a room, and filled it while crying. They even moved everything from the double dormitory, dismantling the toilet and the bed. But now they were all gone. He asked the front desk and learned that his drunk sleep had lasted a day and a half. The Minxing fleet had already departed for another industrial planet in the system. Since Li Bin's labor contract had been terminated, they didn't give him a hangover antidote. Not only did they leave the dismantled toilet behind, but they also kindly extended his room reservation to next week, so he could tidy himself up before going home and not embarrass them. Li Bin looked at the room crammed with so-called luggage and laughed bitterly. He had just said he had come to terms with things, aiming to make a name for himself in Minxing and become a fleet commander, but now he was kicked out by a termination letter. That Solid guy, he only gave him the termination letter after business was done, probably afraid that Li Bin would embezzle out of spite before leaving. Damn, every single one of them underestimates the self-discipline of a socialist successor. In the hotel room, Li Bin stared at the star coins in his account, pondering the future. The hotel booked by Solid was quite expensive, costing 1-star coin per week, and naturally, it was charged to the company account. Li Bin worked as a shipmaster at the Minxing Transportation Company, earning only 32-star coins per year, which was still 4 times the salary of an ordinary crew member. Apart from daily necessities, he had invested all his remaining money into smuggling operations. Because of his key position, his share of profits was high, and over 8 years, he had accumulated a total of 1392 star coins. That amount of money was enough for any ordinary person to buy a house and land on any planet and live a middle-class life. The star coin was the official currency of the domain of man era. Although the Stargate had collapsed, many automated factories left in the Milky Way were still operating, continuously producing technological achievements that had been lost in the Perseus arm. But as long as one had star coins, one could pick up goods from the factories at any time and obtain the top industrial products from before the Great Collapse. Hence, star coins were still widely used. However, because the domain of man had lost contact with the Perseus arm star region, no one knew how to mint star coins anymore. These beautiful little tokens became scarcer, transforming from ordinary currency into a universal equivalent used only in interstellar trade. What ordinary people used were currencies issued by the administrative bodies of various planets with numerous names and chaotic exchange rates, all pegged to the star coin. Therefore, traveling merchants and enterprises of all sizes mostly settled transactions in star coins. With the domain of man out of contact and no currency being issued after 206 years of prosperous trade in the Perseus arm, the value of star coins had been rising steadily. Although he had been terminated by the company, Li Bin's desire to command a fleet had never changed. Before his transmigration, he had dreamed of the starry sea, and now, after spending 8 years in space watching ships come and go every day, he simply could not bear the thought of settling down to farm on the ground or work in a factory. It's a pity the capital is still too little. I wonder how things are at home. My cheap parents are hopeless, but I have a well-behaved and adorable little sister. Forget it, an ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. The factory owed a lot of money back then, and even I was taken to pay off debts. I'd better prepare for the factory going under. As long as his little sister was still there, Li Bin comforted himself. If they had even mortgaged her, then he would never let those two old codgers off the hook. Thanks to genetic modification, Li Bin had already reached 1.8 meters tall at age 8. Now at 16, his height hadn't changed much, but his body had filled out, making his sleeves and shoulders feel tight. If he threw a punch with that bulging fist, the old man would probably cry for a long time, right? After all, he had military training experience in his previous life, and Li Bin knew a little bit of military boxing. If the old man croaked, then he would follow the story of Wu Zishu. Having made up his mind, he left the hotel and took a taxi to the industrial district where his family's factory was located. The Earth space station was an early design from the domain of man. Because the home planet was barren, no new modules had been added in 200 years, maintaining a simple screw shape, a nut diameter of 6 kilometers, a screw diameter of 2.6 kilometers, and a height of 9 kilometers. Moreover, the space station was a man-made structure, so although it didn't look huge, it was essentially no different from a town in terms of livable space. Earth had a population of 1 million, with over 8,000 permanent residents living in the space station and the remaining 2,000 working on the lava planet's surface for mining. Thus, the space station was like a stacked city, and after centuries, each station had formed its own unique internal layout. If he didn't take a taxi, Li Bin would surely get lost wandering around on his own. The industrial district was located in the screw section of the space station near the lower engines. Unlike the nut section, which relied on rotation to provide gravity, this area was noticeably affected by engine thrust, so the orientation of buildings was completely different from the residential modules. Compared to the vibrant residential modules full of advertisements, the industrial district appeared very rundown. No streetlights, no pedestrians, workers passing by wore face masks to filter dust, and fluorescent graffiti and curses covered the steel walls, hiding old bloodstains. Getting off the taxi in front of his family factory, Li Bin stepped on the faint gravity and felt surprised. The factory in front of him had clearly been renovated recently, looking completely different from the neighboring factories, encrusted with stubborn grime. Standing outside, he could even hear the sound of furnaces burning. Damn, is ore refining that profitable? How come I didn't know? Li Bin stared at the brand new factory somewhat. He straightened his collar, feeling that his face hadn't changed in 8 years, and walked toward the factory. Immediately, the steel floor in front of the factory gate flipped open, revealing 2 machine guns. Warning: you have entered land controlled by the Industrial Complex Association. You are not authorized. Please leave immediately. Huh? Li Bin was dumbfounded. Had his family's business grown so big that it entered the association? For a moment, Li Bin suspected that his golden finger in this life was not extraordinary memory, but money. But looking at the unwavering gun muzzles locked onto him, he wisely dismissed the idea and turned around cleanly. Damn, the factory must have gone bankrupt and been acquired. Now what? He used to live and eat at the factory, so he had no idea where his cheap parents in this life lived. He tried to contact his parents using their IDs, but the beautiful AI lady on the service interface told him that the two had terminated their communication services 5 years ago. After wandering around and finding no information, he was only choking on the polluted air of the industrial district, his eyes red and sneezing uncontrollably. Holding his nose, he ran around and finally turned into a familiar dead end. This dead end was a place where locals set up makeshift stalls. Due to limited spending power, there were few stalls and even fewer buyers, since it wasn't yet after work hours and the consumer crowd was still chained to the factories. As soon as Li Bin entered, everyone looked at him warily. His clothes were not different from others, but they were clean, very clean, a clear sign he was not a local. Except on holidays, locals would never wash their clothes to such cleanliness. They would get dirty again after a day out. 2 men wearing crude pig snout masks and robes walked up to block Li Bin's path. Even through the dark lenses, Li Bin could feel their unfriendly gazes. The industrial district was already controlled by factory owners, and the law enforcement team couldn't be bothered to come down here. Poverty bred chaos, and chaos in turn bred order. Such corner trading spots were the perfect haunts for thugs. Li Bin pointed at his red nose and said in a hoarse voice, "No trouble, I just want to buy a mask." He did not reveal that he was a local. The population of Earth space station was not large, and the industrial district had even fewer people, fewer than 5,000 permanent residents. If anyone had a family member working as a sailor, news would spread quickly. An annual salary of 32 star coins would definitely make these thugs think about borrowing some money to spend. Claiming to be an outsider might not allow him to blend in, but thugs generally wouldn't provoke people whose background they couldn't fathom. After all, which factory owner didn't have a few worthless offspring? If they beat up the wrong person, the law enforcement team might not come, but the factory owners would really dare to tear up the industrial district. The two thugs indeed made way. Li Bin scanned the stalls and quickly approached a booth displaying about a dozen masks. Buy a mask. You pick the size. As he spoke, Li Bin loosened his hand to let the vendor see his face width to choose a mask. The vendor stared at him without speaking. Come on, buddy, I'm really uncomfortable. Li Bin's nose was stuffy, his eyes blinked, and tears streamed down again. The vendor trembled as he lowered his head. He swiped his right hand across a palm-sized computer on his left wrist, resembling a Pip-Boy, then grabbed Li Bin's wrist. Bro. Big brother. Wait, who are you? Hearing the vendor's obvious low male voice, Li Bin fell into his third daze of the day. He had never had a younger brother. You're Li Bin, right? That's the name you chose yourself when you were little, isn't it? The man became excited, speaking rapidly, even mentioning the names of his parents and the factory. All correct. Li Bin fell silent. The man yanked off his mask, revealing a flushed face that indeed bore some resemblance to Li Bin. My name is Li Changjin. I was born shortly after you left to become a sailor. Since I was a little girl, sister has always told me that you were the smartest, that you could talk at 5 months. There are photos and videos of you on my processor. Li Changjin babbled on, showing his wrist Pip-Boy with a family photo taken before Li Bin left home. Seeing that Li Bin was still silent, Li Changjin grew anxious. He wanted to play a video, but Li Bin grabbed his hand. Looking at this younger brother, born just over 8 years ago when he left home, who now stood a head taller than him, over 1.9 meters tall, with a broad frame that looked perfect for manual labor, the kid was at most 8 years old now. It seemed that no matter how much genetic modification ripened the body, the mind remained a little kid, and even among peers he was a dimwit. Probably all the nutrition had been stolen by the muscles and skeleton. Thinking that this little brother was only 8 years old at the age of innocence and was so affectionate to him, his little sister must have been reading him stories about how good his brother was every day. Probably something like, when the big brother returns, the blue sky will come. When the big brother returns, peace will be restored at home. With those deadbeat parents, he really was the only hope. Little bro. Li Bin sighed, considering Li Changxin's age and how warmly he called out big brother. Even for his sister Sake, he couldn't really get angry. First of all, I know what meaning your name probably carries, but I have to say that name is way out of date. Secondly, he raised his hand and waved a few times. Li Changjin understood and crouched down, letting such a big man be tousled by Li Bin, yelling like that, you've just given away all your big brother's secrets, haven't you? Even mentioning that I'm a sailor. Well, now they don't have to work hard to find out. After finishing the rub, Li Bin turned around and sure enough saw the two thugs approaching, along with a few more emerging from the blind spots of the stalls. They drew homemade weapons and blocked the way out. Wow, such a clever tactic. Li Bin glanced at the crude weapons in the thugs' hands, delivered his line with zero emotion, casually picked a mask from the stall, put it on, and spoke in a muffled voice. In the blink of an eye, Li Bin had already memorized the positions of all the cloaked figures. He shielded Li Changjin behind him. Having spent 8 years at sea while his brother grew up in the factory district, Li Bin knew the boy had learned nothing useful. Though physically mature, his mind was certainly dull. The poor couldn't afford educational AIs. In this regard, he was even more reckless than the juvenile delinquents from his past life. A true half-man, half-beast. Brother, I can fight, Li Changjin urged anxiously. Li Bin pressed his palm against his brother's face, pushing aside the boy who was desperate to shield him with his body and take the beating instead. Fight my ass. Adults' business. Kids stay out of it. A sailor's salary and status surpassed most workers. As a transmigrator, Li Bin had shown signs of precocious intelligence since childhood. His sister had always taught Li Changjin to emulate their eldest brother, and the obedient boy had long regarded Li Bin as his idol. Li Changjin, already guilt-ridden for revealing his brother's sailor identity and attracting the thugs, now watched his elder brother stand before him, looking as if he would protect him at all costs. Amidst his gratitude, tension surged even stronger. If his brother got hurt, not only would he feel terrible, but his sister would surely skin him alive. Shut up, Li Bin said sternly as Li Changjin tried once more to shield him. At those words, Li Changjin felt his brother's voice was exactly like their sister's. The fear ingrained from childhood beatings made him stand straight, lower his head, and dare not speak another word. Meanwhile, the cloaked thugs closed in. Before they could speak, Li Bin raised his hand. I'm from the industrial district too. We're practically locals. Let's negotiate first. He'll propose a few terms. If that doesn't work, we'll talk. The lead thug hesitated, then nodded. Speak, Li Bin said. You just heard him a sailor and figured you could squeeze money out of me, right? If you can't get money, you ask to borrow it. If you can't borrow, you steal. Seeing his tactics exposed, the thug leader wasn't annoyed. He just nodded. Yeah. So are you lending or not? Hold on, we're not there yet. In this world, you need power and backing. I'm a bosun for the People's Fleet under the People's Transport Company, a legitimate corporate employee. I'm staying at the Hydrangea Inn. Heard of Hydrangea? Li Bin pulled a ticket-like room card from his pocket, a card printed with vibrant hydrangea patterns waving in his hand. He unhesitatingly invoked the company's name. Though had been fired, how would these street thugs ever find out? They'd never left the industrial district in their lives. Besides, the card in his hand was genuine. A legit commercial district and paid for in stellar credits. Yes, I've got money. But can you handle it? What's your background? The thugs murmured among themselves, clearly intimidated by the mention of stellar credits and the inn. These people, and even their parents, only ever used local currency. Stellar credits were something they'd only heard of, never seen. The thug leader sniffed, forcing himself to stand firm. We answer to the press king. Before he could finish, Li Bin cut him off impatiently. Never heard of him. Don't compare street punks to a corporation. Got anyone more heavyweight? Anyone with a factory owner as a backer? No. What about a workshop head? Security team? The press king. What kind of name was that for a boss? Sounded more like a laborer on a construction site, not a gangster. No one answered. Damn, had been hoping to hook someone with real clout, stage a turn conflict into cooperation scene to land a job. Instead, had caught small fry. Li Bin thought. From their voices alone, he could tell they were barely past their teens. Thinking about it, it made sense. Stellar humans matured physically early. Though Elfie had a population just over 1 million, heavy factory labor had long been replaced by efficient, safe machines. These newly adults had no clear physical edge and immature minds. At home, they were considered adults, but in the factories there were no jobs for them. Drifting around, they naturally fell in with thugs. In the end, they were just empty-headed kids with limbs. Looking at these youngsters, Li Bin sighed wearily and waved his hand. Since you've got no backing, what are you still doing here? Scram. The thug leader felt his mind reel. Honestly, Li Bin made sense. Sailors earn more, but few could afford a commercial district inn. He should just step aside. But the street vendor under his protection was watching. His underlings were there. This was his turf. Li Bin's contempt stung his pride. He couldn't swallow it. So what if you're a bosun? They'll stab you, grab the cash and run. But find me. Charge. The thug leader roared, rallying his men, and raised his alloy blade first. Seeing this, his underlings forgot about backgrounds and rushed forward, driven by loyalty. Brother. Seeing the blade aimed at Li Bin, Li Changzhen reached out to push him aside. But Li Bin, hearing the thug's declaration, raised his hand flat, and a series of muffled hisses rang out. The lead thug's legs gave way. In the microgravity, he didn't fall flat, but instead rolled on the spot. Li Bin kicked him, sending him bowling into his underlings. Li Bin turned back, palms raised, revealing 2 dark gun barrels strapped to his wrists. Having grown up in the industrial district with memories of his past life for 8 years, he knew exactly what the atmosphere here was like. Besides, when Head left, his family was drowning in debt. Head even prepared for the worst, coming back to debt collectors hounding him. The thugs behind him, unaware of what had happened up front, were shot down one by one by the air guns. The occasional one who charged was dodged by Li Bin's sidestep, then Head grabbed the thug's backside and fired 2 shots at point-blank range. Blood droplets sprayed, spreading along with screams. Turning again, Li Bin's twin air guns fired in alternation, putting one more shot into each thug's leg and arm, ensuring no one could run to report. The vendors had ducked behind their stalls at Li Bin's first turn. Now the only ones standing were Li Bin and Li Chang. The boy was stunned for a moment, looking at Li Bin, then at the thugs rolling on the ground. Only when the airborne blood droplets landed did he snap back with a jolt. Huh, brother. You over a dozen people. You took them all on alone. His words were jumbled. Li Bin rolled up his sleeve, revealing the gun barrels with 2 air tubes running along his arms to a waist pack at his lower back. Li Bin said matter-of-factly, the domain's been gone for ages. Pirates, Ludic Path, lunatics, rival companies. Deep space travel isn't a game. There are plenty of enemies. At my rank, how could I not have self-defense gear? Li Changzhen's eyes lit up at the sight of the barrels. Is that a laser? Why didn't I see any beam? Air gun. It's a CQB weapon. Li Bin slapped away Li Changzhen's reaching hand. This is a space station. Space is right outside. Use a laser, and if you punch through the hull, you'll suffocate everyone. CQB engagements use air guns. I've got better ones in my hotel room. Be good, and I'll let you play with them next time. Sarah had left in a hurry. The crew helping him move had brought his entire dorm to the hotel, minus the toilet. Li Bin actually had more powerful standard-issue air guns. But his firearms permit only covered the concealed model he was carrying. Having resigned, he wasn't qualified to keep the company-issued self-defense weapon. Li Changzhen, who had been drooling over Li Bin's air gun, immediately reined in his greed upon hearing there were better ones. They'll definitely behave. Big brother, you can't go back on your word. Hood cheat a little brat like you. Pack up and take me home. Li Bin laughed, kicking his brother lightly, sending him to close the stall. He then crouched beside the thug leader and reached out. Ignoring the thug's flinch, Li Bin slapped his hand away, pulled off his clothes, and pried open the wound on his arm. The thug leader cried out in pain. The others shivered, thinking grimly that spacefarers were too brutal. Winning wasn't enough. Now he was torturing their boss to death. They might not survive either. What are you screaming about? It's just a perforated intestine. The organs are fine. Li Bin said impatiently. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a handful of dark red plastic bills, tossing them on the ground. Take this money and find a doctor. If it's not enough, tough luck. If there's leftover, buy some supplements. Little brother, let's go. Genetic modification not only accelerated physical maturity, but also granted far stronger self-healing abilities than 21st century humans. A severed intestine would be a near-death sentence for an Earth human, but for a stellar human, it was akin to a fracture. Left to heal on its own, it would likely mend crookedly, but not fatally. Under the thug's incredulous gazes, Li Bin and Li Changzhen walked away calmly. Li Changzhen glanced back at the thug leader scrambling for the bills and whispered to Li Bin, "Brother, you won and still gave them money. Wasn't that a wasted fight? Besides, seeing a doctor doesn't cost that much. Half would do. If sis finds out, she'll scold you, saying you'll squander every last coin." Li Bin patted his brother's head. "Can't I be kind-hearted? Bullying kids isn't impressive. These guys are young. Might come in handy someday." Li Changzhen didn't believe him. "My sister says they're all trash." "What use is trash?" "There's an old saying, trash is just misclassified treasure," Li Bin explained casually. "As for your sister, if you're afraid of her nagging, just don't let her find out." Li Shu shut down the conveyor belt, returned the forklift to its place, inspected all machinery in her work area, rubbed her aching neck, and wearily clocked out. Her brother had told her that long ago, when humanity still lived on Earth, factories operated on assembly lines where each worker only needed to handle a small section in front of them. Only small factories in backward regions retained tasks requiring one person to do multiple jobs. Although humanity's footprints had spread across the galaxy centuries ago, the Great Collapse still profoundly affected everyone. The Perseus sector was the last colonial region developed by the domain of man, where many advanced technologies had yet to be implemented. Humanity, brimming with ambition to conquer the galaxy, had established colonies throughout the vast Milky Way. In that era, these nascent colonies did not store extensive technical data locally, relying on the gate network for rapid transmission of information and technology. No one imagined the gates would collapse. No one thought they would lose contact with the solar system, and all the accumulated knowledge of trillions over millennia would vanish. Yet it happened. Bereft of the domain, the technological regression in the Perseus sector was unimaginable. Compounded by war's turmoil and the decline of colonies beyond core sectors, the loss of technology deepened further. More severe than technological regression was the absence of order. Li Shu alone managed every step of a mineral refining production line, from ore leaching to purification. The purified metal solution was then loaded into tanks destined either for direct refining or further smelting based on orders or material type. These tasks originally required a team of safety officers and technicians for constant inspection, but in an individual factory, everything fell on her. Faced with such complexity and burden, Li Shu dared not complain or protest. If she didn't do it, plenty of others would. The moment she showed any sign of slack, the factory could easily find a replacement from the streets. Li Bin had once remarked that such ruthless exploitation and disregard for production risks surpassed even the early industrialization of Earth. Thinking of her brother, Li Shu's exhausted body felt even wearier. Her brother had been away for 8 years, and Li Shu deeply missed her clever and dependable sibling. When their parents were still alive, they only cared about the factory. She was raised by Li Bin, who instilled in her Eastern values, valuing family and life. Even her name was given by Li Bin, while their parents during the factory's hard times named Li Changzhen in a desperate plea for fortune. At least there's a younger brother, she thought. She strapped on her gas mask, walking slowly, consoling herself. He eats a lot, but he's reliable. Watching other workers buy hard, greasy nutrient paste from corner stalls to heat up for dinner, Li Shu straightened. How could such stuff be called food? The Li family's meals were real dishes. She longed for her brother's cooking. Li Bin had taught her not only survival, but also how to cook. After he left, she passed the skill to Li Changzhen. Thinking of going home to dried rat meat with sweet and sour moss nutrient paste, a faint smile appeared on the girl's face. She even thought she could smell the aroma of the food. Wait. Li Shu stopped, warily eyeing her home. The Li family had originally lived in the factory, but after it went bankrupt 3 years ago and their parents committed suicide, she and her brother moved to their current residence. It was a house built directly on the structural panels at the edge of the industrial zone, far from the station's engine stacks, where gravity was weakest, making life inconvenient and exposure to factory pollution the worst. Homes like this dotted the industrial area, housing the impoverished. At this distance, she shouldn't be able to smell food through the polluted air, especially with her gas mask on. Li Shu pulled a crowbar from her overalls pocket, crept along the wall, and saw the front door wide open with the ventilation system, usually conserved, blasting fiercely. Her heart tightened. Confirming no one was at the door, she edged forward, took a deep breath to peek inside, and heard her brother's cheerful laugh. "Why, you can make nutrient paste like this? It smells amazing. Sis never taught me that." Another voice she had longed for replied, "Gently soak dried rat meat, fry it, shred it, mix it with sweet and sour moss into nutrient paste. That's a bowl of meat porridge. It's not hard, but I didn't have oil back then, so I couldn't teach Li Shu." Li Bin, setting down dishes, sensed a figure at the door. He looked up and smiled back. "Wash up and eat." Seeing it was truly Li Bin, Li Shu was first incredulous, then her eyes reddened. The crowbar slipped from her hand, floating in the air before being knocked away by her diving body hitting the wall with a clatter. Caught in Li Shu's embrace, Li Bin quickly covered the scalding porridge, while Li Changjin, drooling, shouted the porridge. Don't knock it over. Pushed against the table by his sister, Li Bin winced in pain. You clueless idiot, take the porridge. Want to see your brother and sister get disfigured? At the Li family table, after a good cry, Li Shu regained composure though her eyes were swollen. She held her bowl drinking and glancing at Li Bin, afraid she was dreaming. Li Changjin, however, had wolfed down 3 bowls, his belly bloated, now scraping the bowl's residue with a spoon for the last taste. Li Bin had no appetite for the nutrient paste, eating only a little. After hearing Li Shu's account of recent years, he was stunned. So mom and dad committed suicide, or at least that's what you were told, and the factory isn't ours anymore. Li Changjin, eyeing Li Bin's bowl, eagerly nodded vigorously. Li Bin's face darkened. So we 3 were born not out of parental love, but as natural-born children, who under the Mega-Corp debt laws could be used as loan collateral. We were used for loans right after birth. Li Changjin nodded again. Li Bin slumped, still hoping. So we have 207 star coins now, but over 10,000. Li Shu lowered her head, and even Li Changjin felt too ashamed to look at Li Bin's bowl. Damn it. Those 2 old bastards died well. Li Bin slammed the table, fuming. It turned out their so-called parents had no love for them at all. In the Perseus sector, marriage and even family structures had dissolved with the domain's disappearance. Birth and child-rearing could be handled by specialized factories, and most people were too poor to afford raising children. Thus, any family with naturally born children was deemed by Mega-Corp to have a strong desire to raise them, making them eligible for loans. If parents couldn't repay, the children would take over. If they couldn't, they'd sign contracts as generational indentured laborers. Li Bin's parents in this life, due to poor management, had resorted to using children as loan collateral, hoping to keep the factory afloat by having more kids. But the Mega-Corp weren't fools. When Li Changjin also took on debt, they deemed further loans too risky and stopped lending. Otherwise, Li Bin might have returned to find not just 2 siblings, but a whole crowd. When the factory finally collapsed, the Mega-Corp seized it for auction. The 10th Sand Star Coin factory was bought cheaply, with most proceeds going to debt repayment, leaving 207 star coins for Li Shu and Li Changjin. By widely issuing loans and investments, as long as one venture succeeded, the costs were recovered. As for failures that couldn't be recouped, those were bad debts sold to collection agencies. Li Bin fumed. So that's why, even though I worked well and owed a lot, Mission Company wouldn't renew my contract, but kicked me out. They were after the factory all along. That also explained why an 8-year-old kid from the industrial zone could become a crew member. Meaning a non-local company took him as a hostage. Now that they had the factory shares, they naturally kicked Li Bin out to prevent him from harboring resentment and affecting operations. Sala likely genuinely wanted to keep him, as his feud with Minsheng had nothing to do with him. The company's losses were theirs, but the smuggling profits were his own. Li Shu put down her bowl. When our brother was born, the factory was already struggling to get orders. I was mentally prepared for bankruptcy, but getting so many star coins made me uneasy given all the debts. She hadn't touched a single coin from the factory sale. The past few years' expenses came from her and her brother's hard-earned wages. She didn't know how to use the money to cover the debt and feared that spending it would draw attention from others in the industrial zone. Everyone here was poor and sensitive to spending. If she used the money, people would eventually notice and there would be no peace. Knowing her elder brother's wisdom and worldly experience, Li Shu and her brother had decided from the start to save the money for Li Bin's return to decide its use. Li Bin scoffed. Don't think the Mega-Corp are generous. This money isn't for us to spend. It's seed capital to take risks. What's your monthly salary? And what's the exchange rate with star coins? Li Shu shook her head. It's daily pay, 150 coupons a day. It takes about 13000 coupons for 1 star coin. Coupons, huh? Like we're playing a game, Li Bin spat. Working all year without a day off, you'd earn barely 4 star coins. Not even enough to cover the interest. Li Shu had known repayment was impossible, but she had never dared to calculate it, clearly afraid she'd lose the will to live. Li Bin's calculation plunged her into despair, tears streaming down. Seeing his sister cry, Li Changjin grew frantic. Don't cry, sis. Tell me who gave us the loan, and he'll set their house on fire tonight. If you blame those dead parents, he'll dig up their grave and feed their ashes to the cockroaches. Don't you dare. Li Shu glared, and Li Changjin wilted. She looked down at her callous, scarred hands. I just want to buy back the factory, so we don't have to work for others, make our own decisions, and live well. Brother, when those 2 were taken away, I covered Changzhen's eyes. He doesn't know, but I saw it clearly. It was horrible. It seemed Li Shu hated their parents to the core, referring to them only as those 2. He comforted her. Buying back a factory. A private refinery has to grovel to everyone. Even a dog wouldn't do that. They'll give you my word, well, build a factory, a high-tech shipyard. But it's not just talk. We need to pay off the debt first, or the interest will keep piling up. Seeing his sister stop crying the moment their elder brother spoke and hearing about the debt, Li Changjin perked up. I've been thinking. To make money, we should. Shut up and let your brother talk. Li Shu frowned. Oh. Li Changjin slumped again. Li Bin said I have 1392 and we have 2807 at home. That's 4199 star coins total. Let's round it to 4200. My idea is to buy a ship. Space is dangerous but full of opportunities. Whether exploring domain ruins, scavenging space junk, or installing mining equipment on asteroids, it pays better than being a worker. Buy a ship. Li Shu was astonished. Is that enough? Not for a new one, of course, Li Bin laughed. But for a seventh-hand one, it's possible. Let's eat first, tomorrow come with me. No. Jeffrey was somewhat drunk, yet he stubbornly refrained from taking any sobriety aids for himself. He had received news from the bartender yesterday that a buyer was interested in his ship, and they were scheduled to meet tonight. With only a few coins left, he had to save on the sobriety aids. The space station hung isolated in the cosmos where a star could be seen every 2 hours, and the so-called day and night were divided according to the ancient Earth time. Calculating, he had sat idly for over an hour with the last remnants of wine at the bottom of his glass, waiting for the buyer, who never arrived, only to be approached by a man. The man introduced himself as Li Bin, looking quite handsome, but Jeffrey had never been interested in men. However, Li Bin was generous, pouring drink after drink. Watching Li Bin leisurely savoring his wine while he waited anxiously for his contact, Jeffrey finally lifted his glass to drink. One drink led to another, and after several rounds he found himself half drunk. This opened the floodgates for conversation, and Li Bin took the opportunity to gauge his character. Just like that, I got expelled from the academy, wasted all my money, and now I'm dirt poor. Hick. But even so, I want sleep with a man. You don't seem too bad. Oh, once I sell the ship, they'll definitely return your drinks, but this sturdy body of mine is off limits to you. Jeffrey hiccuped, half brazen and half mocking. Li Bin, unperturbed by the insult, encouraged him to continue, while secretly recalling the logic behind his words. This Jeffrey was not without family. He had parents, and yet they had fallen on hard times. His grandmother had taken out a loan to buy a ship, which encountered a major breakdown not long after launching, resulting in her demise. The company that had lent her money was soon eliminated by competitors, leaving the debt unpaid. His grandmother and father had saved up for generations to send Jeffrey to the only non-corporate tech-controlled academy in the Pegasus Star domain, hoping to elevate their family fortunes. Little did they know Jeffrey was not cut out for academia. Unfortunately, he had chosen archaeology, spending his days aboard ships investigating ancient technologies. This was intolerable for Jeffrey, who had always enjoyed stories about pirates and adventurers. Ultimately, his poor grades and a major blunder led to his expulsion. A few years later, after his father was killed by pirates, a now completely free Jeffrey took his ancestral spaceship and embarked on a passionate journey of deep space exploration and revenge, successfully squandering his family fortune last month. His creditors were pressing hard, even seizing his ship. Now, with a tarnished credit record, public markets would no longer take his orders, while the black market demanded both money and goods, leaving him with no options but to consider selling at a loss. It was indeed the culmination of 2 generations' efforts lost in a single morning. Jeffrey attributed it to bad luck, but Li Bin held a different view. Li Bin calmly stated, "It's not that you're unlucky, it's that you've read too many adventure stories. You see, whether in novels or movies, whether through listening or watching, or even through immersive experiences, everything is a story. Stories always serve the market. Even if you pay for the best story and experience it from the protagonist's perspective, the hardships of the early entrepreneurial days will be edited out by the screenwriter." Li Bin raised his fingers, counting off the arrangement of personnel conflicts and demands. The dull monotony of navigation, dangerous hyperspace turbulence, frequent malfunctions, how to deal with pirates, how to overcome shortages in deep space supplies, how to allocate profits, how to keep the crew confidential. With each point, Li Bin utilized his strong memory to summarize Salah's solutions, all drawn from his extensive experience. Methods developed by professional captains, cultivated through formal companies via accumulation or purchasing analytical services, far surpassed the wild tactics of a novice captain like Jeffrey. Jeffrey felt his alcohol-clouded mind clear up. The more he listened, the more fascinated he became. Unlike his usual disinterest in lectures, he found himself particularly attentive this time. He even began to cross-reference Li Bin's concise answers with his own experiences, leading him to admiration. Once Li Bin finished speaking, he raised his glass and sincerely apologized. "I was foolish to think of you as someone who would take advantage of me. I'm sorry." He lifted his glass to drink, but Li Bin stopped him. "You just added a sobriety aid to that last drink. I won't let you waste it." "Huh? You added a sobriety aid?" Jeffrey was dumbfounded. "What else?" Li Bin chuckled. "If you get completely drunk without a sobriety aid, how can you listen to my story?" Li Bin stood up, straightened his crew uniform, and formally introduced himself. "I am Li Bin, the buyer for the ship you own that carries a long history and precious significance, as arranged by the bartender." Jeffrey stared blankly, turning his head to see the bartender skillfully juggling a cocktail shaker, giving Jeffrey an encouraging smile. Regardless of the outcome, the intermediary fee cannot be reduced by even a fraction. Jeffrey followed him to the private room, regretting his earlier misjudgment. Typically, those interested in buying ships are experienced crew members or captains expanding their fleets. Such individuals were invariably seasoned, while someone as young and handsome as Li Bin dressed in crew attire could easily be mistaken for a wealthy heir. But then again, who would send a wealthy heir to personally buy a ship in a tavern? Moreover, it was quite unnecessary to come to a place like this to gamble on fate. They usually sent subordinates to handle market acquisitions. This way, Li Bin waved off the waiter and opened the door himself. Upon entering, Jeffrey saw two young men who bore a resemblance to Li Bin. At that moment, all his last, Li Shu and Li Changjin, were dressed in crew uniforms, but their demeanor was unmistakable. Being in a lavish private room for the first time, they both exuded an air of discomfort. "Looks like I won't get a high price after all," Jeffrey said, sitting down with a hint of worry. Li Bin briefly introduced the identities of those present, propping his leg casually, and began munching on the snacks at the tea table. He said nothing, and his siblings dared not engage in conversation with Jeffrey, whose face bore a scar and a menacing vibe. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. After a few minutes, Jeffrey could no longer sit still. He suspected that his temperament had been thoroughly read during their previous conversation. Cursing Li Bin in his heart for being shrewd more so than many old captains he had encountered, he exclaimed, all right, you win this round. I'll make you an offer, 5,800 star coins. If you accept, great. If not, then forget it. The ship is a single-hump Dromedary-class destroyer designated as a survey vessel measuring 320 meters in length and 160 meters at its widest point, with an age of 244 years. It comes equipped with survey equipment, reinforced hulls, turret armor capable of both offense and evasion, with nearly 200 cargo units, and tactical thrusters allowing for swift maneuvers even when pursued by pirates. Speaking of his ancestral ship, Jeffrey's tone brimmed with undeniable passion. As he activated the holographic display to showcase the vessel, Li Changjin had already become engrossed, while Li Shu understood that this ship was the most likely candidate for their family's future ride and watched it intently. Li Bin, however, remained calm. Don't just talk about the strengths. Everything you mentioned is also found on other single-hump dromedaries. Its excellence is due to the designer's skill and your grandmother's good eye. Now about the issues. A ship over 200 years old must be challenging to maintain, right? The battery pack was replaced 50 years ago. Li Bin nodded. Aging battery packs will significantly affect the ship's power supply and endurance. On the last voyage, it collided with an asteroid, and while the armor has been repaired, there are some issues with the seat ring. Oh, the weapon's position is damaged, but still functional. Please continue. With every point Li Bin raised, Jeffrey's spirit waned as he disclosed all the ship's issues, including aging battery packs, weapon damage, hull deterioration, unstable thrusters, and excessive maintenance due to prolonged service. An unstable thruster would reduce engine power, while excessive maintenance indicated that the ship could develop various minor issues at any time, necessitating multiple damage control crew members aboard. The hull of a ship serves as its skeleton, with cabins constructed upon it. Their strength is not very high. The hull is supported internally and protected externally by armor. Thus, even if multiple cabins are destroyed, as long as the hull remains intact, salvage operations can continue using replacement cabins. Damage to a spacecraft's hull is akin to a ship's keel developing cracks. The structural integrity of the ship is irreparably lost and is more likely to be destroyed in high-intensity confrontations. Li Changjin had seen plenty of ships in the past few days, but it was the first time he encountered one with 5 overlapping issues. At that moment, the look in Li Bin's eyes conveyed a sense of caution. Nonetheless, Li Bin felt that the price was still worth it. Even with 5 significant defects, if this destroyer was put on the black market, it wouldn't fetch less than 8,000 star coins. Unfortunately, it was still too high a price for him to afford. Li Bin decisively stated, "It's too high. You son of a..." Jeffrey stood up, his scarred face contorted in anger, but Li Bin remained unfazed, calmly watching him, as if enjoying the sight of a trapped beast struggling. Cursing himself inwardly and vowing never to drink with strangers again, Jeffrey slumped back down bitterly, saying, "All my cards have been laid bare, no matter what its futile posturing. You place your bid. 3,000 star coins," Li Bin stated succinctly. Jeffrey stared at Li Bin in shock, and after a few seconds, he burst out laughing. "Go to hell. You came here just to insult me." Jeffrey wiped his face and stood up, turning to leave. He was so angry that he felt disgusted at the thought of having any interaction with Li Bin, even to the point of not wanting to hit him. Just as Jeffrey pulled open the door, Li Bin's voice floated in leisurely. "Are you really planning to sell the ship to settle your debts, and then muddle through life? Your grandmother, your mother, your father, and then you. 3 generations have struggled to send you to the academy, and you failed. You piloted your own ship and failed again. One of the few families in Pegasus is about to perish once more." Jeffrey paused. Li Bin exclaimed, "Did I say anything wrong? It shouldn't be possible. After settling your debts, how much will you have left? Can you provide for a child like your parents? You might manage to find a factory job, but from then on you and your child would be bound to the workshop, laboring under the whip of the factory owner, forever cut off from space. Perhaps this is also a kind of extinction. You're talking nonsense. The Noken family will never perish. Jeffrey strode forward, pushing aside Li Changjin, who tried to block him, and grabbed Li Bin with a fierce gaze. Kid, you insult my ship and me, and I can overlook it. But that doesn't mean you can walk out of this room after insulting my family. Li Bin was splashed with a bit of saliva from Jeffrey's furious roar. He finally smiled softly, saying, now that's some spirit and ambition. Why would you think about selling the ship and running away? Li Bin raised his hand, signaling his anxious siblings to calm down, and faced Jeffrey Hedon, 3,000 star coins plus a chance for redemption to buy the ship you hold. Redemption, you? Jeffrey laughed, grinding his teeth. Kid, you're clever and smooth-tongued, but space doesn't How old are you? What's your background? What does your father do? What can he provide you? You can't even scrape together the money to buy a ship. Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? Redemption isn't words, it's actions. Let go of your hand. Li Bin said slowly, extending his hand to press down on Jeffrey's wrist. With slight force, Jeffrey's hand involuntarily loosened. He kicked the door shut, pulled out his terminal, and a densely packed display of annotated text popped up with a background made up of numerous planetary market listings. Li Bin, positioned behind the projection, swiped his finger and began speaking rapidly. 2 months ago, the Ludwa Zhuoju faction announced attacks on several star systems under the jurisdiction of Speed Technology. Last month, Hyena Mining dispatched 3 transport fleets to take on the mineral transport contracts from Speed Technology, involving a major corporate mineral contract. To this day, there's been no significant fluctuation in mineral prices in the core star regions. I ask you, where did the mineral shortfall for the giant corporations go? Jeffrey stared at the constantly rolling numbers in the market, his eyes growing tired and his head dizzy. Unable to make sense of it, he glanced at Li Bin. Because these are fundamentally 2 separate matters. Speed Technology, one of the top 3 corporations in the Pegasus star domain, how could they lack the means to respond to terrorist attacks? Patrols can solve most problems. Mineral orders are prepared for fleet expansion and have nothing to do with the terror attacks. Hyena Mining possesses substantial mining capabilities and terrifying mineral reserves. Even if these were urgent orders, they could swallow most of the demand themselves and would not engage in short-term market buyouts. This is quite simple. Anyone can understand it. But once you incorporate useless terror attack information, you will be mesmerized. After Li Bin finished speaking, he began reciting the prices of minerals and fuels on various planets, then continued with the fuel requirements and endurance of different ships. As he spoke passionately, he drew several winding trade routes. Based on the current mineral and fuel prices, these routes represent high-profit mineral trading routes if this single-hump dromedary is involved. Li Bin erased the redundant routes, leaving only one red line. This short route, taking 3 months, is our highest profit line. At the same time, I can guarantee that this route is also currently the most stable, not easily influenced by corporate business. Jeffrey stubbornly retorted, I could pay a little and get a commercial AI service to do this too. Then why did you go bankrupt? Li Bin cut to the chase. Because the AI's owner is a giant corporation, and corporations have their biases. They want to provide transaction opportunities for competitors to expand their markets. Li Bin pointed to his own face, but I can offer this technology. I've checked the terms of the major lending platforms and the publicly available residential loan data. Guess what? What? Jeffrey's voice was noticeably quieter. Li Bin articulated each word. Almost 70 of people have loans. It's just a matter of how much. Lending platforms never refuse to lend money. They don't pressure those with repayment abilities. Only those deemed completely without repayment opportunities will face severe actions. In simple terms, Jeffrey, from the lender's perspective, you've become a credit dead man. Even if you sell the ship for 5,800 star coins, you'll have lost your chance for a fresh start, because your record of failures is too extensive, presenting too high a risk. They won't lend you money. Jeffrey's face turned pale instantly. Li Bin enticed, but now there's an opportunity, a chance for you not only to repay your debts, but also to realize the dreams your family, your parents, and your grandmother fought for. What? Opportunity? It's like this. I have a way to make money. I have some startup capital and years of sailing experience in companies, but I lack a ship and crew. You have a ship and crew, but you lack money. We can complement each other. I'll establish a company and buy your ship for 3,000 star coins in the company's name. Of course, it's not just this, hear me out. Then I'll exchange the remaining funds for company equity. From then on, you will be a partner, and the company's ship will still be your ship. First, you take 3,000 star coins to repay part of your debt. I'll then provide a guarantee in the company's name, ensuring repayment and work, so you'll no longer be a credit dead man. As long as the company can generate profit, you can repay your debts while continuing your family's aspirations. Do you understand? I understand. Deal. Deal. The 2 hands clasped tightly, shaking vigorously, and amidst Li Bin's hearty laughter, the contract was established. Li Changjin, observing the two who had nearly come to blows moments ago now appeared as friendly as brothers from different parents, was utterly perplexed. Li Bin was immensely satisfied with this 9-hand old vessel. Though she was a maiden over 2 centuries old, Jeffrey's family held deep affection for her and had maintained her quite well. Measuring 320 meters in length and 160 meters at her widest, these figures paled in comparison to the cruiser he had previously served on, yet she was still considerably large. This ship was bigger than a 400-meter running track. Moreover, the ship had multiple decks. In fact, this Dromedary-class destroyer boasted 5 decks, each larger than a track field, which meant she was exceptionally capacious. For context, a large Cape-class grain freighter measured between 230 and 270 meters in length and about 45 meters in width, yet even those could carry 1.0 to 1.7 tons of cargo. Considering that 1.4 billion people consume 0.8 gene of grain per person daily, the total daily consumption amounts to 5.600 tons. A single large Cape-class grain freighter could cover 32 of that daily need. Of course, the Dromedary class was a survey vessel, not a cargo ship. Her hull was not entirely configured as cargo holds. Instead, space was occupied by survey equipment, weaponry, ammunition storage, and the like, limiting her cargo capacity. He cheerfully directed Li Shu to borrow a forklift from the refinery, hauling all the miscellaneous items left by the People's Livelihood Company at the hotel onto the ship, then urged Li Shu to resign from the factory. "Brother, are we in such a hurry?" Li Shu was somewhat flustered by her brother's swift actions. She had originally thought buying a ship and setting sail would be a complex, lengthy affair. She could have worked a few more days at the factory to save a bit more money. But Li Bin believed his sister's thinking was too small time. What Li Shu could save in a year wasn't worth the pack of natural cigarettes he used to bribe the tavern security. It would be faster for her to help get the ship ready and start work than to waste time on a job. Li Bin moved with incredible speed. With a memory rivaling a computer's, he quickly registered a company, signed contracts, found a shipyard for maintenance and repairs, repainted the vessel against Jeffrey's objections, and even changed her name. Whatever this ship was called before, she was now the Tripod Cat. We're as clumsy as a 3-legged cat now, but a cat has 9 lives. It means we'll have 9 chances to turn misfortune into good luck. Those were the eldest brother's exact words. Li Changjin thought 9 chances were far too few. Why not 9? To this, Li Bin's reply was succinct. If we face 9 crises and still can't succeed, then even if we survive, we'll be credit dead like Jeffrey. There's no point in turning things around. We might as well jump out of the space station's engine nozzle and end it. In 2 days, all work on the Tripod Cat except for installing weapons and recruiting crew was complete. Yes, crew members also needed to be recruited. To raise funds, Jeffrey had long since sold the crew's lifetime contracts. There was literally no one on board. The 4 of them met, as usual, at the Interstellar Coffin Tavern to discuss crew recruitment. A 240-meter ship couldn't be run by just 4 people. Damage control, surveying, observation, armed sailors, engine room. Various specialized roles needed to be assigned. Jeffrey, chewing on a sticky, moist nutrition bar, pointed at the drunks in the tavern. "See there? Just shout, and plenty will want to sign on for a voyage. They've got experience and decent credit. But, do you have enough money?" Li Changjin looked up defiantly. "Don't underestimate us. I checked the crew's salaries. 8 star coins a year for a regular, more for department heads. But my brother said we only hire the minimum, so just 20. We can afford 20. He then looked at Li Bin. "Right, big brother?" Unexpectedly, Li Bin shook his head. "We don't have that much money." Huh? Li Changjin was dumbfounded. Could his good brother have gambled away all the money when his sister wasn't looking? His simple 80-year-old mind couldn't handle complex reasoning, so he could only learn from the lowlifes he'd seen in the factory district. Thus, though he didn't believe his brother was a gambler, his past experiences left his imagination limited. Jeffrey burst into laughter. "Kid, that's not how the math works. Let me teach you." He began counting on his fingers. First, over 90% of Pursue's population comes from birthing factories. The basic education AI there won't teach you how to pilot a ship or maintain a reactor. In other words, every crewman you see here paid for their training courses. Guess where their money came from? Li Changjin stammered. "It can't all be borrowed, can it?" "Exactly. And all from the Mega-Corp." Jeffrey laughed heartily. "These fools borrow from Mega-Corp for school, can't repay, so they sell themselves as indentured laborers. Then the Mega-Corp peddle the labor contracts to every captain they can find. A crewman's salary is 8 star coins, sure, but buying a labor contract costs at least 80. If you don't buy but just rent, you still have to put down a 6 star coin deposit. If the rented crewman dies in an accident, you have to cover the remaining 20 plus. As Jeffrey spoke, he reached over to tap the next table. "Hey friend, tell this newbie what it's like being a laborer." The crewman at the next table, drunk, raised his glass and slurred, "Damn the Mega-Corp." He downed his drink in one gulp. "That's how it is." Jeffrey shrugged. Li Changjin was startled by the man's self-abandonment. Meanwhile, Li Shu began calculating quietly. Contract plus salary, at least 88 per person. For 20, that's 1760 star coins. Would be broke before even loading cargo. The Li family had 4200 star coins in cash. After deducting the 300 for the ship, only 1200 remained. And they had already spent over 100 on trial runs and bribes. In short, this wasn't enough to recruit crew. She looked at Li Bin in despair only to find his expression unchanged, calm as ever, even offering her a smile. Li Shu's wavering spirit steadied at once. Meanwhile, Jeffrey continued his tirade, seemingly enjoying the sight of the Li family's shock. So, got a solution. You're supposed to be capable, kid. Get me back on my feet. Get back on your feet. Fine. Li Bin agreed with a smile, then turned to Li Shu. Did you put in your resignation? Li Shu replied obediently, I did. And you made a big show of it, like I said. Yes. Several neighbors even asked me to send their regards to you. Li Bin nodded, then turned to Li Changzhen. The day we met, some kids came to borrow money. Remember them? Do you know who they are and how to find them? Li Changzhen thought to himself, what kids? They were 14 or 15-year-old thugs with years of street experience. And borrow? That was robbery. But Jeffrey's smug expression irritated him, so he nodded. I know how to find them. Li Bin sent Li Shu a file and continued to Li Changzhen. Good. Then I have a task for you. If you can do it, it'll make you a team leader. Li Bin said, go back to the factory district with your sister to move out, and do it in style. On the way, round up those thugs. Your sister will tell you exactly what to do and how. Li Changzhen nodded eagerly. Following his sister's orders was second nature, especially with the chance to go home in glory. He wouldn't just find those thugs, he'd drag out everyone he knew. Let them all know that he, Li Changzhen, was now a man of status. No longer a crawling worm on the ground, but a crew member soaring through space. Delighted, he grabbed his sister, who was reviewing the file, and dashed off, leaving Li Bin and Jeffrey sitting across. Li Bin tapped the table and said to Jeffrey, hey, I've got 3 positions left, 2 for damage control and 1 chief engineer. Find some reliable people you know. Pay the market rates. This statement, coupled with Li Shu's departure, made Jeffrey's heart sink. His face twitched. Don't tell me you plan to recruit the rest of the crew from factory workers without buying experienced hands. Li Bin said nothing, leisurely sipping his drink. Jeffrey grew frantic. Li Bin, my dear godfather. Space isn't a game. Those people won't cut it. We need veterans, proper crew. Even if a contract costs 86 or 96. The money you save could cause an engine failure the moment we leave port, and we'd lose everything. Li Bin pointed at Jeffrey, feigning surprise. Isn't that why we have you? You're the partner. Teach them. They teach the newbies, and the newbies teach the rookies. That's how a project gets off the ground. Me? Jeffrey was stunned. Since when did a first mate have the duty of training crew from scratch? Yep. This venture is your last chance. You've got to seize it. Don't forget you'll be on the ship too. If you don't teach them well, and the ship is destroyed, you'll have nothing left. The money I save can buy food and work clothes. We're a small household. We pinch where we can. Such nonchalance drew a despairing wail from Jeffrey. He could feel that this bastard was dead serious. Hearing the howl, Li Bin felt the moment was right. In a startup, the worst thing is conflicting orders. Jeffrey had been half-tricked, half-enticed into joining. His status as a partner naturally gave him the capital to carve out his own faction. Recruiting a bunch of workers as crew was as insane as a streamer pretending to be a pro player, a tactic so mad it defied reason. But this madness could intimidate Jeffrey. Now only establishing his dominance as the decision-maker through profitability remained. As expected, it all starts with picking up trash. Furgon felt like these past few days had been a dream. He had been honestly collecting protection fees as a thug, but just a few days ago the bankrupt Li family's older brother, who was a crew member, returned and publicly slapped him in the face. He even pulled out a gas gun and single-handedly took down more than a dozen people. Just when he thought he and his friends were about to become disabled and be expelled from the gang by their boss, the man, named Li Bin, surprisingly left them a sum of medical expenses. While lying in the clinic, one of his little brothers, who lacked common sense, suggested reporting Li Bin for using firearms without permission. Furgon angrily hit him with a lunchbox, warning everyone not to call the police and definitely not to try to sabotage their boss. Li Bin's money saved all of them. It not only healed their injuries, but also left them with enough to obtain skill certificates and work in factories. In the industrial zone, labor capability and skills are the ladders for ordinary people to progress. Li Bin's money preserved their labor capabilities and provided them with further opportunities. Furgon believed that if a beating could exchange for a skill certificate, the industrial zone would be overwhelmed by the Li family. This was not an enemy. They were undoubtedly benefactors. Yet there were still people wanting to report. Were they waiting for the guards to investigate and take the money as evidence? Thinking about how he was surrounded by such fools every day, Furgon couldn't help but feel despondent. A few days later, he heard from a neighbor that Li Bin had become successful, no longer working as a crew member, starting a company, and even buying a spaceship to be his own boss. Li Shu had also quit her factory job. The Elfi space station was already small, and the scale of the industrial zone was even more pitiful, with only 200 people in total. Such a big event quickly spread both inside and outside. When Li Shu returned with her brother to terminate the rental contract and move the upper level of the industrial zone, which usually had few visitors, suddenly became crowded. Everyone wanted to follow them to enjoy a better life, with some claiming they could cook and others boasting about their diligence, which made Furgon want to laugh. They were all living on nutrient paste, How could they have cooking skills? He felt different from the others, wanting to apologize and thank Li Bin. But upon seeing Li Shu surrounded by admirers and her brother Li Changjin unable to protect her, he hesitated. There are too many people, maybe next time. Fergan began to leave with his little brother, but Li Changjin recognized him. Fergan, come help maintain order. Li Changjin greeted him familiarly before leaving. Dazed, Fergan took over Li Changjin's task with his little brother maintaining order under Li Shu's instructions. To be fair, these thugs had a strong deterrent effect, and the crowd quickly quieted down. Then Li Shu announced Li Bin's recruitment plan to the crowd eager to leave the industrial zone. The Cosmic Alliance is recruiting crew members requiring ages 12-30, no brain machine interface modifications, training provided, meals and accommodation included on the ship. The first year counts as internship, with half salary of 4-star coins. The second year, upon passing assessment, full salary. Instantly the crowd erupted, and the pressure to maintain order surged as Fergan and his little brother struggled to keep control, their eyes filled with the desire to sign up. Everyone begging for food in the industrial zone was in debt, just not as high as the Li family's tens of thousands of star coins. Some owed a few thousand coupons, while others owed 8 or 9 star coins. The internship offered 4-star coins with 8-star coins upon confirmation plus performance bonuses. With such a salary, without a few strong men maintaining order, it would be enough to make people go crazy. At this moment, Li Changjin brought out a table, placing it in front of Li Shu, and then came to Fergan. Hey, you go sign up first, I'll cover for you, then you come back for the next one. Fergan was taken aback by this statement, staring at him blankly. Li Changjin spread his arms to block the pressing crowd, shouting, what? Don't you want to be a crew member? Full salary of 8-star coins upon confirmation. And training is included. A spaceship. You can pilot a spaceship. The subsequent events were a blur for Fergan. He only remembered signing the contract in a daze, protecting the Li family members as they left the industrial zone and crossing the space station surrounded by unfamiliar and vibrant scenery until in a daze he boarded the ship. He only remembered that the entire interview process was incredibly fast, finishing in less than 20 minutes. Li Shu and Li Changjin quickly left the factory area, saying that if they were any later the local gang would start charging fees. At this moment, he was holding a teaching machine being taught by AI how to replace a certain gear in the power compartment, pondering that the so-called local gang must be his boss and his boss right. While he was deep in thought, rough curses reached his ears. Damn, Li Bin. Didn't you say you had money? What a joke. You owe more than I do. Looking at the people he recruited, MD, everyone is in debt. Is this a crew? It's a complete debtors alliance. On the bridge of the three-legged cat, Jeffrey cursed loudly, feeling cheated. Enough of your nonsense, you can't recruit anyone who I've managed to. What's it to you? Li Bin retorted without backing down. Are you doing better? The contract states that you provide crew members and technology in exchange for shares. Where are your crew members? I am the crew member. Jeffrey screamed. Li Bin clapped. Well said. From today on, remember to call me captain. You are the first mate. If you don't perform well, you'll end up as the second mate, and if you still don't do well, you'll be just a crew member. First, let's hear you call me captain. Call you what? Shameless. So shameless. I must have been blind to end up on this pirate ship. I was only 2500 star coins short of paying off my loan, and now I'm in debt by an additional 10,000. Li Bin, you are truly an animal. Jeffrey shouted happily, but his body obediently worked. He had already signed the contract. Just like a mortgage slave, he could only work diligently to pay off his debt. After all, he also had shares. If he succeeded, he would be part of the club with young models, but if he failed, he would be devoured by a giant corporation. Li Shu had become somewhat accustomed to their quarrels. Rather than a dispute, it was more like mutual damage, a way for men to maintain their friendship. Currently, Jeffrey was fulfilling the responsibilities of the first mate, second mate, and third mate, monitoring the responder and detector while continuously reporting the latest data on the route and news within the galaxy. Inside the space station, one always feels constricted, as if the alloy walls surrounding them are a large coffin. But in the spaceship, through the observation window, anyone would feel the universe's coldness and vastness, even experiencing a sense of fear. Li Bin was seated at the command console, the bridge being the center of the ship, and here was the absolute core of the bridge. Through the dense buttons and instruments before him, Li Bin could monitor any area and device on the ship at any time, and even take control if necessary. Though it was Li Bin's first time steering, his commands and operations were very proficient, making Jeffrey suspect that Li Bin had previously held the position of first or second mate in another company. Li Bin did not respond directly to this. He would not disclose that he had memorized the command processes of the Sarah and had practiced repeatedly over the past few days, reaching an average level of a captain. He was afraid Jeffrey would want to fight him after hearing this. Giving confidence to subordinates was also a must for a captain. Big brother, where are we going? To pick up garbage. Li Bin replied succinctly. What's the point of picking up garbage? Li Changjin frowned. He used to pick up garbage to make small objects to sell money in the factory area, and now that he was on a spaceship, he still had to pick up garbage. Wasn't that a waste of coming out? Can't we go fight pirates instead? Li Bin chuckled, amused by this kid. Sure, let's go find pirates right now. But I must warn you, the whole ship is unarmed. Are you planning to use a gas gun to take out a pirate ship? Jeffrey laughed heartily, and in the channel the rough laughter from the engine and damage control teams echoed as well. Amidst Li Changzhen's embarrassment, Li Bin piloted the three-legged cat toward deep space. As the three-legged cat drifted farther from the space station, the artificial light pollution gradually fell behind, leaving only static in the transponder. It took a long while before they received the identification code of a passing vessel. Li Shu, along with others who had just emerged from the industrial district, was captivated by the vastness of the magnificent cosmos and the dazzling stars, their gazes fixed without a blink. The Thule system boasted 8 planets, yet only the nearest Elphi was visible, appearing as small as a grain of rice. The space station, home to hundreds of thousands, was utterly untraceable. The white dwarf, serving as the system's star, loomed like a cold deity, observing all with equal indifference. A few minutes later, Jeffrey, with poor timing, activated the metal shutters of the observation window, sealing off the universe. He paid no heed to the crew's complaints, merely quizzing them on their memorized knowledge. Facing his sister's gaze full of resentment, Li Bin had to explain Jeffrey means well. Though the observation window glass is specially made to block most radiation, staring directly at the star will severely damage your eyes. Without atmospheric refraction on the ship, your vision will suffer irreversible harm soon enough. We're on the ship now, there will be plenty of chances to look later. Li Shu nodded, and seeing his sister's obedient demeanor, Li Bin felt a pang of reluctance, so he turned to look at his younger brother. When he found Li Changzhen sitting upright with his Pip-Boy in hand, but his eyes closed, clearly asleep, his heart hardened along with his fist. 2 days later, the three-legged cat passed through the asteroid belt and entered a stretch of empty space devoid of any matter. Stay alert. We're entering pirate territory. Jeffrey's gruff voice echoed throughout the ship. The crew snapped to attention, nervously scanning left and right as if pirates might burst out of the cabin at any moment. These guys are too amateur, not a single ship-mounted weapon. Li Bin, you're leading us to our deaths. Jeffrey was deeply dissatisfied with the state of the three-legged cat. Li Bin's piloting skills were beyond reproach, and Jeffrey admitted he couldn't have done better. But navigating through the asteroid belt littered with debris from mining ships was far too risky for a vessel crewed mostly by complete novices. From the detector's perspective, the asteroid belt appeared as a continuous mass requiring optical observation to provide the captain with detailed information about the asteroids. The rookie crew, facing such a daunting situation from the outset, made several errors. They'll learn with practice. Besides, we have shields, Li Bin said, nonchalantly acknowledging that cheapness always came. Jeffrey scratched his head in frustration. But activating the shields cuts our speed to a third, not to mention the waste heat buildup in the battery packs. You know this ship's battery packs are underperforming, right? It took us a whole day to cross the asteroid belt. Li Bin, you're running out of money. Every extra day on the ship burns through your meager funds. Fuel costs 15 stellar credits a barrel, supplies 96 credits a crate. We've been out for 3 days and 50 credits are already gone, and I haven't seen you earn a single credit yet. We just passed asteroids rich in minerals, but you want to keep going. So tell me, where is this space junk you mentioned? It's just ahead, Li Bin replied calmly. Another day later, the three-legged cat began to decelerate. They were now far from the system's center, nearly at its edge, where the star's gravitational influence was minimal and matter was scarce. Theoretically, there was nothing of value here, not even asteroids for mining. Yet the detectors showed an anomalous abundance of metal. This was a battlefield remnant, the battle having occurred recently, perhaps within a day or two. Judging by the location, it was likely a skirmish between the system's patrol and pirates or smugglers. Jeffrey bit his fingers, staring at the screen in disbelief. Damn, the kid actually guessed right. Good thing we came late, any earlier, and would have crashed right into the battle dead without knowing how. At the command console, Li Bin began issuing orders. Attention, all crew, the three-legged cat is about to drop anchor. Prepare for inertial impact. All engineering crew assemble in the cargo hold in 10 minutes. As the reverse thrusters engaged, the three-legged cat came to an abrupt halt, the screech of metal deformation echoing throughout the ship. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Li Changzhen even feared the vessel might disintegrate. The engines wheezed for a moment before finally falling silent. Time to work, time to work. Move it, damn it. Jeffrey stood in the middle of the cargo hold, urging everyone on with a loudspeaker. Vulcan and Li Changzhen each led a team. The crew donned their spacesuits, assisting each other with checks. Once the inspection was complete, Jeffrey gave a thumbs up to the monitor. The 10 by 15 meter metal door in the center of the cargo hold opened amidst a rush of air, and everyone was sucked out, tumbling chaotically in space. Some collided, bouncing off each other like bowling balls. Activate the stabilization system. Tuck your arms and legs in, protect your visors. Watch your breathing, don't use up all your oxygen before you even start working. Jeffrey barked out commands. Each crew member had a safety tether attached to their lower back, connecting them to the ship. This ensured both wired communication with the bridge and prevented rookies from being flung into space to suffocate when their oxygen ran out. Away from the ship, this thumb-thick safety tether was the last line of defense for survival. Only seasoned veterans dared venture into space without a tether. Such individuals were respectfully called sailors, a title said to originate from a great profession that once roamed the oceans. The first time spacewalkers fumbled disoriented by the lack of gravity and pressure, their faces covered in dust. It took a full 15 minutes for the screams on the channel to subside. Regaining their composure, the crew retrieved the thrusters strapped to their backs and began their first operation. The so-called thruster was a simple device primarily consisting of a tank filled with compressed exhaust gas with an added electronic screen and a box of elastic ropes. It was designed for civilian vessels engaged in salvage operations. The crew activated their thrusters and headed toward the metal signals detected by the ship's sensors. Upon finding a piece of metal, they would first photograph it and upload the image, waiting for the foreman to identify and number it. Then they would secure the metal to their thruster with elastic ropes, using the thruster's propulsion and the pull of the safety tether to drag the massive metal blocks back to the cargo hold. Some of these metals were scrapped hull structures, others were torn outer armor plates, and some were simply entire crushed compartments. These enormous, cumbersome metal blocks would require a crane on a planet, but in space, a single worker sufficed. The entire operation proceeded strictly according to the assigned sequence. As the metal approached the ship, a massive robotic arm installed in the ceiling of the cargo hold, operated by Jeffrey, extended out to grab the metal blocks and pull them inside. This robotic arm was a standard feature of the Dromedary-class survey vessel, part of its onboard survey equipment. Originally designed for planetary scientific exploration, it was now being used to recover scrap metal, a classic case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It took the crew about half a day to go from clumsy to proficient. The work wasn't highly technical. The crew from the industrial district were well-versed in manual labor techniques and quickly grasped the knack, gradually speeding up the metal recovery. Li Shu nervously twisted her fingers on the bridge. Though she couldn't spot which of the busy figures was Li Changjin, she refused to leave the observation window, as if standing there could somehow help her brother. She wanted to ask her elder brother several times, but seeing Li Bin frowning and busy, she eventually returned to the observation window, watching in silence. Li Bin was genuinely busy. They had arrived too late. The larger metal blocks, due to their greater mass and thus higher kinetic energy, were less likely to be halted by collisions with debris. Now these massive pieces had shot away from the battle zone like rockets propelled by explosions. Space junk recovery prioritized efficiency. The more concentrated the debris, the higher the operational efficiency. The cost of chasing these large blocks was too high, making it counterproductive. But a single debris field wouldn't fill the cargo hold of the three-legged cat, so he was constantly reviewing commodity prices in the Thule system and cross-referencing signals on major frequencies. The Thule system had 8 planets, only 2 of which were inhabited: Elphi, a molten planet, and Kazran, a metal planet. Additionally, on the edge of the system, there was a space station occupied by pirates and interstellar miners called the Thulian Station during the Domain era, barely qualifying as a colony. These 3 human colonies represented 3 markets. The interstellar market relied heavily on trade, especially the pirate-occupied station, where prices were severely impacted by trade networks due to its small size. Once transport ships bound for the Thulian station were intercepted by patrols from Elphi and Kazran, prices would skyrocket immediately. The pirate station had no laws or market regulations. Hoarding and profiteering were the norm. Li Bin had used the mysterious fluctuations in Thulian commodity prices, combined with information inadvertently revealed by other convoys on public channels, to locate this debris field. In the interstellar age, there were naturally AI tools to assist with trade, but those were mostly monopolized by mega-corporations. Ordinary companies could only purchase their services at a high cost, and the service scope was limited. After all, the trade network of an entire star sector involved concealment, deception, accidents, bankruptcies, new startups. All these factors turned the sector's trade into a vast, chaotic model. Only an AI core surpassing human intelligence could perhaps bring clarity to this chaos. Li Bin possessed an extraordinary memory. Though he knew he couldn't compare to an AI core, he could still strive to extract a profit line or two from the chaos. When it came to life and death, Li Bin never shot blindly. The weary crew returned to the Triceratops, filing into the decontamination chamber one by one. They shed their bulky space suits, and beads of sweat, long confined, floated free, releasing a pungent odor that instantly filled the air. Negative pressure vents in the ceiling and floor collected the stray droplets. The system first filtered out oils, dead skin, and dust through concentrated filtration, then purified the water using vapor compression distillation. Finally, additives were injected to eliminate any residual smell, completing the cycle from sweat to distilled water. Unlike a space station, the ship had no redundant systems. Sweat could cause typical electrochemical corrosion on metal, potentially damaging circuits or compromising seals. Even if there were no immediate effects, no one dared to gamble against the power of time. Ignoring the chamber's odor, the crew quickly washed off their sweat, dried themselves in the drying room, and then rushed to the mess hall. The high-sugar, high-salt, high-fat nutrient paste, once cooked, emitted an enticing aroma. One of Li Shu's duties aboard the ship was to serve as the cook. The Triceratops only recruited the bare minimum of crew, so everyone had to multitask. The reason Li Shu was designated as the cook was simple: only the Li family had inherited Li Bin's 21st century culinary skills. Those born in birthing factories without parents had no such legacy to inherit. Li Bin, the captain, was wrestling with an endless sea of data. Li Changjin, the engineering team leader, couldn't even lift his arms after a day's work. That left Li Shu, who was studying to be a navigator, with the most time and energy to spare. In truth, Li Shu was more skilled at manual labor than Li Changjin, having worked in a factory. But Li Changjin was dim-witted. Li Bin couldn't trust his brother to learn navigation, so he had to rely on his more intelligent sister. Wow, is this nutrient paste? Why is it so fragrant? In the mess hall, Vulcan and his underlings were slurping down the paste, exclaiming in surprise. Li Changjin was ravenous, eating with his head down, too hungry to brag. But Jeffrey, licking his fingers, sneered, enjoy it while you can. When the food runs out, you'll be in for a rough time." This made Li Changjin unable to ignore the comment. "We don't have enough food." Jeffrey grinned, showing his teeth. "We do, of course we do. The ship has life support systems. As long as there's carbon dioxide, it can simulate photosynthesis to synthesize starch and oxygen. But you'll be eating nothing but starch until your belly swells, and you can't even shit." Li Changjin fell silent. He stared solemnly at his plate, eating slowly this time, as if savoring. After work, the crew entered their rest period, playing games, chatting, or sleeping. If anyone had a lover, regardless of gender, they could go to an empty cabin for a fiery rendezvous without anyone caring. But work on the bridge was never-ending. Li Bin restarted the engines, piloting the ship towards the next target. Space scavenging was a monotonous grind. When the ship moved, the crew rested. When the crew moved, the ship rested. But the captain was never at rest. 11 days later, at the Urfi space station in the port district's Interstellar Coffin Tavern, Li Bin raised his glass high and said heartily, "Let's celebrate the successful completion of our company's first space operation. Cheers." Cheers. The crew clinked glasses with passion, igniting a boisterous and lively atmosphere. Some wept with joy, thrilled they had actually completed a voyage. Others swayed their heads, beginning to look forward to their future lives. Jeffrey, holding his drink, squeezed over to Li Bin. He had drunk too much too fast and was already tipsy. He smacked his lips and sat down across from Li Bin. Seeing this, Li Bin smiled at his sister. "Go keep an eye on Changjin. It's his first time drinking, and I'm afraid he'll make a scene." Li Shu glanced at Jeffrey's flushed face, then over at her brother, who was busy competing with Vulcan in a slap fight. She nodded and stood up. "Hey, I've got a few questions." Jeffrey stared into Li Bin's eyes. "I want you to be honest." "Go ahead," Li Bin said, spearing a piece of roasted rat meat from the table with his fork. "How did you do it?" "Which part?" Jeffrey's eyes didn't blink. "Every part." Li Bin stroked his chin and began explaining his method for finding junk zones. He knew Jeffrey would be impatient with data, but that data was the key to the method. After listening, Jeffrey was slightly taken aback. "That's it. Just price fluctuations and public channel chatter. It doesn't always work. We messed up a few times and went to the wrong spots." Li Bin shrugged. "All right, what about the customs? I never saw a patrol inspection on the ship. And the cargo, those metal scraps, who did you sell them to? How did you manage a gross profit of 60 star coins?" Jeffrey fired off questions rapid fire. The so-called patrol was the space station's security force, a fusion of customs and coast guard, and was notoriously ferocious towards civilian vessels. Li Bin said calmly, "It's normal there were no patrols. We smuggled it in. No tariffs, so the profit is naturally higher." "What?" Jeffrey was shocked. "Hey kid, getting caught smuggling means jail time, not to mention fines. If you're unlucky enough to be labeled a pirate, you'll be a rat forever." Li Bin was amused by Jeffrey's dramatic reaction. "Am I an idiot? Would I just barrel through and let the patrol? I found a route long ago. The planet Urfi is a lava world with about 200,000 people on its surface, all mining ore. But there's no space elevator between the station and the planet. How do you think these alloys get to the industrial zone?" "Obviously by spaceship." Jeffrey rolled his eyes. "Exactly," Li Bin pointed at himself. "This short-haul transport fleet makes a round trip every 2 days. I bribed a few captains to let the Triceratops blend in with their convoy. The patrol is strict with outsiders, but lax with their own ships. The fleet's transponder would be recognized from afar, and they'd pass through without even a cursory inspection. Plus, the transport fleet docks directly at the industrial zones or port, saving transshipment fees. It's that simple." Jeffrey scratched his chin, then wondered, was it worth it? "How much did you have to pay them?" "They're captains." "This is why you went bankrupt," Li Bin said, frustrated by his lack of insight. "So what if they're captains? The ship belongs to the guild, the route belongs to the guild, even the business belongs to the guild. But the money I gave them as friends, that went straight into their own pockets." Jeffrey had no retort. He changed the subject. How did you manage to bribe them and still make so much profit? Li Bin pointed at his crew. Did you think I hired these countrymen just because they were cheap, eh? Wasn't it? Li Bin said, the industry in the Urfi industrial zone is primitive. They mainly refine ore into metal plates which they sell to Kazarin in the same star system, which has powerful industrial capabilities. Now tell me, what did we salvage? Scrap metal. Jeffrey was confused, not understanding why the refinery was being mentioned. What does that have to do with the crew? Don't tell me some factory owner's son or daughter is among these clumsy idiots. Don't joke around. Li Bin sighed. Really, Jeffrey, if you ever get rich, promise me you'll never invest in business. Or you'll end up destitute. He continued, the answer is simple. Ore is wanted for its metal. Scrap metal is also metal. So our scrap metal is essentially a kind of rich ore. My crew may not be the factory owner's relatives, but they have connections with workers in the factories. Those workers know the workshop supervisors, foremen, and accountants. Our metal was smuggled in, so with no tariffs we can keep the price very low. We're too small to do business with the factory owners directly, but we can partner with a single workshop. We sell this cheap rich ore to them, and all they have to do is resmelt it into ready-made alloy plates. All we need to do is convince the supervisor. The supervisor will then find the accountants and logistics people to clear the way. I just need to have the kickbacks ready. What are you against smuggling? Not at all. Look, him drinking Sailor's Dream. I'm in no position to be picky. Jeffrey swirled his glass, indicating he had no right to judge. Sailor's Dream. A drink that originated over 100 years ago during the Great Collapse, an era of war and food scarcity. Sailors stuck on their ships for long periods without enough nutrient paste to brew alcohol invented this concoction using rats' shipboard insects' nutrient paste residue and leftover grease collected from the negative pressure chambers. This culinary abomination of a liquor spread rapidly upon its creation. Although countless revised versions exist today and reputable establishments no longer use rats and insects, it has become the emblem of the penniless sailors of the Perseus system. Jeffrey was utterly astounded by Li Bin's slick maneuvers. He knew he could never operate at that level and couldn't help but admire the young man's audacity and meticulousness. Even the clumsy rookies who had caused no end of trouble during the operation suddenly seemed endearing. 60 star coins in profit. Even this garbage can earn 60 star coins. Maybe following him really could turn things around. Jeffrey thought, drunkenly biting his bottle. He'll wait and see. If he's the real deal, then recognizing him as captain wouldn't be so bad. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The most challenging part of Li Bin's business plan was the first step. Without weapons or professional crew members, any pirate could easily destroy them. However, Li Bin relied on his analytical skills, spending money to have his men treat others in taverns or public places, prying open countless sources of information. Through relentless analysis, he mapped out the safest routes and continued scavenging. In all fairness, investing so much effort just for a few pieces of scrap metal was hardly worthwhile. Had he been smuggling for Minshin Corporation, his assets would have doubled directly. Over these 6 months, everyone worked diligently, embarking on over 20 voyages, yet they netted only 643 star coins. Barring any accidents, if they kept at it steadily for another 10 years, Li Bin could pay off the principal of all his crew's debts. Another decade would clear the interest, granting them complete freedom. This pace was already beyond what his younger siblings dared to dream. Whenever Li Changzhen mentioned the debts, he regretted not having robbed their mindless parents clean with a knife back then. Jeffrey, having heard the Li family's story, couldn't help but sigh. With children this capable of earning money, why bother trying so hard? They're nothing but a total loss. But Li Bin was not satisfied. 20 years was too slow. He seized every moment. He worked even harder, researching data, verifying information, and spending money on intelligence. Heaven rewards the diligent, and after half a year of effort, he finally saw an opportunity. Dense metal signals detected. Prepare for inertial impact. Initiate self-check procedures ready for op. The familiar commands echoed through the broadcast. The tripod cat anchored amidst its usual heart-wrenching metallic groans. Crew members, secured by safety lines, glided into space on the air that rushed out of the cargo hold. They floated like infants in the amniotic fluid of the cosmos, with the safety lines serving as umbilical cords connecting them to the tripod cat. The team split clearly into two groups, working under the leadership of Li Changzhen and Vulcan. Compared to 6 months ago, everyone had undergone a qualitative change. Flying through space and living aboard the ship had become second nature, with all its conveniences and inconveniences now routine. Just as everyone began to think their lives would be spent scavenging and selling trash, an object entering their optical observation range left them all stunned, then ecstatic. Holy crap, a ship! Li Changzhen was the first to shout over the channel. It was the wreckage of a vessel over 100 meters long. Even from its exterior, it was clear the ship had suffered a ferocious barrage of fire, its hull beyond any hope of repair. This meant the ship's only fate was to be dismantled. Captain, did you foresee this too? Over the channel, Jeffrey was overjoyed, already changing how he addressed Li Bin. A ship over 100 meters long meant more than just metal. Engines, batteries, fuel, even residual supplies. Profits would no longer be measured in mere tens of star coins. Breaking into 3 digits was inevitable, and with luck and finding contraband 4 digits were not impossible. Li Bin was equally stunned. This is still half a day's journey from my estimated garbage zone. I was wondering how the detector caught a metal signal. He checked the data and offered a tentative explanation. The debris must have been pushed here by the explosion's inertia. We got lucky meeting at Hedon. ID welcome luck every day? Jeffrey stood up, rolling his shoulders. With the crew now skilled in operations, he no longer needed to supervise on the front lines. But with the discovery of the wreck, he had to step in again. Everyone clear the floating debris around the wreck first. Wait for me to come down. Jeffrey grabbed his helmet to leave, but Li Bin stopped him. Wait, I'm coming too. You. What for? A captain should act like a captain. Whole command if you go. Jeffrey refused outright. But Li Bin convinced him with one sentence: I know the market value of all goods and can judge immediately if something is worth salvaging. You don't plan to take the whole ship, do you? Our cargo hold can't fit everything. Only high-value items. Jeffrey gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, but you have to wait until we confirm the wreck's condition and rule out any risk of secondary explosions. The bank repayment deadline is coming. If something happens to you and we can't scrape together the money, the ship will be seized. Li Bin nodded, adding, call the damage control team too. See if any remaining equipment can be repaired. Strip it all. If we can't sell it, we can keep it as spare parts on the ship. Jeffrey waved in acknowledgement and left the bridge humming an old tune. Li Shu recognized it clearly. It was the tune her brother always hummed after a successful sale, an ancient joyful melody over 1,000 years old called Good Fortune Comes. She switched to a private channel and said to Li Bin, the first mate seems in a good mood, and so are you, big brother. Is it that obvious? Li Bin raised an eyebrow. Li Shu shook her head. I've just lived with you for so long, I know how you look when you're happy. As Li Bin suited up, he said, Jeffrey has a sharp tongue, but he's not a bad person. He used to resent me for dragging him into this. But this trip, barring accidents, could match half a year's earnings. With the savings on voyage costs, turning things around is within sight. How could I not be happy? As he spoke, Li Bin couldn't help but smile. He wasn't a stiff personality by nature. Being rigid would never have let him bond with the crew of Minchin Corporation. But the heavy debt and relentless collection pressure weighed him down. As the leader, though, he couldn't share his burdens with his subordinates, so he had to put on a facade of calm confidence. Li Shu asked eagerly, big brother, do you mean we'll pay off the debt soon? Li Bin nodded. If things go well, in just 2 or 3 years. With that, Li Bin picked up his helmet, assigned control of the ship, patted his sister's head, and headed for the cargo hold. Li Shu sat there lost in thought. Clearing the debt in 2 or 3 years, owning their own ship company, and crew, true freedom. She was mesmerized. Meanwhile, Li Bin was pulled by a thruster to the wreck. According to Jeffrey's assessment, the ship was likely destroyed when a missile hit the fuel tank, causing a chain explosion that twisted the keel and hull like a dead snake. The ship certainly had no cargo left, but that also meant it had reached a state where nothing more could explode. Perfectly safe. What people called a spaceship wreck was a corpse beyond recovery, while a so-called scrap ship could still be reused. It was like in Earth's China before Li Bin's transmigration trucks had mandatory scrapping ages of 10 to 15 years, depending on their model and cargo. These vehicles deemed scrap domestically weren't dismantled, but shipped to third-world countries, typically following a tiered resale process from Asia to Africa. For example, a scrap car might first be sent to Baton, where skilled mechanics and workshops would repair it and sell it to local drivers. When those drivers tired of it, it was stripped for parts to fix other cars. Lucky scrap cars would be sold further to poorer, more backward countries in Africa, driven until they were completely. The ships of the Perseus arm followed the same principle of making the most of everything. The Tripod Cat, a 200-year-old vessel with a damaged hull, was rated as a scrap ship by mega-corporations. It had countless flaws, but also the advantages of low-cost abundance and being expendable. A few like Risk Mining Corporation and Hyena Mining actually preferred scrap ships for their operations. Li Bin entered through the wreck's deformed hatch, greeted by signs of fire and torn metal from the explosion. He called over the channel, Changzhen, extend the survey manipulator arm. The manipulator arm, fitted with a hydraulic clamp, extended from the cargo hold's belly, brutally cutting through armor and compartments to open a passage for Li Bin. Vulcan stayed outside, turning on his headlamp to assess the wiring. Captain, good news. The wiring damaged, then pull out all the wires. The shipyard will definitely take them, Li Bin said as he pressed deeper. He passed through the cargo hold, crew quarters, and mess hall. This place had once housed living crew, but now no one remained. The explosion had been too violent, leaving no bodies. Only faint, distorted human silhouettes on the walls near the fuel tank. Those were the marks of people vaporized by the blast. Beside them were water crystals formed from evaporated and resublimated moisture. Li Bin observed a moment of silence before continuing. He hadn't found any high-value items yet. The rest would be handled by the crew. He finally stopped in the captain's quarters. He discovered a safe, intact and utterly out of place amid the wreckage. Hopefully there's a captain's log, Li Bin wished, and promptly called for the hydraulic clamp arm. Li Bin voiced his hope and decisively summoned the hydraulic clamp arm for support. The safe in the captain's room is about the same size as a refrigerator, half a meter wide and 2 meters tall, equipped with fingerprint and iris recognition locks. Li Bin checked the Interstellar market on the spot and confirmed there was no self-destruct function, so he instructed the mechanical arm to forcibly open it. With a sound reminiscent of metal deformation that could make one's teeth ache, the safe door was cut in half. Li Bin glanced at it and grimaced, saying, "So it's just a broke guy." The safe has 5 layers filled to the brim. The bottom 2 layers are packed with food, mostly nutrient paste, and compressed rations, along with a considerable amount of fresh water and half a bottle of leftover liquor. Aside from the liquor, which is naturally brewed and could fetch about 2 star coins, the food has no value. The 3rd layer is stuffed with money, 70% of which consists of elf currency. Although the quantity seems significant, the denominations are all small. It is important to note that the exchange rate between currency and star coins is only 113000, so the total of these point vouchers amounts to just over 20 star coins. The remaining 30% is Kazalan currency. Kazalan is one of the 2 planets in the Tool star system inhabited by humans, a pure metal planet with a large amount of precious metals in its cooled core. As a result, although this planet cannot develop agriculture, it was chosen during the age of humanity and equipped with numerous automated factories. After the Great Collapse, this planet was occupied by the major corporation, the Andromeda Alliance, becoming the most important industrial base of the Alliance. Kazalan currency is worth much more. The cash in the safe is worth at least 30 star coins. Combined, that makes over 50 star coins, which has already recouped half a week's profits, but compared to the debt, it is still far too little. Li Bin pulled out a storage bag and swept the money into it, attaching a signal device and tossing it aside. The 2nd layer contained significantly fewer items. Only about 10 boxes, all filled with jewelry, each accompanied by certificates of authenticity from various masters. Based on the money and jewelry, it can be surmised that this is a pirate ship. The contents of the safe are likely a retirement fund. Unfortunately, this captain did not live to retire, but was instead surrounded by a patrol team. On the top layer, there were 3 guns, 1 air gun, and 2 real bullet guns, the latter only suitable for use on planets and of little value with average maintenance. Apart from these, there was also the captain's diary. Given their lawless nature, pirates do not keep sailing logs. Captains only jot down secrets and experiences in personal diaries. Essentially, it resembles more of a memo than a proper diary. Due to the luxurious nature of Andromeda's plants, all physical books are made from plastic, written with oil-based. Choosing to use physical books instead of the more convenient electronic devices for recording is also a matter of theft prevention and preservation. After all, electronic devices are at risk of being hacked and infected when connected to the internet, leading to the theft of account passwords. The longest recognized method of information preservation for humanity is engraving on stone, which can last for 1,000,000 years, while chips, without regular maintenance, can lose data after just a few years. The handwriting is atrociously ugly, resembling that of a slug. This captain definitely did not receive a proper AI education. The hasty handwriting and childish grammar create significant reading difficulties. Considering that dismantling the ship will take a long time, Li Bin simply sat down and began to read slowly. About 2 hours later, Li Bin paused on a certain page. With his powerful memory, he had become familiar with the pirate captain's handwriting and grammatical habits, significantly increasing his reading speed and accuracy, and finally discovered valuable information. He contacted Jeffrey. "How are things on your end?" Jeffrey replied, slightly fatigued. "I took the team to check the dormitory and all the cargo holds. We photographed and documented all recoverable items, and I will send the file to you for a quick valuation. How about you? This ship appears to be a pirate vessel. The captain should have a habit of hiding treasure, so his room likely holds nothing of value. You're right, it's as poor as can be, not even a property certificate." Li Bin chuckled, "But I found the treasure hiding place." "Really? Don't lie." Jeffrey became excited. This captain was simple-minded. He didn't even use password text, writing everything in his diary. Li Bin rubbed the pages. The plastic book lacks the tactile quality of a paper book, giving a feeling akin to touching a dead fish. He hid 2 supply points in the asteroid belt to deal with emergencies. Now these things belong to us. 3 days later, the 3-legged cat powered up its engine and headed for the asteroid belt, leaving behind shattered remnants in the void. The process of dismantling the ship is akin to eating crab. Following the steps of using crab claws, forks, spoons, and tweezers, the tender meat is extracted, leaving only the shells. The same goes for the wreckage. All the wiring and instruments were dug out, and even the keel was extracted. This time, Li Bin did not choose to take away large chunks of metal, as the cargo hold of the 3-legged cat is limited in space. Even if the compressor worked hard, it couldn't fit the entire wreckage of the ship. Additionally, space needed to be reserved for the supplies. After another 2 days of repeated searching, they finally located the pirate's supply point. The pirate captain had hollowed out 2 small asteroids, hiding items within and sealing the gaps with metal sludge, a primitive yet practical technique. Asteroids like planets orbit around stars, coupled with environmental changes caused by other ships entering and exiting the asteroid belt. Without a detailed star map of the system and information on targets and their surroundings, Li Bin might never find these items. All crew members were summoned to tally the cargo information. Li Bin assessed the price with the terminal, and the more he calculated, the brighter his smile became. As the last batch of goods was loaded onto the ship, the engineering crew members holding safety ropes returned, the belly hatch closed, and the exhaust pipes frantically filled with air. Amidst the frantic sound of airflow, the crew removed their helmets, revealing faces wet with sweat, smiles adorning everyone's lips. Li Changzhen's movements were unusually gentle, as if cradling a child, carefully placing items down, urging Vulcan to find foam agents to inject into the boxes. My goodness, we've struck it rich. Jeffrey, seated in the mechanical arms cockpit, looked at the rows of cargo, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Despite being drenched in sweat, the crew merely followed the process, casually chatting as they wiped the beads of sweat from their heads, unwilling to leave the cargo hold. As the counting work neared its end, the chatter gradually diminished, and everyone looked towards the captain. The crew members working on the bridge all possessed calculation skills. About 10 people were responsible for tallying the cargo, while only Li Bin was in charge of summarizing the total value. Even so, the statisticians still couldn't keep up with his processing speed. Li Shu finished tallying the cargo at hand and wanted a drink of water, but noticed others were still working. So she abandoned her plan to rest and went to help. After another 10 minutes, Li Bin snapped shut the terminal, rubbed his sore neck, and took a deep breath. Li Shu squeezed her hands anxiously, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the result. It's done. The total value for this trip is 5,000 star coins at least. Oh, whoa! The entire crew cheered. Upon hearing the amount, Li Shu swayed and nearly fell, but her brother quickly caught her. Leaning against him, she lowered her head and wiped her tears, unable to utter a single word. Jeffrey gripped the railing of the cockpit, howling like a Tarzan. The captain is amazing. The profits from dismantling the ship are around 800 star coins, but the real windfall lies in the treasure from the supply points. With 30 boxes of supplies, each fetching 95 star coins in the elf market filled with universal ship body parts for routine maintenance, in deep space the selling price would be lower, but at least 90 star coins totaling 2,700. This was anticipated. Pirates could encounter patrol teams or ambush fleets at any moment. For survival, they often need to take refuge on the edges of star systems and asteroid belts, and at times, after robbing their own ships, they may suffer significant injuries. At this moment, the pirate ship is at its most vulnerable, and the captain dares not risk returning to the pirate stronghold. On their way home, they also risk being blackmailed by other pirates. Of course, the odds of encountering trouble without reaping rewards is also significant, so establishing supply points becomes a matter of expectation. In addition, there was an unexpected delight. 10 boxes of Byzantine wine were also hidden in the supply. This is a natural fine wine unique to the Andromeda's fragmented powers, a luxury beverage claimed to rival the best vintage wines of old Earth. It is only produced on the New Byzantine Star, the capital of the Interstellar Empire located in the Thales Star. This wine sells for as much as 80 star coins on the New Byzantine Star. In the southern core star region far from the production area, it can sell for up to 180 or even 200 star coins. Due to the fragmented nature of the Andromeda regime, transporting goods from the Thales star system to the southern core star region is akin to cross-country logistics. Economic sanctions resulting from hostile regimes are quite common, leading certain large businesses to avoid dealings, leaving only individual smugglers to fill the gap. Moreover, with the influence of pirates and extremist religions, it is not unusual for profits to double. Of course, the Tool star system is only 3 light years from the Thales star system, which is not far, hence the value of this wine would also diminish. The capitalists in the Elf star system offer a price of 90 star coins, while the capitalists from Kazalin with more advanced industry and stronger purchasing power quote 105 star coins. Assuming it is sold on Kazalin along with the spaceship fuel stored at the supply point, 5,000 star coins would be easy to come by. The remaining half bottle of liquor in the safe is also Byzantine wine, only opened previously, making it impossible to verify if it was the original, which diminished its value. Jeffrey jumped down from the cockpit, hugging the box in front of him tightly and kissing it fervently. Thank you, pirates, oh long live pirates. I truly love you. These pirates must have recently raided a merchant ship from the Interstellar Empire. Although the strength of the Interstellar Empire is only comparable to that of second-tier corporations, it is still a formidable entity. The pirates, fearing pursuit, dared not sell the goods immediately and hid them here. One can only lament that they have spent years stitching and sewing only to end up making a wedding dress for Li Bin. Seeing everyone ecstatic, Li Bin had to pour cold water on their enthusiasm. Everyone, don't forget. We are still in space, and there are no shipborne weapons aboard. If we are captured by pirates, the 5,000 star coins will all be given away. Everyone return to your posts immediately. Just hang in there a little longer. Once we return to port, we'll crack open a bottle of Byzantine wine and properly enjoy this luxury. Captain. Fuel, food, and supplies were the necessities for a spacecraft, and these three categories of goods never lacked. Li Bin had just docked, and by listing them at half a stellar credit below the market price, 20 crates of supplies were instantly snapped up for 93 stellar credits each. After clearing out the salvage and miscellaneous items through the black market, he had an additional 20 stellar credits in hand. Combined with the 300 stellar credits left over from repaying debts and covering daily expenses over the past 6 months, his liquid assets reached 3100. Li Bin pulled out 2 bottles of Byzantine wine from the crate along with the vouchers retrieved from the safe and handed them to his sister. Take everyone to the Star Coffin Tavern. Let them share 1 bottle. You can find the tutorial online yourself. Give the other bottle to the tavern owner. And remember to book a private room, or those drunkards will pester you for a sip. Also, there's half a bottle left here. Mix it into their drinks before they start, then set aside a small half bottle. Take the bottle to the bartender and the tavern security and be sweet-tongued. Let them have a taste too. A crate of Byzantine wine held only 12 bottles. By giving away 1 bottle, Li Bin was essentially parting with at least 8 stellar credits. Li Changjin winced at the sight, muttering under his breath, 50 out of us, sharing 1 bottle, and you're giving 1 away? Brother, you've lost your mind. Before Li Bin could respond, Li Shu slapped Li Changjin on the back of the head. Though shorter than the gluttonous lad, she dominated him in presence. With the terrifying aura of an elder sister, Li Changjin immediately crouched and offered his ear. Li Shu grabbed her brother's ear and snapped, your brain is hopeless. Big brother's business thrives on information. What can't the tavern owner find out? A bottle of wine for a familiar face. Next time, well, earn back the principal and interest. Li Changjin nodded meekly, thinking his mind couldn't keep up. He resolved to keep a straight face in such situations and just focus on working hard, leaving the thinking to his elder brother. Go ahead, brother. He'll handle things here. With money in the family, Li Shu's confidence had grown. After managing the kitchen for 6 months, her cooking had won over all the crew, who respected her more than their team leader Li Changjin. Li Bin patted his sister's head, grabbed the collar of the wine-craving Jeffrey, and dragged the drunkard toward the bridge. Jeffrey's resentful cries echoed through the cabin. 3-legged cat bridge. Jeffrey was full of complaints. He glanced sideways at Li Bin, who was buried in the holographic projection. The ship's bridge projector displayed a colossal map of the Perseus cluster with dense text marking the core star region and scattered nameless glimmers at the edge representing the systems of the frontier. Once the entire star map bore traces of human activity. After the Great Collapse, the frontier regions gradually declined. Most colonies there perished, and the surviving humans degenerated into high-tech barbarians using relic weapons never to reach space in their lifetimes. My dear Captain, what the hell are you up to? I'm dying for a drink. That's Byzantine wine. Jeffrey scratched his head, his cravings tormenting him. Li Bin hadn't said a word about the matter, and he was suffocating. And why did you bring the wine crate to the bridge? List it for sale already. Sell it now? That'd be a loss. Li Bin opened his contact list and called the bank. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're using the wine to pay off debts. I warn you, they only take it at the lowest price. Jeffrey grew anxious, snapping to attention. Who said anything about paying debts? I'm applying for a loan. You're up to your ears in debt, and you want another loan. I'd give you one. Jeffrey's eyes widened. Whoever's willing. As Li Bin spoke, the call connected. A bald male customer service representative with distinct African features appeared in the projection. Mr. Li Bin, how may I assist you? Li Bin waved his hand. I don't need your service. I just want to apply for a loan. The black man said in surprise, I'm sorry, but based on your company's debt situation, you cannot. Li Bin opened the crate, revealing the wine labels on the corks, and cut him off. I just salvaged a batch of Byzantine wine. Authentic, verified. I'd like to use it as collateral for a loan. The black man squinted, and to Jeffrey's shock, his tones softened. Understood. He'll relay the message. A few minutes later, the black man beamed at Li Bin. Mr. Li Bin, an expert will arrive at your location in an hour for asset appraisal. Please wait. Thank you for your support of Richelieu Bank. Have a pleasant day. Jeffrey was dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom how a few thousand stellar credits worth of wine could secure a loan, let alone warrant an expert visit. So he looked at Li Bin, waiting for an answer. Li Bin leaned back in the captain's chair, closing his eyes for a nap. Jeffrey, you still don't understand the rich. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. I don't. And you do. Are you rich? How many rich people have you met? Li Bin thought to himself that he wasn't rich, but he had seen plenty of wealthy people. The rich of the 21st century and those of the interstellar age differed only in the scale of their wealth. If anything, the former enjoyed more, considering the 7 billion luxury users back on Earth, where even plants counted as luxuries. He pointed at the wine crate. Take wine, for example. A crate's worth 80 stellar credits, 200. The rich don't lack money. Giving them 200 stellar credits means nothing, friend. But hand them a bottle of Byzantine wine from the Thrace system, the pinnacle of wines. That's prestige. Li Bin touched his own face. Get it? Prestige. How else do the rich set themselves apart? In everything. Clothes, food, housing, travel. They need exclusivity. They have desires and hobbies. Satisfy those and you achieve your goals. To you and me, our goal might far exceed 200 stellar credits, but a rich man's prestige brings him much more. The Great Collapse's impact wasn't limited to politics and technology. Cultural loss also took a heavy toll. Many in the Perseus cluster knew nothing of the history Li Bin was familiar with, so Geoffrey couldn't grasp the meaning behind his words. History had told similar tales countless times, like Lu Buwei offering Lao AI to please Queen Zhao Ji. If Li Bin were Lao AI, this batch of wine was the goods, Lu Buwei the buyer, and Queen Zhao Ji the target of the buyer's favor. Though history had Lu Buwei seeking out Lao AI, in truth Lao AI could have volunteered himself to Lu Buwei. The only need was knowing in advance who needed this batch of wine. No need to worry. As a product of cash crops, Byzantine wine, like 1982 Lafite, saw demand outstrip supply. Once the appraisal certificate was obtained, buyers in the Southern Star region were plentiful. If treated merely as a commodity, a crate of wine was worth, at most, a few hundred stellar credits. But as a bribe, the possibilities multiplied. The experts arrived later than the customer service had said, and in greater numbers than usual, 5 in total. Li Bin opened the hatch and invited them into the bridge. The 5 exuded a distinct financial aura. Their synthetic fiber suits gleamed under the bridge lights, and gold-rimmed glasses integrated with terminal capabilities adorned each face, a veritable parade of wolves in sheep's clothing. Geoffrey nearly had a PTSD episode. It was people like these who had given him loans, then seized his ship, leaving him with no way out. Li Bin warmly welcomed the experts. He opened each wine crate one by one, letting them inspect. After confirming the crate's padding and bottles were all authentic originals, he generously pulled out a bottle, popped the cork, and to the experts' half-surprised, half-delighted stares, poured the wine. The decanter swirled in his hand as the fruity aroma gradually spread. Li Bin's technique was practiced. He used the retro handshaking method instead of mechanical decanting. The rich wine splashed against the glass, forming beautiful droplets. This ancient method had no advantage beyond showmanship, yet the experts watched the wine with fascination, some nodding, others shaking their heads. These experts were well-versed in authenticating most luxuries and had tasted wine many times. But someone as generous as Li Bin opening a whole bottle just for verification was rare indeed. During the decanting, the takeout arrived, a meal worth 10 stellar credits made from naturally raised beef. Li Bin poured the wine into glasses. The decanted Byzantine wine shifted from dark red to ruby, its vivid hue evoking the tempting red lips of a young beauty. With a sip of wine and a bite of meat, the experts nodded in unison. Never had they expected such elegance in a scrap ship. Geoffrey clumsily mimicked their movements, cutting the beef and sipping the wine, smacking his lips in satisfaction, drawing sidelong glances. He covered his mouth, flustered. The experts enjoyed themselves, chatting and laughing with Li Bin. Li Bin watched, inwardly cursing the so-called experts for their fussiness, but his words flowed with wit and charm. Once the experts issued the appraisal certificate, the deal was as good as done. Just as Li Bin was pondering how to broach the loan, one of the experts adjusted his glasses and spoke. Mr. Li Bin, I know you have other plans for this batch of Byzantine wine, but I must ask, are you considering selling it now? We only need 1 crate. Li Bin raised an eyebrow. I was planning to take the wine to the Southern Star region and sell it to a risk mining company or the hegemony. As you know, since the Interstellar Empire declared itself, it's been at odds with the hegemony for years. Byzantine wine commands a high black market price there. But since you've asked, I'm willing to hear your proposition. The expert nodded. That trade route is indeed highly profitable. Very well, let's be direct. I'm not an appraisal expert. Though I work for Richelieu Bank, my actual role is fund manager. I serve the governor's office. A bank fund manager, in theory, had nothing to do with running errands for clients. In reality, even in his past life, large depositors were treasures banks cherished. They gave out gifts like rice flour and oil during holidays, and for the truly wealthy, they'd help with children's school admissions or arrange jobs for relatives. A fund manager buying wine for a powerful, wealthy governor was only natural. Wow, a big shot. Li Bin leaned back in the captain's chair, casting a sidelong glance at the dumbfounded Geoffrey. His meaning was clear. See, that's the allure of prestige for the rich. In the course of the conversation, the fund manager, who bore the title of an expert but actually served the governor, expressed his demands in a detailed manner. It turned out that they planned to build several factories in the Perseus Alliance. Although the current factory technology could not compare to the automated factories left over from the era of humanity, it could still free up basic industrial capacity, allowing the automated factories to focus on ship manufacturing. Factories in the interstellar era stretch for miles, requiring immense quantities of ores and metals. Especially concerning rare earth minerals, Kazalan is a planet whose core has cooled. Although it is rich in rare earth, shallow rare earth mines are scarce and mostly exist in the form of ionid sorb deposits that are not economically viable. In simple terms, to extract rare earths, one must first refine large quantities of ordinary ores such as aluminum and iron ores, and then extract the rare earths dissolved in the wastewater. If they were to extract rare earths purely, the waste and losses would be unacceptable to large corporations. Thus, they turned their attention to the nearby Elphi star, where the lava planet lacked solid land, only having islands watered by a mix of saturated water vapor and chemical substances which were at risk of melting at any moment. However, this also meant that the crust of Elphi was extremely active, and by setting up equipment on these islands, they could quickly sift out rare metals. Yet the Perseus star region has more than just Elphi as a lava planet. The success of their business needed to be assessed. Therefore, the governor of Elphi prepared a wealth of projects to express goodwill to the inspection team, among which Byzantine wine was included as a potential beverage. Hearing this left Jeffrey in astonishment. It was his first time drinking. If it weren't for maintaining his image, he would have licked the wine off his tongue. This was just one of the many welcome items, and that meal must have cost as much as a spaceship per person. Life is a mix of highs and lows. Upon hearing that it involved the governor and a large corporation, Li Bin became even more excited, knowing that the loan was about to be finalized. This matter was a matter of life and death for him, but for a giant like the governor, it was merely a trivial issue. The question of whether there are plans to sell was just the governor being polite. Did he really think it was serious? Don't be foolish. If someone gives you an opportunity, take it quickly. As the old saying goes, the emperor does not dispatch starving soldiers. Li Bin thought that the wine label was to signal the need for a loan, and surely the governor's people would understand his demands. As for why the governor's office hadn't secured Byzantine wine, he had no desire to investigate. Even if he asked, he wouldn't have the right to get an answer. He was just thankful for his good fortune. A person's success is determined by 3 parts destiny and 7 parts hard work. Isn't this just luck coming his way? Despite his heart blooming with joy, Li Bin pretended to ponder for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Getting into business is simply too sentimental. He stood up, and amidst Jeffrey's shock, he picked up a box of wine and set it in front of the fund manager. I was born on Elphi, and I believe you are aware of my background. My parents are unreliable and use me to take loans, and the family is deep in debt, not to mention I have younger siblings to support. If someone like me can register a company and do business, it's already a testament to the governor's effective governance. Selling the wine is merely business, but if the wine I gift appears on the governor's table, then I can boast that my goods caught the governor's eye, enhancing my reputation. This wine I absolutely cannot sell. I must ask for your opportunity to gift it to the governor, wishing him success in securing the large corporation contract and propelling the Elphi economy forward. In the future, he'll have to make a living in Elphi, and the better the economy does, the more money I can earn. The fund manager was somewhat surprised, judging by the documents he had prepared for the worst with the 16-year-old's age. Unexpectedly, Li Bin not only understood the situation, but was also so smooth, lacking any of the sharp edges typical of youth, instead resembling a seasoned businessman. A genuine smile appeared on the fund manager's otherwise formulaic, gentle face. Mr. Li Bin, you truly are young and promising with a far-reaching vision. Since you have the intention of gifting, bringing up money would be too sentimental. I will take charge. This box of wine shall be accepted on behalf of the governor's office. Saying this, he stood up, drank the wine in one go, and shook hands with Li Bin. My name is Nas. In the future, if you need anything, feel free to come to the bank and find me. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you and the experts any longer. I wish you wealth and prosperity like the stars in the galaxy. Li Bin quickly responded, and the other experts also stood up to send manager Nas off the ship. As for Jeffrey, his mind couldn't keep up with the pace, still struggling to understand why Li Bin chose to gift rather than sell. It was only when Li Bin returned to the bridge that he noticed only Li Bin was back. He asked somewhat dazedly, where are the others? What others? Li Bin replied, raising his cup to finish the remaining wine. The experts. That bespectacled fellow said you were chatting with them. Where are they? Jeffrey was exasperated. I won't even mention that bottle of wine I already drank. I won't even mention that box of wine that was given away. But what about the loan? We have to discuss the loan for it to have results, right? What more is there to discuss after signing the contract? If we talk more, I'll have to treat for dinner, and I don't have that much money to spend. Li Bin sank into the captain's seat, legs resting on the command platform, lightly shaking his feet, indicating a relaxed mood. Wait, you signed a contract already? Jeffrey asked incredulously. How could you negotiate in just a few minutes? Contracts are prepared in advance. Setting the numbers, interest rates, and signing takes only a few minutes. It takes less than a minute. How much and what's the interest rate? 5,000 star coins with an annual interest. Jeffrey's mind was racing, unable to comprehend. Wait, why? The company still owes over 10,000. How can you lend 5,000? And at an annual interest rate of 1? Is this some kind of charity? Of course I gifted the governor a box of wine. Why wouldn't they sign with me? If they wouldn't give me face, how could they not give the governor face? If not for the fact that the minimum authority would at least be 1, I could negotiate a zero-interest loan too. This is what I mean by face value, my friend. Giving face to important figures means having everything. Jeffrey semi-understood. Li Bin didn't clarify the logic for him. The Perseus star region lacked a unified government, and Elphi was a free planet without direct management from large corporations. The governor was essentially a local emperor, and anyone doing business here would naturally give face. During their earlier conversation, Nas remarked, "If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to the bank," indicated that Li Bin had caught Nas' attention, indirectly suggesting that the loan approval was a success, and he hinted at it in his managerial capacity. After all, Nas, in addition to serving the governor, held a position as a bank fund manager, which was far more significant than that of a luxury goods appraiser. So as soon as Nas left, the experts urged Li Bin to sign the contract, ignoring any planning proposals or wealth plans. Seeing that the first officer still wasn't enlightened, Li Bin further understood why his business would fail, thus consoled him. "Old Jeff, you're different from me. Don't waste too much energy on interpersonal relationships. Your role is to be a harmonizer and a technical expert. Just focus on those 2 points." Now Jeffrey understood. Well, apparently Li Bin thought he was being foolish. But then he thought about how Li Bin exchanged a bottle of wine for a 5,000 low-interest loan, rolling his eyes and finishing the last sip in his cup. "So what are you planning to do with this money? Are you planning to buy fuel and actually transport it to the Southern Star region?" Li Bin opened the holographic projection. "Of course, we need to sell. How else can we replicate today's success? However, the money won't be used to buy fuel. I'm planning to go to Kazalan to buy shipborne weapons and fully arm the ship." He continued, flipping through the star map. "Your task has been completed, so go enjoy yourself. By the way, tell everyone that we will rest for a week. Everyone should relax well, as we may not have time to rest for the next half a year to a year." A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the crew, having rested, felt much more spirited. During this time, Vulcan returned to the industrial area to recruit 20 new crew members for the captain, only to discover that in the past 6 months, due to the stability and continuity of the scrap metal business, Li Bin's reputation had become well known among the workers. The workers all knew about the Li family, which had gone bankrupt a few years ago, and how Li Bin had emerged as a capable individual who not only became wealthy himself, but also recruited many crew members from the industrial area. No one knew exactly how much Li Bin had earned, but it was evident that his siblings frequently represented him in banquets hosted by the workshop supervisors. Li Shu, who once shared the same fate as everyone else, surrounded by chemical solutions, high temperatures from boilers, and waste gas, had now become someone who the foreman had to flatter, evoking a mix of envy, jealousy, and reluctance in everyone. But most of their thoughts were focused on ingratiating themselves. Even when Vulcan returned home, he was treated lavishly by the gang boss he had once allied with, who frequently mentioned Li Bin, expressing great confidence in him and subtly hinting that Vulcan should help bring in the relatives of these bosses out of old friendship. Indeed, although many people no longer had children, the old violent profession of the gangsters, along with political and military families, still valued bloodlines and maintained their lineage. As Vulcan returned to the ship, he felt that same dizzy sensation he had when he first started, but this time his mind was filled with the words of several bosses: if there were no other options, who would choose to mix with gangsters? Being a crew member is great. You get to see more, have more opportunities, and with good luck, you could even become a contractor for a major corporation, which would be a leap into a better life. At the very least, you wouldn't have to let your children stay here inhaling waste gas. Without smoking, their lungs are already worse than coal dust. With the boss's aspirations for comparison, Vulcan truly realized how fortunate he was, and remembering that the captain had already paid this year's salary in full with his debts settled, he found the remaining performance rewards pure profit, and even began to look forward to the deep space voyage ahead. As for bringing in the gangsters' relatives, he stated that he would do his best, and then reported the news to the captain. After receiving the captain's orders, he pretended to be troubled, carefully selecting from the gangsters' relatives 8 strong individuals to bring aboard. Regarding the benefits that those so-called bosses had offered to Vulcan, Li Bin had long approved him to accept them. Li Bin understood early on during his university days the principle that clear waters have no fish. As long as it didn't affect work, it was no problem for subordinates to receive a little extra, which could be interpreted positively as someone else paying for his performance. Negatively, it could serve as evidence for potential future reckoning. Main engine preheating, separation from the dock, adjust the ship's body, calibrate the orbit. The broadcast transmitted the bridge's commands to every corner of the cat's paw, serving as both notification and order. The crew secured their safety hooks to the auxiliary bars, fastening themselves as the ship rocked frequently. After a patrol inspection, the cat's paw departed the spaceport, plunging into the boundless starry sky. Kazalan Star Space Station. Li Shu covered her mouth. Li Changzhen stared wide-eyed, and the crew looked at the bustling scene before them, speechless. In the same galaxy, Elphi Star and Kazalan Star were worlds apart. Compared to Kazalan Star, Elphi Star resembled a suburban satellite city. Holographic advertisements were like blooming spring gardens, vibrant and competing for attention, filling the channels with advertising, information, navigation, broadcasts, and communications. The spaceships resembled heavy traffic, with vessels of various sizes lining up in orderly rows, entering and exiting the space station from 8 directions, converging towards the industrial heart, known as Kazalan, like an invisible blood vessel. A patrol team composed of large cruisers over 1,000 meters long served as the core, moving in and out of the lineup like white blood cells conducting checks. a firepower unit with a diameter of 3 kilometers, and the space station sharing mutual angles. An alarming number of sea-devouring missile launchers pointed in all directions. This human-constructed space defense array possessed firepower and defensive capabilities comparable to a main fleet. The shuttle-shaped Kazalin space station exceeded 75 kilometers in length and 34 kilometers in width, comprising complete deep space factories, orbital shipyards, habitats, and massive warehouses. Every day it devoured tens of thousands of tons of metal ore. Just ahead of Libin, a transport fleet composed of 2 Atlas-class transport ships, each measuring 3.6 kilometers long, advanced slowly like 2 space whales. The cat's paw was overshadowed by the Atlas-class transport ships, appearing as diminutive as a cleaner shrimp clinging to a large fish in the ocean. My goodness, how much cargo must they carry? Li Changzhen gazed at the massive ships that obscured the sky. An instinctive fear of falling surged through him, causing his legs to weaken. Despite having seen such scenes before through holographic projections, and even VR and AR, the shock of witnessing it firsthand, along with the slight tremors beneath their feet from the overlapping engines, was an experience that virtual reality could not replicate. Strong neural signals repeatedly reminded them that all of this was real. Those who had lived in space stations for generations and had never experienced gravity or heights did not understand what acrophobia was. Their instincts simply told them that the ground was above them and they were hanging upside down in the sky. When Li Bin first encountered such a scene, he was not much better off than the crew. Most people were not geniuses, but rather their experiences facilitated their growth. Without having seen the starry sky, one could not imagine its vastness. Without having witnessed waves, one could not comprehend its grandeur. Li's siblings and even the crew had seen these grand sights, allowing them to remain calm in future endeavors. Well, all of this is good news. Jeffrey had not been much better than the crew before, but now he took pride in his concealment, so he stood tall. He reprimanded the crew responsible for the bridge equipment. What are you still dawdling for? The engineering team has no work right now. Don't you have anything to do? Stop staring at the observation window, focus on the screens. Don't ignore the warning signals or the communication channels. If we collide, you'll be the one paying for it. The crew nodded, burying themselves in their tasks. Jeffrey took a round and warned, after docking, everyone stay on the ship. You will have your break afterward. Don't get itchy feet wanting to see the world. Let me make this clear. Kazalin is not like Elfie. It is a planet controlled by the Perseus Alliance. If a canister of oxygen were to fall, it could kill 10 people, 7 of whom would be contractors for major corporations, and the remaining 3 would have connections to those employees. Li Changzhen reluctantly suppressed his thoughts, and Li Shu curiously asked, "First officer, I have a question." Jeffrey, as the first officer, held a position on the ship only second to Li Bin and had never given anyone a pleasant look, but Li Shu, trained in the culinary arts of the 21st century and possessing a kind disposition, spoke politely, which suited his temperament. He cleared his throat and said, "What do you want to ask?" Li Shu then posed a question on behalf of all the crew members. "I heard my brother say that there are over a dozen major corporations in the Perseus star domain and quite a few warlords. What gives this alliance the audacity to use the name Perseus without fear of being attacked by other corporations?" Jeffrey sneered. "What gives them the right? They got a head start, and they are shameless about it. In the early days of the Great Collapse, there was no such thing as the Perseus Alliance. Later, it was formed to counter the expansion of the overlords, waving the banner of resistance against their tyranny and advocating for freedom and independence." Speaking of freedom and anti-dictatorship, a look of disgust spread across Jeffrey's face. Bah. This flimsy alliance has no real power, yet they talk big, getting beaten down by the overlords year after year. I don't know the specifics. You should ask your brother. He knows more. So Li Shu looked at Li Bin, and the crew, having heard gossip about the major corporations, either kept their heads down working or straightened their clothes, but all pricked up their ears. Li Bin, being called upon, lifted his head from a sea of documents. After hearing the background of the matter, he pinched the bridge of his nose to rest his eyes, while Li Shu, understanding, trotted over to massage his shoulders and nudged her brother with her elbow. Li Changzhen immediately understood his sister's meaning and eagerly stepped forward, resting Li Bin's legs on the command console, squatting down like a bear to knee Li Bin's legs. Comfortable. Li Bin let out a long breath, grunted a few times, organized his thoughts, and began to speak. These matters are not secrets. The outcomes of the corporate wars are already determined with information readily available online, although it's not easy to find. They'll just share what I know. First, everyone must heed the first officer's warning. I don't think he's just boasting. The Perseus Alliance is very different from other major corporations in that its original intention was to oppose the overlords. The essence of the alliance is military mutual protection. The politics and economies of each planet are actually independent, controlled by governors and financial capitalists. Thus, the planets under the Perseus Alliance have the most complex and numerous financial projects and promotional groups in the star domain. You may lack experience and easily fall victim to sales pitches to buy worthless stocks. Everyone struggles to earn money, and debts are on the verge of being paid off. don't capsize at this point. The Perseus Alliance actually has a similar organization in Earth's history called the Hanseatic League, a commercial and political alliance in northern Germany that maintained common economic interests among various free cities through trade networks. A significant issue with this model is the low administrative efficiency, hesitation in military actions, and weak expansion. They only unite when forced by an attack. Thanks to its early establishment, various planets were compelled to join due to the threats posed by the overlords at that time, which allowed it to occupy multiple planets and gain the status of a major corporation. Thus, although the nominal owner of the Tula star system is the Perseus Alliance, there still exists a free planet like Elphi Star. It's a shame for the major corporations, a pure shockwave. Lieben did not share these thoughts with everyone. He simply ridiculed how the major corporations would be secretly reported and merely remarked, although Kazalin has strong industrial strength, it is also influenced by the financial climate of the alliance, with many hidden clauses in purchases and various special laws. When you encounter something you desire, do not buy it yourself. It's better to purchase something expensive on other planets than to spend money here. Alright, we are about to dock. Everyone get in position. The engineering team prepare to take delivery. The port district of Kazalin was naturally many times more prosperous, its multi-layered rail transit systems as intricate as the transportation networks of a mountain city, dizzying to behold. Lieben had merely posted a purchase intention online, and within less than 5 minutes a swarm of salespeople flooded into the Triceratops. As Jeffrey had previously tipped off, many among the sales group held little hope for Lieben. Their companies lacked the strength to provide a complete catalog of shipborne weapons. These cunning salesmen prepared a paltry few weapons just to gain entry, then set their sights directly on the crew. They enthusiastically unfurled holographic projections, a dazzling array of advertisements, and buttons capable of blocking a person's entire view in less than a second. Coupled with highly provocative sales pitches, even seasoned crew members had a considerable chance of being lured into desire, ultimately buying a heap of worthless stocks. Fortunately, Lieben had his younger siblings by his side. Not only were they obedient, but each also had their own methods for dealing with the salespeople. Li Shu, no matter what was said to her, would smile sweetly and claim she was quite tempted, but that she already owed the bank a great deal of money. The implication was clear: "You're too late. We've already been fleeced. Our loans are paid up to 90 years from now. There's no oil left to squeeze." Li Changjin was even simpler. His mind couldn't grasp concepts like loan transfers or stock market trends. He just needed to stand there with his arms crossed, and any sales talk went in one ear and out the other. When a crew member in his group couldn't hold out and was about to pay up, Li Changjin would land a punch. His worker's iron fist was heavy and fierce, sending the person straight to the medical bay for drip. Seeing that sales were futile, the salesman turned to Vulcan. Vulcan, having been educated by Lieben and pulled out of the mire of industrial district thugs, had his debts cleared. He considered the captain's kindness an unending debt and was more loyal than anyone. He simply locked himself and his group in the crew quarters, gave each a sleeping pill, and they all went to sleep. In total, only about a dozen people truly came to do business with the captain. Seeing this, Jeffrey, fuming with rage, drew his knife, grabbed a stool, and sat down at the docking bay, using the knife to block the salesman behind him, allowing no more to board the ship. The bidding on Lieben's end was reaching a fever pitch. He threw out his entire capital of 5,000 loan and over 3,000 in funds, totaling nearly 10,000 stellar credits. Aside from shipborne weapons, the remaining money was to be used entirely for purchasing heavy ground weaponry, tanks, artillery, hovercraft, and even war mechs. This was pure arms dealing, with each crate of heavy weapons priced at over 420 stellar credits. These weapons were designed with transportation in mind. All components could be disassembled into sizes that fit into space transport containers. Thus, once purchased, they would be broken down into parts and boxed. No one would be foolish enough to load a towering mech directly into the cargo hold. It would waste space and be easily damaged during transport or combat with pirates. In single-ship transactions, this was a truly massive order, enough to buy a fully armed second-hand destroyer. Several weaker sales companies had begun to form joint bidding schemes to compete against other firms. The sales representative from Kissinger Salvage Company was the first to complete the alliance's resource integration. She tugged at her collar, further revealing her already exaggeratedly full chest, and said in a knowledgeable tone, "Captain Lieben, regarding your requirements, we have a new proposal. For shipborne weapons, aside from the torpedoes you specified, we offer 2 assault chain guns and 1 light machine gun. For heavy weapons, aside from hovercraft, we can fulfill any other need with combinations tailored to your preference." A few minutes later, representatives from the other allied groups also presented their proposals. Lieben looked over each representative's offer, maintaining his silence. Everyone assumed Lieben found the prices too high. Some complained that their profits were already squeezed to the limit, others hinted at post-deal rebates, while keeping the transaction price unchanged, and still others offered extra stocks as a bonus. In an instant, the bridge was as lively as a vegetable market. It was the saleswoman from Kissinger Salvage Company who came up with a unique condition. "Beyond what we've discussed, If you sign a contract with us, we can also provide you with an exceptional talent to train your crew in weapon operation and combat techniques. Of course, the cost of a lifetime contract will be borne by us. Seeing Li Bin look her way, she thrust out her chest to flaunt her figure and spoke rapidly. We have a talent directory of partners, all guaranteed to be retired Marine Corps members with extensive combat experience. This statement undoubtedly struck a chord with Li Bin. Discounts and rebates were all illusions. Li Bin had staked everything not for a paltry few dozen stellar credits. As for stocks, that was even more nonsense. Only this beautiful woman, pleasing to the eye and exceptionally skilled at reading people, stood out. A retired Marine would not only bring direct combat power, but could also train armed sailors. Over the past 6 months, Li Changjin and the others had grown into competent crew members, but to truly navigate the war-torn pirate-infested Perseus cross-sector, armed sailors were indispensable. At the very least, when pirates boarded the Triceratops, the crew could use the terrain to resist methodically rather than charging to their deaths in a chaotic swarm. Li Bin immediately signed a letter of intent with the beautiful saleswoman, drove the other troublesome people off the ship, and the temporary sales alliance led by Kissinger Salvage Company began waiting for samples to arrive while engaging in a tug-of-war negotiation with Li Bin. Captain Li Bin, my name is Mira. Mira crossed her legs, her thighs taut and sensual in black stockings. She introduced herself with an intellectual air, her shaped figure exuding tension. Less small talk, let's focus on business. Li Bin ignored the bowtie's physique, the pressure of going Allen, keeping his mind tense and leaving no room for distractions. I don't need the assault chain guns, replace them all with light machine guns. As for torpedoes, I want hammer torpedoes. You've seen my ship, but has a carrier deck. I need an LPC for fighters, limited production chip. Any carrier can use its built-in printing factory to produce fighters, replace parts, and manufacture ammunition based on the chip. It's black tech from the domain. Name your price. Mira nodded. Although Li Bin's demands were peculiar, swapping the more powerful and suitable medium shipborne assault chain guns for smaller light machine guns, a move that reduced self-defense capability, her sales experience told her not to contradict any bizarre employer request. Any requirements for the fighters? Li Bin was concise, low combat needs, but there is a mining requirement. Then I recommend the worker bee drone developed by Hyena Mining Industries. You've likely heard of this mega-corporation. Its main business is mining and/or refining. This LPC's design is crude, but favored by void mine operators for its low production and maintenance difficulty. As long as you can mine metal ores, the carrier's built-in printing factory can produce fighters based on the LPC's blueprint. Li Bin didn't need to check to know her proposal was fine. The worker bee drone was indeed an entry-level mining aircraft, also usable as cannon fodder to draw fire in combat. Seeing no objection, Mira continued, LPCs are expensive. Even for the worker bee drone, LPC-1 chip costs 1000 stellar credits. Including the blueprints for 2 small hammer torpedoes, 3 light machine guns, and their ammunition, the total comes to 1500 stellar credits. A very reasonable price. They weren't making much on the shipborne weapons. Blueprints are design schematics. Except for shuttles, even the smallest frigates have production workshops, industrial 3D printers, for manufacturing ammunition, weapons, and small parts. It was precisely because of the proliferation of 3D printing technology that the ammunition trade for shipborne weapons was unprofitable. So companies sold production licenses and blueprints instead. Any requirements for heavy weapons? Mira pressed. Li Bin replied, just one speed. I want the cargo loaded as soon as possible. The proportions don't matter. Such a crisp answer made Mira's eyes light up. Captain Li Bin, you're a man of few words. They'll go arrange the goods immediately. Barring any surprises, we can have everything ready today. Trust in Kazalyn's industrial capabilities. Li Bin still remembered that in his past life, the notorious Detri-paying actor Nicolas Cage had starred in a film titled Lord of War, where the protagonist stood on a street paved with brass shell casings, smoking a cigarette, and uttered a classic line, in this world 1 in every 12 people owns a gun. The only question is, how do you sell guns to the remaining 11? It was both arrogant and sinister. Now that it was his turn to become an arms dealer, Li Bin could also bite down on a cigarette and repeat the same words to his first mate. Fortunately and unfortunately, turmoil in the Perseus Star sector was like fried chicken to an African-American uncle. You could hate it and denounce it, but you could never escape it. Heavy weapons cost 460 star coins per crate. They were called crates because these items were contraband on many planets controlled by giant corporations like Hegemony. If caught by patrols, they would be directly confiscated and fined. Thus, these heavy weapons were packed as parts in crates, so if they encountered someone willing to turn a blind eye, they could explain it away as transporting components. Having spent his entire fortune to buy 15 crates of heavy weapons, the cargo hold of the tripod cat was still quite empty. Mira, true to her reputation as a top salesperson, though Kisslinger Company was not large, she coordinated with allied companies' inventory in just over 10 minutes. Not only were all the heavy weapons warehoused, but the weapons testing ground was also prepared. As the only one on the ship with experience in operating artillery, Jeffrey naturally took over the testing work, leaving surrounded by a group of men itching to try out the ship-mounted weapons. Meanwhile, Li Bin was interviewing retired Marines. The Marine Corps could be seen as professional soldiers specializing in landing operations, boarding actions, and were the absolute main force in wars within space station ship interiors and on planetary surfaces. To be honest, despite having the experience of 2 lifetimes, Li Bin still had no effective memories or experience when it came to Marines. After all, in his past life, he was a model youth, and in this life, most of his time was spent dealing with commerce. Even when facing war, it was space naval battles. He could only use plot-based questions from movies and novels, judging by the interviewee's answers, demeanor, and temperament. But the last person on the list gave Li Bin a great shock. The man looked very old with obvious sagging flesh on his cheeks, and the information showed he was only 40 years old. This was rare among interstellar humans who, thanks to gene modulation, enjoyed long lifespans and extended prime years. It could only mean he had experienced numerous planetary landing battles, the facial muscles pulled down by gravity during prolonged ground combat. Humans who spent their entire lives in space, even when aged, would not have such pronounced sagging marks on their face. Even more bizarre was that this man had only his right hand as natural, his left arm and both legs were replaced with prosthetics, and his right eye was also a prosthetic. His remaining natural eye carried a hint of confusion, and he curled up slightly when sitting down. If not for his highly cybernetic body, Li Bin might have mistaken him for an old farmer. Li Bin cleared his throat. Please introduce yourself first. My name is on the list, but everyone calls me Old One Eye. You can call me that too, Captain. Old One Eye drooped his eyelids as listless as an old cat basking in the sun. I finished my Marine training at 20, killed people for 28 years, can't remember how many. He introduced himself sparsely, offering no effective information beyond his rich experience. Li Bin asked a few questions, but couldn't sense any professionalism. A dull boredom rose between them, a stark contrast to the previous recruitment. Forget it, let's fast forward to the skill demonstration. Everyone can talk, Li Bin thought, and said, would it be convenient to show me your skills? Any skill is fine. Grappling, shooting, espionage, anything. Old One Eye used his only good hand to pick his ears, scooping out a pea-sized piece of earwax, and then extended his hand, bringing it right in front of Li Bin's face. Li Bin abruptly stood up, his hair standing on end. In an in-person interview, the interviewer maintains a certain distance from the interviewee to observe their full body movements. That distance must be greater than an arm's length. Li Bin hadn't expected that Old One Eye, using the boredom of the ineffective QA session to affect him, had silently closed the distance. Because he had been keeping his body hunched and appearing lazy, even if he shrank further, it wouldn't raise suspicion. He used this trick to offset the visual change from moving his seat closer. Impressive. Li Bin wiped the sweat from his forehead and praised him sincerely. Just now he could have reached out and grabbed my throat. This Old One Eye was the most experienced among today's interviewees. His resume couldn't be fake. Li Bin asked curiously, I have one last question. With skills like yours, you could easily apply to be a Marine instructor at a company. Why do you want to join a ship? Old One Eye grinned, I've been on the ground too long. I want to see the sky. If the captain doesn't mind, I'd like a job. Hearing this, Li Bin fell silent. He thought for a few seconds, then solemnly extended his hand. What are you saying? My ship is in need of a bosun. Please do join us. Li Bin was still striking a humble pose when the bridge door was pushed open and Li Changjin burst in, shouting, bro. It's so powerful, these ship-mounted weapons are insane. That light machine gun, I thought it was just a small pipe, but guess what? 60mm caliber. Each bullet weighs over a pound. That's not a gun, it's a cannon, and it fires in bursts. On Earth, automatic weapons above 20mm caliber were already called cannons. But in the interstellar age, since a single frigate was over 60 meters in size, this standard had changed in space. Only ship-mounted automatic weapons above 90mm caliber deserved to be called cannons. This thing had to humbly be called a machine gun. I'm claiming the machine gunner spot from now on. None of you dare fight me for it, he declared boldly. Li Bin smiled and agreed, then pointed to his brother and said to Old One Eye, this volunteer will be your first recruit. He's my little brother. I have high hopes for him. I hope you can educate him with the strictest methods. Li Bin emphasized the strictest heavily. Old One Eye glanced at Li Changjin, who was showing off his biceps to intimidate his colleagues, and nodded. Young, good physique, looks simple-minded. He's perfect raw material for a grunt. Li Changjin was still excited from the exhilarating experience of firing the cannon himself, completely unaware that his brother had sold him out. The next day, Li Bin, now penniless, piloted the tripod cat away from the industrial money pit of Kazarin, heading toward the nearest hyperspace jump point. The Tulii star system was over a dozen light-years away from Li Bin's destination, a spatial span that even light would take years to cross. Relying solely on the tripod cat's engines, which took over 10 days to traverse a single star system, by the time he arrived, the people there would have already been replaced by a new generation. Thus, interstellar transport required using hyperspace. It was a barren, violent, and extremely unstable world existing as a dependent layer alongside the main universe. Moreover, hyperspace had an excellent property. The stars of the real universe had reflections in hyperspace, and distances within hyperspace were far shorter than in the real universe. In other words, by braving a journey through hyperspace and enduring its storms, one could cross several light years in just a few days, conducting business beyond the star system. Compared to the forces of nature, spaceships still seemed far too fragile. Even now, with humanity possessing giant ships kilometers long, they were still like returning to the age of sail, crossing the Atlantic in schooners when faced with the chaotic and violent hyperspace. Everyone knew that in New York, iron nails were a luxury, and England had the largest iron nail factories, but few dared to board the ships. Similarly, everyone knew that agricultural planets a few light years away had cheap food, while the Tulii star system had not a grain of organic soil. Yet the wealthy would rather rot in a space station than risk entering hyperspace. Only those with no way back, like Li Bin and his crew, would plunge into it, gambling for a future. Enter the jump point in 30 minutes. The ship will begin self-checking. Crew members without tasks, please return to the dormitory immediately. Li Bin recited the process over the intercom monotonously. At this moment, the three-legged cat had arrived near the hyperspace jump point, where a spherical object emitting bluish-purple light hovered in the void. Inside the sphere were whirlpools and faint glimmers. Anyone seeing the jump point for the first time would feel an instinctive fear of the unknown. The sphere was unstable, seemingly influenced by something regularly expanding and contracting, with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers at its largest and only 3 or 4 kilometers at its smallest. As the sphere pulsated, the ships ahead were swallowed one by one. Li Shu gazed at the lineup of ships, inadvertently recalling the mythological stories Li Bin had told in the past. Gods hung high in the heavens while the people queued to kneel and pray, offering sacrifices of all kinds. Li Changzhen surveyed the surrounding ships with great interest, calling out their names and specifications while mockingly whispering, "Ha, a bunch of escort ships, dare they cut in line with their tiny 6 to 70-meter vessels. If I were at the helm, I'd ram you down." Seeing her brother so carefree, Li Shu's worries eased considerably. As the commands from the bridge grew increasingly frequent, the three-legged cat collided with the bluish-purple jump point under the anxious gaze of everyone. A roaring sound filled her ears, akin to thunder and rain pouring incessantly, or like the echo of a waterfall nearby. All words and sounds became blurred by this roar, as if separated by something. Her body felt a distinct sluggishness, as if her hands and feet were submerged in water, yet her breathing remained smooth. Li Shu opened her eyes in discomfort, noticing that others around her wore expressions of pain similar to her own. Only her brother, the first officer, and the newly recruited sailor, known as Old One-Eyed, were unaffected. This is spatial dislocation sickness. Everyone experiences it the first time they enter or exit hyperspace. Li Shu heard her brother explain loudly, yet even so she felt she couldn't hear clearly. Li Bin continued, "As long as one isn't overly sensitive, this symptom won't appear again after the first time." Indeed, the negative effects of spatial dislocation sickness did not last long. For Li Changzhen, it wore off in about an hour, while the relatives of the Elfi clan, who were newly recruited sailors with better conditions and more delicate spirits, found their symptoms alleviated after about half a day. Just as seasickness is the first gift of the ocean to newcomers, spatial dislocation sickness is merely the first warning from hyperspace. The three-legged cat flew cautiously through the dimness of hyperspace. Strangely, in hyperspace, one could always see bright lights in the distance, while the nearby areas remained shrouded in darkness, with no apparent optical connection between the two, a phenomenon utterly counterintuitive. Though the speed of travel remained unchanged, the fuel consumption of the ship was dozens of times greater than in the real universe. Just watching the rapidly spinning fuel gauge was enough to induce anxiety. Moreover, hyperspace was not devoid of matter. It had unique terrains. During the voyage, the three-legged cat occasionally collided with sparse materials resembling clouds. Humans had named these remnants hyperspace nebulae, which could sometimes release photonic energy when they gathered, or perhaps heat, causing significant harm to the ships within range, leading humans to refer to them as hyperspace storms. In a hyperspace storm, no one would activate their shields. The natural forces at play were beyond human resistance, and the only result of activating shields would be additional costs for replacing battery packs on top of damage to the armor and hull. While introducing the hyperspace nebulae filling every observation window of the three-legged cat, Li Bin reassured everyone over the intercom, even hyperspace nebulae follow patterns. Some routes carved between nebulae have existed for thousands of years. Although we are currently in a nebula, this particular nebula hasn't experienced a storm in hundreds of years, so the chances of disaster are quite low. Besides, our armor is complete, so we are not afraid. As he spoke, the three-legged cat began to jolt violently. The crew looked at the captain in panic, and even Jeffrey wore a look of uncertainty. Li Bin opened the ship's camera and turned pale. A shuttle's wreckage had crashed into the armor on the side of the three-legged cat, leaving a 3-meter-long scratch on the hull. Though his ship had been struck, Li Bin had no outlet for his frustration. The owner of the shuttle was certainly still inside the wreck, but Li Bin had no necromancy spells to make the dead pay. Moreover, even salvaging wreckage to mitigate losses would be futile as hyperspace was fraught with turbulence, and stabilizing the ship's posture consumed fuel at rates exceeding normal navigation. Of course, if Li Bin happened to run into a cruiser, or even a battleship, it would be an entirely different story. Salvaging for those few hours would cost him a tenth of his fuel. What bad luck. Li Bin steered to avoid a second collision with the wreckage. The nebulae composed of matter slowed the ship's speed much like a person in water. Once the ship exited the nebula, its speed increased. Hyperspace was undoubtedly much livelier than star systems. One significant reason was that the mapping distance in hyperspace was smaller than in the real universe, hence within prosperous and established routes. One could see ships all around, and everyone navigated according to habit and mutual understanding, contributing blood and sweat to the insatiable giants. Additionally, there were thrilling robberies and wars. Pirates, the Ludovico method, Hell's Legion, the Fong clan, and other war maniacs, extreme religions, and brainwashing factions fought all over hyperspace. These factions, aside from planning large-scale invasions of star systems, most often engaged in tactics akin to those of pirates, sporadically sending ships to rob transportation fleets within hyperspace. They were powerless against the defense forces within star systems, yet could hide within nebulae, like vultures watching hyperspace jump points ready to swoop down on unsuspecting prey. Their primary goal was to disrupt the transportation systems of star systems, thereby weakening their power. If they discovered their disruptions had sparked some turmoil, they would call upon their main fleets and brazenly launch invasions. Such actions led to numerous detrimental consequences, one of which was the rise of refugees. In star systems like the Tuller system, which lacked large-scale food supplies, once the food supply was cut off for more than 2 months, a food crisis could easily erupt. After more than 6 months, one could witness countless civilian ships recklessly attempting to breach the blockade in search of a glimmer of hope. Objectively speaking, over 4 of the current population of Elphi star consists of refugees from other star systems seeking job opportunities. Li Bin still remembered the first 2 years after he was mortgaged onto a ship. He was a laborer and often saw emaciated wealthy individuals disembarking from luxurious ships on grain-producing planets clad in gold and silver, watching the fertile lands through observation windows with a mix of wariness and greed. These were individuals who had successfully fled but were now starving, coming directly to the food-producing areas to eat, and some even had thoughts of buying land to become high-tech farm owners. With the engine power fully activated, the three-legged cat displayed its identification and followed a sizable commercial fleet southward while Li Bin's mind raced with thoughts. As a good citizen with a warm heart, Li Bin naturally could not turn a blind eye to the wicked actions of chaotic forces. Due to insufficient transport capacity, he could not purchase grain to support these starving systems. However, selling weapons to empower the people to defend their homes was something he could still do, and he was quite willing to. Jeffrey rushed down to the ship's bridge to find damage control as soon as he collided with the wreckage. When this first officer returned, his face was somewhat grim. "We need to find a nearby space station to dock. Our luck isn't too good. The wreckage was destroyed by an attack, and the explosion has twisted the hull with many sharp metal edges piercing deeply." Jeffrey projected a hologram magnifying the damaged parts, pointing out several obvious repair marks. The armor strength of civilian ships isn't high enough. Several spots have penetrated the cabin, but damage control has handled it urgently, and there are no issues inside the cabin now. However, the environment in hyperspace is vastly different from the real universe, and we have no repair ship. We can't fix the external armor. If we encounter a hyperspace storm, the armor here could be torn apart, and if other ships see us, they might just turn into pirates and rob us. Li Bin squinted at the projection, nodding in agreement with the first officer's assessment. Such problems wouldn't even pause the fleet of a civilian company. A fully equipped commercial fleet is extremely specialized in ship types, featuring escort ships dedicated to combat, medical ships, fuel transport ships, and even the transport ships are specialized, carrying nothing but a light machine gun for shattering space debris, lacking any other weapons, just a thin-skinned, heavy-bodied space dumpling. Only independent captains would have such stringent demands for the ship's overall performance. Poor yet picky, that's what someone like Li Bin is. The first officer stroked his chin. "Since you've been with the company for so long, do you have any acquaintances at any space station?" Li Bin shook his head. He did have acquaintances, but they were all accountants, clerks, and customs officials, who deals with factories in the smuggling business. Glancing at the star chart, Li Bin said, "We just crossed Cidalantia. The nearest star system only has one power, which is the Lud left route. Those lunatics from left route. Should we turn back to Cidalantia?" Li Bin shook his head again. "No way, that's a permanent neutral port open to all powers. Pirates and the lunatics from left route might set their sights on us. Moreover, prices there are high. We've spent all our money on heavy weapons, only having 109 star coins left. We should hold on a bit longer." The first officer said worriedly, "Hold on. Further ahead is the Sindar Authority, also a warlord power. Our heavy weapons are contraband there, and if we get caught, we'll lose everything. The southern areas like Hound Mining and Apex Design Group all have heavy weapons on their banned sales list. He scratched his head anxiously. By the way, who exactly do you plan to sell this batch of goods to? The South is filled with conservative megacorporations and warlords. Aren't we just looking for death by heading south? Li Bin asked curiously. Who told you I was selling to megacorporations? What do you take megacorporations for? 15 boxes of heavy weapons. Even my warehouse doesn't have that many. I'm doing this to support those living on free planets not under the protection of megacorporations, giving them the ability to defend themselves against invasions from pirates and lunatics. Jeffrey scoffed. If you're going to do business, just do business. Why talk about ideals? Do you think your opponent? Though he said this, Jeffrey's anxiety eased considerably. He was truly afraid that the hard-won hope of turning things around would be ruined by Li Bin's impulsiveness. Free planets lack everything. Jeffrey didn't know what Li Bin had found from the sea of news and rumors, but since he wasn't going to look for death, Jeffrey, considering the successes of the past 6 months, chose to gamble with him. Just as they were discussing where to resupply, the alarm on the command console went off. Li Bin picked up the communication, and the broken, raspy voice of the old one-eyed sailor echoed. Captain, we are being followed by 2 ships, likely pirates. Li Bin's nerves tightened. How did you find out? While in hyperspace, I had the lads practice hyperspace optical observation, and we noticed a nebula with an abnormal trajectory. This is a common tactic used by hyperspace pirates. They bring a fuel transport ship to lie in wait in hyperspace, approaching their target under cover of the nebula. I once suffered a loss with the ground troops. The impression is still fresh. The optical observation post was responsible for observing space with instruments and the naked eye. The data they gathered was compiled with the detectors and summarized for the navigator, who analyzed the latest space terrain and assessed risks before giving suggestions to the captain. Jeffrey exclaimed, but we are with a large trade fleet. What pirate would dare to target us? The old one-eyed sailor replied solemnly. We were spotted pretending to be a big fleet, and they realized our strengths and weaknesses. The navigator of the three-legged cat was Li Shu. Although she had bought the navigator training course, she had only been doing it for half a year, and her experience was still lacking, having been deceived by the pirates. She lowered her head in shame, and Jeffrey quickly comforted her. Sister, this has nothing to do with you. Formal navigator training usually takes 5 or 6 years to start. You should blame your brother, who told him to be reluctant to spend money. Li Shu slightly shook her head, and seeing that the effect was poor, the first officer nudged Li Bin. She's your sister, you should comfort her. Li Bin rolled his eyes at Jeffrey, thinking, what do you take my sister for? A delicate princess. She is a proper worker, stepping on the clutch and pushing the lever. She runs the forklift all day long. How could she use such soft and gentle comforts? You need to provide a sense of being needed. Without looking up, he said, you're the only navigator on the ship. You still need to analyze the star chart, so don't cry your eyes out. This statement was worth 1,000,000 comforts. Li Shu immediately wiped her face and threw herself into her work with renewed vigor. On the command console, Li Bin summoned the old one-eyed sailor. Sailor, come to the bridge immediately. He then cut off communication and immediately sounded the alarm throughout the ship. A cold mechanical voice echoed in every cabin and section. Pirate traces detected. All crew members must immediately take weapons and combat drugs, hold their positions, and follow commands. The yellow alarm lights flickered. The previously quiet cabin was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. This was the first time the three-legged cat officially faced naval combat, and all crew members were unusually tense. Li Bin cleared all trade information from the table, switched the hologram to battle mode, activated all optical observation posts, and directed the detectors towards the direction pointed out by the old one-eyed sailor. Jeffrey scratched his head, feeling anxious again. Should we find a star system to enter first? Violating heavy weapon regulations is one thing. Let's evade the pirates first. That would play right into their hands. Li Bin decisively rejected. You heard the old one-eyed sailor say they brought a fuel transport ship. Once they settle near the jump point, do you dare gamble on how many days they'll stay? When crossing the hyperspace jump point, all weapons will be offline. Saying this, Li Bin grabbed the first officer's shoulder. The only ones on this ship with real naval combat experience are you, me, and the old one-eyed sailor. The rest are novices. The observation posts haven't detected any pirate traces. It's still the old one-eyed sailor who reported. The light machine guns on the ship are hardly effective against pirates. We need to rely on torpedoes. You go control the torpedo launch. Jeffrey nodded vigorously and dashed out of the bridge, brushing past the old one-eyed sailor. At this moment, the ship's channel was filled with the irritable shouts of Li Changjin and Vulcan. The engineering team had the most experience and strength, and they were assigned to operate 3 light machine guns. As for the drones, they were directly controlled from the bridge. They're coming. Li Shu took off her headset, her clear voice reporting, coordinates 56. 78. 12, to our left, front 3 in number. The battle mode projection jumped again, revealing a 3-dimensional spherical map centered on the three-legged cat. The blurry hyperspace terrain shifted as the ship advanced, with two highlighted points appearing in front and to the side. One bright point represented the trade fleet, which seemed to have also detected the pirates and was accelerating to distance itself from Li Bin, while the other dimmer point was the pirates. This is the Tianxiong combat system originally used by the human military. After the Great Collapse, it spread everywhere, capable of intuitively aggregating reconnaissance information using AI to summarize and visually reflect the battlefield. In large-scale naval battles, this is an indispensable tool. If he could install an AI core, even a top-tier technological achievement from the era of humanity, on the ship, Li Bin could leverage the AI core's powerful computing power and algorithms to operate the three-legged cat like a war machine capable of obliterating military destroyers. The old one-eyed sailor took a quick glance and said, 3 ships, 1 fuel ship isn't worth considering the other 2. Li Bin enlarged the light dots, revealing the outlines of the pirate ships. This was a projection synthesized from photos transmitted by the optical observation posts. Drawing on his excellent memory, Li Bin immediately recognized the ship types. One is a Hellhound-class armed merchant ship, and the other is a robber-class corvette. The old one-eyed sailor looked surprised. He didn't expect this captain to be so familiar with ship types. During the days he bought the ship, Li Bin did a lot of homework, nearly reviewing all destroyers and ships below that in the core star region, memorizing the standard parameters of each ship. He said to the sailor, "The Hellhound is manageable. It's positioned as an armed merchant ship, slightly fast. The robber class is a fast ship designed by pirates. Although the materials are simple, the three-legged cat probably can't withstand its sneak attack. If the engine is damaged, we're done for." The old one-eyed sailor nodded. "Then we'll concentrate fire on the Hellhound and aim to severely damage it. Pirates are like dogs, afraid of the strong and bullying the weak. As long as they feel it's tricky, they won't dare risk losing their ship to trade blows with us." Li Bin nodded and asked again, "How's the training for the armed sailors going? Can they be of use?" The old one-eyed sailor grinned. "What kind of question is that, Captain? It's only been a few days. How could they be trained? If it comes to jumping out, you better hurry into the escape pod and run away." Li Bin didn't reply, thinking that all his efforts were on this ship, with one sibling obedient and the other understanding. How could he bear to run away? Damn it, the merchant fleet ahead has entered a hyperspace storm. The first mate cursed in frustration over the channel. They're using the storm to make a run for it. A hyperspace storm is akin to a hurricane in the real world. Against it, you can't move an inch. With it, you can be propelled forward at breakneck speed. If you ride the tailwind, even Usain Bolt would be left eating your dust. Using a hyperspace storm to gain speed is a common trick among seasoned captains, a numbers game balancing fuel supplies and repair costs. But this merchant fleet clearly showed no inclination to help, exuding a distinct sense of "die far away from me if you must." After all, offering mutual aid within one's capacity is an unspoken rule among deep space captains. No one knows when they might face an attack or disaster, and helping each other is one of humanity's last resorts in times of crisis. As the commander of a large merchant fleet, the opposing leader seemed utterly spineless. Even old One Eye frowned in disapproval. If he feared even a mere pair of frigate-sized pirates, how could he possibly command the respect of his fellow captains? Was he not asking for a mutiny? Li Bin had no time for cursing. He calmly silenced the first mate. "What's there to argue about? Make a note of this, company. From now on, we refuse them any rescue. Now focus on preparing for battle." Just then, Li Shu reported in a raised voice, "Enemy vessel at 1800 units. Estimated 5 minutes until they enter firing range. Raise the weapon mounts." Jeffrey roared over the channel. Weapon mounts were pre-installed spaces on a ship designed to accommodate weapons. Since the 21st century, shipborne weapons were no longer manually operated, so each mount came with a full suite of components: ammunition storage, electric engine circuits, fire control, radar, and more. It wasn't simply a hole dug into the hull. These mounts were covered by movable armor protruding like barnacles on a whale's skin. Unlike barnacles, however, they were retracted during peacetime and only deployed in battle. For electrically powered 60mm light machine guns emerged from the raised mounts. Under the control of Li Changjin, who had been temporarily reassigned as a gunner, one of the guns began to spin. Simultaneously, the hangar bay beneath the bridge opened and 6 drones were launched in sequence, circling the tripod cat. Their weapons were already locked onto the approaching pirate ships. These worker bee drones were equipped with simple chips, allowing them to cooperate via a local area network after receiving commands. Originally designed for long-distance mineral mining, they could shatter asteroids and mines, but they could also combine their fire to breach a ship's armor. Much like the hammerhead torpedoes mounted on the tripod cat's bow, originally intended for blasting asteroids, their destructive power proved equally effective against ships, so they were repurposed as weapons. 600 to enemy. Li Shu's voice rose again. On the Celestial Dome combat system, the pirates were well within the drone's operational radius. But Li Bin held his position. All the mining drones were crudely manufactured, adequate in firepower but lacking in defense. Without coordinated tactics, they could easily be torn apart. 3000 to enemy. Enemy opening fire. Li Shu's voice trembled with tension. Li Bin glanced at the combat system and grabbed the communicator. The pirates have fired fire serpents. The tripod cat will attempt evasive maneuvers. You must intercept those missiles. Aye, Captain. Li Changzhen responded. Fire serpent tracking missiles were a type of harassment missile designed specifically to disable engines. They posed almost no direct threat to the ship itself, as most of the warhead was taken up by the guidance system, with the remainder filled with expanding foam. Upon impact, the trigger warhead would immediately release the foam canister, which would expand 800 times in a second and rapidly harden, clogging the engine exhaust. If 2 or 3 fire serpent missiles struck simultaneously, the tripod cat would be dead in space for at least 20 minutes, while damage control crews scraped off the hardened foam and restarted the engines. This tactic, paralyzing without destroying, was a favorite among pirates, as it preserved the ship's cargo and property while allowing the most valuable asset, the ship itself, to be immediately converted into combat capability after capture. Because they had to swap out destructive torpedoes and missiles for niche weapons like fire serpents, the pirates' actual firepower fell short of what their number of weapon mounts suggested. Simply put, these pirates were all bark and no bite. That was Li Bin's opportunity. The light machine guns spat flames, 4 belts of ammunition sweeping across hyperspace. The 60mm rounds slammed into the fire serpent missiles, their kinetic energy tearing the missiles apart, and gray expanding foam burst out like fireworks. In the classification of shipborne weapons, light machine guns fell under kinetic energy weapons, specifically anti-aircraft. Relying on high rate of fire and multiple mounts to weave a dense net of saturation fire, they were perfectly suited to countering fire serpent missiles. These rounds were not filled with gunpowder, but with a special compound that could ignite in an oxygen-free environment. In the vacuum of space, their theoretical range was infinite. The pirates were probably cursing in disbelief right about now. Who would have thought a proper destroyer would forego cannons and mount a bunch of pea shooters like a frigate, peeing in all directions? The Celestial Dome combat system blared a fierce warning, the yellow alert turning red. The shrill alarm bell sent the crew members, who were already gripping their rifles in the corridors preparing for boarding actions, into a frenzy. Enemy at 1500. This meant they had entered hot weapon range. The fierce space battle had officially begun. Raise the shields. An orange shield slowly erected under the full output of the battery banks. The fastest of the Marauder-class frigates closed in, with the first volley largely absorbed by the shield. Only a few shells struck the armor, causing the tripod cat to tremble slightly as its plating deformed. A window popped up at the bottom of the Celestial Dome combat system, its progress bar filling to 20. This reflected the waste heat buildup in the ship's battery banks. To maintain the shield under intense bombardment, the batteries would overload in a short burst. Even in the age of interstellar travel, energy conversion efficiency could not reach 100, and some of the energy would accumulate as heat within the batteries. If the battery temperature exceeded the critical threshold, the system would shut down due to overload. This problem was even more pronounced in space. To power a massive ship hundreds of meters long, the battery banks occupied the volume of several standard cabins. But space lacked the air and water found on Earth, meaning the batteries could not rely on air or water cooling. Doing so would heat the cabin atmosphere, cooking the crew long before the battle was decided. Thus, a captain had to constantly monitor waste heat buildup during a battle. If the batteries overloaded and shut down, the entire ship, engines and weapons alike, would go offline, turning the vessel into a sitting duck in space. Of course, there was a way to expel waste heat. Most ships converted waste heat into radiation and discharged it through radiators. Each ship had its rated heat dissipation efficiency, operating on a principle similar to a microwave oven. That is, with proper management, a ship could slowly dissipate heat to keep waste heat under control. But in a whenever sustuo situation like Li Bin's, it was nearly impossible for the tripod cat to keep waste heat within safe limits. He needed time to pause all ship functions and activate the forced heat dump system, converting all waste heat into thermal radiation and expelling it like a bowel movement. In thermal imaging, the tripod cat would shine as brightly as the sun. As everyone knows, a person is most vulnerable while defecating, and the same applies to ships. During forced heat dumping, the process was irreversible. Though it only took a few dozen seconds, once initiated, the ship was completely defenseless. Full speed ahead. Ram the Marauder class and target the Hellhound class. Li Bin issued the command. Locking onto the trailing Hellhound class vessel, the worker bee drones swarmed out, ignoring the nearby pirate ship, entirely charging forward as if on a suicide mission. But Captain Shield collision will put immense pressure on the battery banks. A crew member warned. Li Bin waved his hand dismissively. We're a destroyer, they're frigates. Our battery banks are at least twice theirs. We have the advantage in waste heat management. Take out the Hellhound and bring the Hammerhead torpedoes online. Hammerhead torpedoes ready. I need a better firing angle. Jeffrey responded over the channel. Alright, I'll give you that angle. Li Bin slapped the table and activated a button on the command console, triggering the Dromedary-class tactical system, reserve deployment. The carrier's printing factory located directly beneath the bridge immediately went to work assembling spare parts originally meant for drone repairs. A second wave of drones was assembled and launched in under a minute. This batch of drones ignored all safety and stability concerns, focusing solely on maximizing firepower in that moment. Even if they survived, they would soon be destroyed by malfunctions. Their mission was simple: force the Hellhound-class armed merchant ship to divert its fire toward them, creating an opening for the tripod cat to close in. Li Shu looked up and shouted, "Collision warning." Boom. In the instant of the shield's collision, the battery packs of both ships crackled and began to discharge. Fortunately, the crew of the Sanzagio was not large, and the personnel originally responsible for maintaining the battery packs had been reassigned to the middle of the ship to handle emergencies, thus no one lost their life. However, pirates always prefer a larger crew to cope with the high casualty rates of boarding battles and the need to quickly abscond with captured ships, so it was likely that some skilled workers on the opposing side had been electrocuted. The two ships did not actually collide, it was merely a hard friction of shields. The flash of energy destroyed the nearest optical observation equipment, and the public channel erupted with the furious insults of the pirate captain. Li Bin only replied with WCNM, blocking the pirate amidst their bewildered cries of "I have no mother." The waste heat from the battery packs had already exceeded 50. The pirates' battery packs aboard their frigate were also struggling, not daring to tail the Sanzagio, after urgently pulling away for fear of another collision with the crazed enemy. The 320-meter-long Sanzagio, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, charged towards the Hellhound-class ship, shielded and armed with anti-aircraft firepower. For reference, a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier is only 317 meters long. When docked for public tours, onlookers perceive it as a moving city. Now this very city was charging forward. Evasive maneuvers. Full left rudder. The alarm bells rang on the Hellhound-class bridge, and the pirate captain couldn't afford to command the cannons against the drones harassing him. This ship claimed to be an armed merchant vessel. Although it bore the name of being armed, it referred only to its firepower. The hull itself remained a civilian craft. Moreover, the single-humped Camel was a civilian destroyer's hull, while the Hellhound was a frigate. How could an 80-meter-long small Calami withstand a 320-meter giant? Should they collide, heat in the shield would immediately overload, and they would bear the brunt of over 100,000 tons of high-speed, high-strength alloy space dump truck. Not long after the robber-class ship turned, the Tianxiong combat system provided its directional probability analysis. Li Bin immediately relayed the analysis to the gunners. "Watch the lead sweep their shields for me." Li Changjin in the weapons control room was drenched in sweat, shouting loudly, his voice already hoarse. "Space lacks air, but the ship is solid. The sound conduction rate of solids far exceeds that of air." The continuous firing of the light machine guns was inaudible in the bridge due to soundproofing, but Jeffrey, positioned beneath the gun, heard it clearer than anyone else. He had to shout to be heard. Due to the small size of the gun barrel and the rapid cooling, it had actually employed a timely heat dissipation system, but the hot water passed through the cabin where the gunner was located. After prolonged firing, the indoor temperature had already reached 30 degrees Celsius. Yet he felt invigorated. Li Changjin, together with his colleagues, stripped down and fired away vigorously, the dull sound of gunfire above sending them into a euphoric state, while some even hoarsely sang battle songs in the channel. Li Changjin couldn't comprehend the situation. He had no idea what tactics the pirates had or what dangers lay ahead. All he knew was that the Sanzagio was larger than the two pirate ships combined. The captain was a bold man, maneuvering the ship quickly and skillfully. With a single acceleration, he sent one ship flying, leaving the opponents feeling like frightened mice, too intimidated to approach. Truly, it was a reckless display of might. This battle was bound to be a victory. The outcome was destined to be a resounding triumph. Why should they show any mercy when the wind was at their back? Should they wait for a headwind? Joy was the only result that mattered. Jeffrey in the torpedo bay was not so fortunate. Li Bin had placed the fate of the entire ship on his shoulders. Jeffrey blinked, his gritty eyes bloodshot and filled with exhaustion. However, he had taken stimulants to force his body to recover. The printing factory was working tirelessly to produce drone components. Currently, there were 4 torpedoes in reserve, and the torpedo launch bay had 2 launchers, which meant that the 2 front torpedoes had the best chance of effectiveness. "Patience, we must be patient," Jeffrey muttered to himself, his eyelids reddened from the pressure of the sighting scope. In the lens, the barrage of light machine gun fire was peppering the enemy's shield with dense bursts. The pirates' shells exploded intermittently against the Sanzagio's shield. Li Bin even frequently shut down the shields, adjusting the ship's posture to absorb damage with armor, all to prevent the battery pack from overloading. To evade the collision path of the Sanzagio, the pirate ship could not afford to focus on the battery pack. Under Li Bin's relentless efforts, the pirates' waste heat accumulated and reached a critical point, forcing them to shut down their shields and retreat as quickly as possible to a safe distance to disperse the energy. This was the opportunity Li Bin had created. If the Hellhound class did not lower their shields, they would be overwhelmed by light machine gun fire and drones. If they did lower their shields at this distance, it would be difficult for the hammer torpedoes not to hit. Fire. Jeffrey slammed the launch button. The torpedo propelled by liquid fuel left the launch bay in a slow but determined manner heading towards the Hellhound pirate ship. It's a hammer torpedo. The pirate bridge fell into chaos. The captain, still trying to operate, desperately discovered that the robber-class ship behind their prey had already turned to flee the moment it detected the hammer torpedo. The Allies determined he was doomed and went to monopolize the fuel transport ship. Damn it, a bunch of cowardly rats. In despair, the pirate captain chose to raise the shields again. A small frigate like that, if hit by 2 missiles, had no chance of survival. Let the battery pack overload as long as they were still alive. He drew his air gun, ordered to lock down the bridge, and shoot any pirates attempting to break in while gathering loyal followers to eliminate excess personnel on the bridge. Then, he directed the loyalists to the escape pod next to the bridge as the ship trembled and the battery pack powered down. The pirate leader and core members decisively fled. Just as they left, a 4-meter diameter torpedo smashed through the observation window of the bridge, detonating right in their faces. Gotcha! Jeffrey, slumped in his fixed chair, gleefully mimicked Li Bin's catchphrase. This ship was already finished. Taking a torpedo Hedon had rendered the frigate partially paralyzed, and without a bridge, it had become a vegetable. Bosun, Li Bin exclaimed enthusiastically. Gather the crew, distribute food and combat drugs, prepare to seize the ship. The old one-eyed man glanced at the fleeing robber-class frigate, utterly speechless. He didn't even know what to say. In the wars he had experienced in his life, this was probably the most ludicrous. Clearly the pirates had the advantage. He had mentally prepared for a special combat scenario on board, yet in the end a pair of pirates turned out to be indecisive and were completely intimidated by this reckless young captain. In this chicken fight, the ship's frenzied response to the crisis was quite to his taste. Yes, Captain. The old one-eyed man complied, his mind racing with thoughts as he left the bridge. The engineering crew had just finished firing and were now exhausted like dead dogs. They needed a meal and a break before they could work again, so there was no rush. As for Li Bin, he was working with the damage control team to assess the ship's damage. Captain, this ship truly can't hold up any longer. We've taken 15 rounds of cannon fire, and there isn't a single intact spot on the frontal armor. The aircraft carrier deck is destroyed, and one of the cabins exploded. Repairs are a must. In the projection, the damage control officer wearing a helmet clung to the pipe, like a sloth welding a breech upside down, his mouth full of bad news. Having just won a victory, Li Bin was in high spirits, and the fatigue from days of heavy data work was swept away with this outburst. Moreover, with the chance to salvage another ship, he readily agreed to the repair work. Jeffrey, are you still alive? Get out here and get to work. There's another ship. Looks like it can still be repaired. Li Bin called out in the channel. Jeffrey's rough voice carried a mix of joy and exhaustion. Even if you die, I won't. Plus, I was the one who hit this ship. I've made a great contribution this time. You have to give me a bonus. You have to give me more bonuses. Salvaging from a battlefield is vastly different from salvaging wreckage. The most striking difference is that disabled ships on a battlefield often still harbor living people. Dealing with these people posed a dilemma. Detaining them would consume supplies and risk mutiny or ship theft. Killing them all was troublesome. First, hunting them down one by one was a chore, and a pirate might lunge from any corner, causing casualties among the crew. These crew members were all Li Bin's fellow townsmen, akin to a loyal hometown militia in ancient times, the backbone of his future fleet. Losing them would be heartbreaking. Besides, was slaughtering everyone a bit too extreme. Li Bin stroked his chin in contemplation. He had no intention of recruiting pirates, especially hyperspace pirates. Execute them one by one, and some might be innocent. Skip one, and you definitely let a guilty one slip. Moreover, capturing pirates alive meant a bounty. Torn, he decided to seek professional advice. On this ship, no one was more qualified than Old One-Eye, a veteran of many years. Upon hearing Li Bin's dilemma, the old soldier quickly offered the optimal solution, then used them for drills. You need to train armed sailors, Captain. Marksmanship alone won't cut it. They need to kill. Here you have the environment and the criminals. Pirates killed in action are just unlucky. The survivors can be turned in for the bounty. Old One-Eye said, thrusting a high-caliber gas gun into Li Bin's hands. Captain, you're coming too. Me too. Li Bin was stunned. I'm not an armed sailor. Old One-Eye turned to grab another gun, muttering, Captain, to be honest, you're good, but your demeanor is too soft. If you don't change soon, you'll suffer for it. Times aren't like the domain era anymore. What captain has clean hands? Walk into a bar, and anyone can tell you're green. You need to harden to kill to lead your men through ship after ship, not by cannon fire or crew mutiny, but by personally storming a vessel. Don't worry, Old One-Eye has your back. Nothing will go wrong. With that, his prosthetic legs split into several slender, sharp metal limbs. Old One-Eye's height dropped as he transformed into a half-man, half-spider form, like a spider walker. A chainsword blade sprang from his left arm, whirring menacingly. Most terrifying of all, his face remained utterly calm, creating a chilling contrast. After this, you and your men will be different. Very different. Jeffrey on the channel swallowed hard and whispered, "Damn, Captain, where did you recruit this killing machine? He talks about killing like slicing vegetables." Li Bin didn't reply, thinking to himself, killing is nothing. If you saw Old One-Eye's current form, you'd wet your pants. This isn't even human anymore. It's a damned cybernetically enhanced super soldier. No wonder this guy had fought for over 20 years. He had so many hidden gadgets. With skills like these, he could even qualify as an instructor. Why was he running a cargo ship? Could it be that, like the chief instructor of the 80,000 Imperial Guards, he was fated for a snowy mountain temple? Li Bin shook his head, dispelling the thoughts, and ventured, "Killing makes you tough." Old One-Eye nodded, then shook his head, "Killing more makes you tough." "Good." Li Bin nodded. "I trust you. Wait for me, I'll call the first mate." Jeffrey's urgent voice came through the channel. "Hey, I've killed before. I don't need practice. I just blew a bunch away with the cannon. Let's talk. Didn't you hear? More killing makes you tough. You're coming with me through hell." Li Bin's voice was still on the channel a second ago. The next, he kicked open the door, grabbed Jeffrey, and dragged him out like a dead dog despite his wails. Poor Jeffrey, his stimulant just wearing off, weak and exhausted, offered no resistance as Li Bin hauled him away. "Come on. They'll fucking kill you all. Drop your weapons. I repeat, drop your weapons." In the narrow mess hall, two groups who had fallen out used overturned tables and cabinets as cover, firing at each other. 1 hour after boarding, they had advanced less than 200 meters and hadn't even cleared the first deck. They had already encountered 3 groups of pirates. Of the 20-man boarding party, 4 were wounded. The specialized gas guns for shipboard use were less powerful than Earth rifles with almost no recoil, but Li Bin couldn't afford combat suits for everyone. They wore standard crew coveralls. The front line had high-strength alloy ballistic shields, but in the cramped, complex spaces, ricochets always found the unlucky ones. After all, in zero gravity, up and down were relative. Pirates could simply stick a table to the wall and use it. The smell of blood and faint moans gnawed at Li Bin's nerves. Unlike the boarding actions had done for Minshin Corporation, legitimate companies never actively invaded pirate ships. They always defended from within, using their home field advantage against boarders. Back then, Li Bin had often taken up arms to protect company property, but with cabin monitors feeding pirate data, a well-coordinated command team in his ear, and a large force of Marines and armed sailors, the odds were always in their favor. Now, with a series of thuds, gas gun rounds embedded in the polyethylene table, cracking the surface and leaving thumb-sized craters that bulged out near Li Bin's nose. He instinctively jerked his head back as a second volley hit near the crater, the plastic structure shattering into a fist-sized hole. On a battlefield where death was mere inches away, Li Bin's adrenaline surged like a geyser, his heart racing as if to escape his chest, his mind floating in a daze. His eyes darted, catching Old One-Eye signaling him. Li Bin shouted instinctively, covering fire. As the words left his mouth, he raised his gun and sprayed the opposite side. The crew followed suit, their volley suppressing the enemy. Old One-Eye's legs transformed into alloy spider legs again, their tips digging into the cabin structure. Under the cover of gunfire, he scuttled up the ceiling with a hiss. With a spring of his 8 legs, he crashed into the pirate's barricade like a cannonball. His prosthetic whipped out the chainsword, and with a flick, blood sprayed in a trembling arc. The sudden assault made the pirates shift their aim, leaving a huge gap in their defense. Seeing this, Li Bin kicked the cowering first mate and his brother. "Charge." Li Changjin raised his ballistic shield. Li Bin rested his gun on his brother's shoulders, squeezing the trigger as they advanced. Jeffrey scrambled up, placing his gun on another crewman's shoulder. The crew quickly formed a suppressing formation and surged forward. Li Changjin used his shield to knock down 2 pirates, then stomped his magnetic boots to lock onto the floor and threw himself onto them. Li Bin stepped on his brother's back to prevent the pirates from easily pushing him off. He lowered his gun, aimed at a pirate's flank, and fired amid a storm of ricochets. Then he pulled the gun back and repeated the process. 2 pirates with bizarre tattoos died in excruciating pain as their kidneys exploded. The acrid smell of ruptured organs mingled with the blood in the air. Li Bin hauled his brother up, patting his shoulder. "Good work. Now keep pushing forward." The 2 sides had collided, completely crammed together. With no room to use gas guns, everyone dropped them, and in the chaos, Li Bin smashed a pirate's ear with a pistol grip, shattering his eardrum. As he moved to finish him, Jeffrey's panicked voice rang out, "Li Bin. Captain, come quick. This better be good." Li Bin shouted back. He pulled his brother along, fighting as they moved. When they reached the first mate, he found Jeffrey standing like a statue. "Who died? Or did you catch a big fish?" Jeffrey pushed open the cold storage door, dazed. "See for yourself." The cryptic words startled Li Bin. He peered inside and froze instantly. Li Changjin also tried to peek, but Li Bin held his head, preventing him from turning. "Bro, what's so secret? Don't look, kid. You'll lose your eyeballs." Li Bin pulled back, his face ashen. His words, squeezed through gritted teeth, carried a chill from the cold storage that made Li Changzhen shudder. Jeffrey mumbled like a mosquito, so many. How could they? In such a small space. Li Bin gripped his knife handle, the image from the cold storage flashing through his mind. Rage surged within him. These scum weren't content with hijacking ships and killing people. They had beheaded and disemboweled the bodies, storing them like meat in the cold storage, sorted by age. They hadn't even spared infants. At that moment, Li Bin deeply understood why Old One-Eye had insisted he lead the charge himself. Such a shock forced him to truly grasp the depths of human depravity. The historical phrase, "great famine people ate each other," had always been a footnote. Now its impact hit him like a mental tsunami. He felt his very soul being tested. The man born under the red flag raised in the spring breeze was dying. A bloodstained version of himself was emerging in response. No one gets spared. Kill them all. In the dining hall of the Hellhound class corvette, an eerie atmosphere prevailed. Despite the impressive feat of trading one severe injury for 26 enemies under Old One-Eye's diversionary assault, terror was etched on every face, including that of the industrial district gangster. After pacifying the dining hall, Old One-Eye toured the cold storage and suggested that Li Bin have each crew member enter it and turn, a proposal that filled Li Bin with unease. He believed some of the crew who had fought were under 20, their minds still young, and feared the sight would traumatize them. This was a remnant of Li Bin's universal values from his past life, preventing him from truly viewing these physically mature individuals as mentally sound adults. To this, Old One-Eye advised, "Captain, I can tell you're an old-school man. The Perseus arm isn't 200 years ago. Old-school men have friends, but that's useless. Your people once aboard are no longer civilians. Their days must be carved through blood and fire. Some things are better seen early than late. As for psychological trauma or illness, forgive my bluntness, but you need to be alive to have them." Li Bin finally nodded, starting with his own brothers, sending them in one by one. Those who returned were initially seized by immense panic, some even vomiting, but within minutes rage ignited everyone's reason. Li Changzhen's upper face wept, tears soaking his eyes in zero gravity as he wiped them incessantly, while his lower face burned with fury, his gums clenched tight, lips pale, his entire visage beneath the helmet twisted in a grotesque snarl. For someone like Vulcan, who came from a gangster background, the impact was even deeper. Wrapped tightly in his work suit, he had been sweltering from exertion, but after a single glance, he felt utterly drained, his whole body turning cold and trembling. Memories of his past extortion rackets on the streets flooded back, and a shudder of fear ran through him. It was as if a shadow of himself lurked in that cold storage, carving up flesh. If the captain hadn't pulled him back, he might have truly become a beast in human skin. The former gangster's lips quivered, oscillating between regret and relief. His heart was filled with nothing but gratitude for Li Bin. Originally, they had planned to rest for 10 minutes and eat something to replenish energy, but after witnessing the cruelty hidden in the cold storage, no one could stomach food. The atrocities these scum committed would be heinous even in ancient history. This wasn't cannibalism for survival, it was for pleasure. Among the pirates of the Perseus arm, the scum of this ship were of the highest order. If other pirates learned of their inhuman deeds, their first act would be to flay these wretches alive and feel ashamed to share the same profession. Li Bin sealed the cold storage, his gaze sweeping over the silent crew gripping their weapons in the dining hall. Their scorching stares converged on him. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I've heard of an ancient ritual for honoring the dead called a blood sacrifice, which required the heads and hearts of criminals. I want to use the pirates on this ship to hold a blood sacrifice for those in the cold storage. Who's with me?" Roar, roar. The primal cries beyond language represented the hatred and fury of intelligent beings called humans against the inhuman. Li Bin raised his hand and roared, "Not a single one left." With that, he kicked open the dining hall door, charging out with a ballistic shield, followed by the panting crew pressing close behind him, forming a moving wall of flesh and steel. Through crew quarters, cargo holds, decks, and armories, the crew advanced with astonishing ferocity. The pirates tried to concentrate their defense, but the corvette's small size left them with insufficient space. When they encountered too many blocking a door and the shield bearers were driven back by dense kinetic fire, Li Bin called for support, having the engineering team cut holes with welding torches on the spot to create firing ports. If the enemy still resisted stubbornly, the ship's light machine guns would lock onto the position and unleash a furious barrage, tearing apart both pirates and compartments. The wounded were dragged back, and after being evacuated, they recounted the pirates' barbaric acts. Hearing this, the crew left on guard voluntarily joined the battle to fill the ranks. Half an hour later, the pirates dwindled, their morale shattered. When the first pirate surrendered, the rest began to give up resistance room by room. Over 30 surrendered pirates were disarmed and gathered outside the cold storage in the dining hall, their heads bowed in unease. Li Changzhen, his eyes bloodshot and limbs weak from exhaustion, panted, "Brother, what now? You said not a single one left, but there are still so many." Li Bin patted his brother's back. "You've worked hard, go rest. He'll handle this." Li Changjin shook his head stubbornly. I have to see them die, or I won't be able to sleep. Seeing this, Li Bin didn't insist. He grabbed a screwdriver, pliers, and a crowbar from a cargo toolbox and threw them into the crowd, leaving a single sentence. There are as many tools here as people who get to live. The rest must die. You choose. Then with a glance at Old One Eye, he turned and left. Behind Li Bin, a quick-witted pirate grabbed the crowbar and drove it into another eye socket. Another pirate saw through Li Bin's plan, shouting that Li Bin only wanted to see them fight among themselves and had no intention of letting anyone go, urging everyone to unite and resist. Before his words faded, several pirates wielding tools stabbed his back into a bloody mess. Everyone knew this possibility and instinctively resisted the outcome. But they had no air guns left, and 20 air guns and several ballistic shields blocked both doors. What could they do? They could only gamble that Li Bin would keep his word. If someone spoke out of turn now, wouldn't they harm those who had grabbed tools? Then that person had to be silenced forever. As Li Bin dragged his weary body through the docking tube back to the three-legged cat, he saw the passageway entrance crowded with crew, all staring at their terminals, watching the pirates slaughter each other. Li Shu saw her brother's work suit stained dark red from layers of dried and re-wetted blood, the thick, cloying smell of gore piercing her nostrils. Her face turned deathly pale, and she reached out a trembling finger. When Li Changjin saw his sister, his legs gave way, and he collapsed against her, sobbing. Sis, they're beasts of bunch of... Li Shu at a loss held her brother, stroking his sticky helmet, her eyes full of unspoken pain. She quickly looked up. Li Bin offered a weak smile from within his helmet. I promised a blood sacrifice. The pirates are carrying... Seeing no change in his sister's expression, he reassured her. Don't worry, it's all enemy blood. The captain, are the showers free? I need to wash up. The crew suit, designed to keep a crew member alive even if ejected into space, and capable of sealing out air, also repelled blood. But after showering and changing into clean clothes, Li Bin seemed to still smell blood on himself. The blood that had seeped into his respirator felt as if it had penetrated deep into his body with every breath. Li Bin stared at his clean hands, profoundly understanding what the bosun meant by different. Even now, weakened from exhaustion, he felt he could easily kill the version of himself from just hours ago. Captain, it's done. The bosun's voice came through the channel, Old One Eye's tone as calm as ever, as if he hadn't just been through a fierce battle, but had been relaxing in a bath. Li Bin nodded, pulling himself together to say, have everyone hold on a bit longer. Seal this ship. We can't stay in hyperspace for too long. Leave the looting for when we dock for repairs. The other two pirate ships got away and might come back. As for the cold storage, here Li Bin faltered. He didn't know the names of the victims, nor where their homes were. After a moment of hesitation, Li Bin sighed. Don't move the bodies in the cold storage. Everyone's under enough mental strain, don't torture them further. Have Jeffrey use the survey arm to detach the cold storage and launch it according to space burial procedures. The tribute he had promised was duly fulfilled. The dead had passed, and the living still had to struggle on. Sealing the job is much faster than dismantling the ship. By blocking the ship's hull breach with steel plates and securing the wreckage to the hull of the cat's paw with high-strength alloy cables and trusses, it can be taken away. The bodies of the pirates were directly thrown into the hyperspace, while the cat's paw slowly towed the wreckage into the nearest New Asia star system. The New Asia star system was the first system colonized by the human dominion in the Perseus constellation. Its geographical position is extremely advantageous, with equal distances to the edge star systems of the Perseus star domain, making it truly the center of the Perseus star domain. Due to its geographical location, the human dominion originally planned to use it as the headquarters for the star domain's colonial governor and named it the New Asia star system, placing great expectations on it. After the Great Collapse, this area was divided among several large corporations, and later a dominion established by the former navy of the human dominion swept through the entire system, incorporating all the large corporations into its territory. Now this star system is ruled by the Xindao Authority, a military government that broke away from the dominion. The politics and diplomacy of the Xindao Authority are extremely conservative. To maintain their economy against their former masters, they had to reach agreements with other large corporations acknowledging the existence of Noria as a free planet. Although Noria is greatly influenced by the Xindao Authority, heavy weapons are not on the list of prohibited items on this planet. Ship docking. Connect the air circulation pipes. Order issued. The bridge of the cat's paw was bustling with activity, with crew members busy all around. Noria is a metal silicate planet that primarily makes money through seasonal mineral extraction. Food is scarce here, yet it accommodates a large number of refugees, with food prices 2 star coins higher than on Elfie Star. After just experiencing a bloody battle, the crew was extremely fatigued, and Li Bin could only give everyone a 2-day break. Find something to do at the port, don't go to the space station, and be careful. Li Bin paused and added, this planet is quite chaotic with many pirates and smugglers. Be careful when eating and drinking, don't get drugged. My ship doesn't take junkies. The crew responded loudly, leaving the ship in batches to rest. The engineering crew was in the second batch of the rest list, as they had to scavenge the pirate ship. Li Changjin looked at the pirate ship with some regret. This ship is so good, an armed merchant ship that can carry and fight. Why do we have to sell it? Li Bin pointed at the cargo hold of the cat's paw displayed on the terminal, saying, first of all, we are out of money. The repairs for the cat's paw cost hundreds of star coins. Furthermore, we don't have enough people. Adding another ship would require hiring 20 more crew members. Where would the money come from? Should we sell you instead? Secondly, don't you see that the cargo hold of the cat's paw is still 3/4 empty? We are carrying high-value goods, and the cargo hold is quite sufficient. Instead of expanding the fleet, we should fill the ship first. Also, Li Bin kicked his brother, saying, why are you standing next to me instead of working as the group leader? Go find the first mate. Li Changjin rubbed his bottom and grumbled as he left. Li Bin sat on the captain's throne enjoying the rare peace. The bridge, which had been bustling just moments ago, finally quieted down. Technical crew members had nothing to do during the ship repairs and were on break, while his sister Li Shu had also gone to the port for piloting training. After the last encounter with pirates, the girl felt very guilty for not being able to spot the pirates first. While her brothers were fighting, she could do nothing, which weighed heavily on her mind. It's not that women are not allowed to fight. Genetic adjustments have minimized physical differences caused by gender among spacefaring humans, achieving true equality at the genetic level. Moreover, the proportion of women among the armed sailors trained by Old One Eye is also not low. The reason for not letting his sister go to the battlefield is simple. She is one of the few technical roles on the ship and the only pilot relying on her to share the workload during deep space navigation. This kind of brain-intensive work is not something Li Changjin can handle. Li Bin slumped in his throne with melodious music playing in the bridge. The star map on the projection slowly changed and countless stars flickered like a sea of fireflies. He slowly closed his eyes, his tense mind finally relaxing. Brother, come quick, it's a big haul. Li Changzhen's quacking voice exploded through the channel, startling Li. You better have something. Li Bin awakened and in a bad mood replied with a frown. Li Changjin instinctively shut his mouth, then couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, damn brother, the pirates are so damn rich. What are we selling? Let's become bounty hunters. We can do good deeds and make money at the same time. The younger brother shouted joyfully, while Li Bin's face grew darker with each word. This brat a bounty hunter, who uses a light machine gun and a small water pipe on a survey ship. Moreover, during the American West cowboy era, the real money was made by those doing business and panning for gold. We can't just focus on the thieves making money, we must also think about the thieves getting beaten. Being a bounty hunter. Do you really think that in the chaotic political landscape of the Perseus star domain, with large corporations everywhere, the pirates have a place by mere luck? Becoming a bounty hunter, you might not even know how you would die. Fortunately, the first mate is a well-informed character. He pushed past Li Changjin, saying, don't listen to this reckless kid, Captain. You should contact the repair yard quickly. This is a good catch. I estimated that fixing this Hellhound-class ship along with our own will still leave us with a surplus. Wait. Li Bin snorted and quickly walked toward the cargo hold, still grumbling internally about Jeffrey the Fairweather captain and the reverse weather captain, Li Bin truly underestimating him. Upon reaching the cargo hold, Li Bin checked the goods against the terminal, then turned and slapped the terminal onto his brother's forehead, reprimanding, how much is this worth? Is it worth you becoming a bounty hunter? Can't you have some ideals? The Hellhound class is a frigate less than 100 meters in size, so the cargo hold can't hold too many things. Excluding food and standard supplies that need to be set aside for our own use, this group of pirates must have spent quite a bit of time in hyperspace looting a lot of ships, leading to a mixed variety of goods in the hold. There are 10 boxes of civilian daily necessities following the human dominion standards. Each box contains clothing, accessories, daily supplies, and work tools, including lathes, etc. Enough to meet the agricultural and daily consumption of 100 family units in a colony for a year. Due to the refugee crisis in Noria, each box can be sold for 30 star coins here. There are 14 boxes of organic materials consisting of numerous complex carbon-based compounds and their derivatives, primarily petroleum, which is the main raw material for light industry suitable for the production of food, plastics, fuels, solvents, and polymers. Since they can produce food, they can also sell for high prices in Noria. Each box is worth 16 star coins at the origin, but can sell for 25 star coins here. 3 luxury items, a 12 square meter portrait, and 2 pieces of solid wood furniture. These things need to go to the auction house. Not only does it take time to cash out, but he also has no channels to reach local nobles and capitalists, making them temporarily useless. There are 18 sets of heavy machinery, which are good items, making Li Bin's eyes light up. The main force for dismantling ships on the cat's paw is the survey robotic arm mounted on the top of the cargo hold, while the rest relies on rudimentary thrusters assembled from compressed gas tanks. With these, the crew can arrange the heavy machinery on the wreckage and asteroids to conduct remote automated mining. Not only will efficiency greatly increase, but they can also implement a shift system using the saved manpower to train Old One Eye. These machines can even be used for cargo loading and assembly, so even though each set can sell for 126 star coins in Noria, and 140 star coins on Elfie. Star Li Bin doesn't plan to sell them, preferring to keep them for himself. Additionally, there are 33 boxes of hull components. Unlike the components in the supply boxes, these individually categorized parts were all removed from ancient ships, and their production techniques have been lost in the human dominion. These ancient components are highly sought after by large corporations which use them for the maintenance and spare parts of their main ships. On planets directly governed by large corporations, they can sell for hundreds of star coins. However, on Noria, due to its status as a free planet, their value is much lower, only 60 star coins. Lastly, there are 5 sets of human organs and 16 boxes of powder injections. Li Bin frowned tightly at these two types of goods. The origins of the human organs are unclear, likely coming from innocent victims in cold storage. Since the Great Collapse, large corporations have gradually crossed moral boundaries. Many wealthy individuals detest prosthetics and artificial organs, pursuing natural options, leading to the once strictly prohibited trade of human organs flourishing. A skilled crew member's lifetime contract is only worth 96 star coins, while a complete set of human organs is valued at 240 star coins. This has led many pirates to prefer kidnapping people rather than stealing ships. If it weren't for conservative stances of forces like the Dominion and the Xinda Authority, combined with the religious influence of the Lude Church, 70 of the large corporate powers would classify human organs as contraband. In today's world, the trade in human organs would likely be even more rampant. As for the forces that openly permit human organ trade, the leading ones are technology giants like Susi Technology, which has no ethical boundaries. As for powder injections, there's nothing much to say. They are drugs, and the conservative forces strictly prohibit them, while Susi Technology operates unimpeded. After deducting the human organs and powder injections, keeping the heavy machinery for personal use, this batch of goods, along with selling all the pirate ships onboard weapons separately, can be worth 2,630 star coins. Li Bin organized the list and casually hung it online. The repair yard is on its way. Once we sell this Hellhound-class ship, we will procure heavy weapons here and then set off. Hearing that the two most valuable items were deducted, Jeffrey was greatly puzzled. Nobody, the powder injection market in Noria is booming. There are so many refugees here, they won't worry about not being able to sell it. Each box can sell for over 200 star coins. Unlike Jeffrey, a native of the Perseus sector, Li Bin, as a well-adjusted youth from the 21st century who had traveled through time, had been educated about the dangers of drugs since childhood. The indelible historical memories and the pitiful fates of drug addicts featured annually were unforgettable. For him to traffic drugs would be akin to suicide. Li Bin sternly warned his first mate, whether it's heavy weapons or buying and selling ships, they are ultimately just tools. They can be used to kill or to defend oneself. The drug needle is different. While its components could serve as an anesthetic, its design is meant to harm others. These human organs have no known origin, no voluntary donation certificates, and no verification from medical institutions. I consider them all to have been taken from the living. There are many ways to earn money. There's no need to engage in businesses that specifically harm others. When you sell those drug needles, you may not see anyone die, but that doesn't mean deaths won't occur. Doing this, how is it any different from those cannibalistic scoundrels we killed? This is my bottom line. If you can't accept it, it'll refund your shares and dividends, and you can go do business on your own. With that, Li Bin instructed the engineering team to destroy the drug needles and human organs. Jeffrey watched Li Bin's retreating figure and said sheepishly, fine, we won't sell them. No need to get so. He would be insane to withdraw his shares. Having followed Li Bin for most of a year, enduring the initial hardships of their startup, he now saw profits rolling in. Today alone, he had received 260 credits, and selling the ship would bring another sum, followed by the resale of heavy weapons for yet more profit. The star credits were multiplying with each transaction. To bail out now would mean suffering without reaping the rewards. How could Jeffrey ever make such a deal on his own? He had already lost his entire fortune. Besides, Li Bin refused to sell drug needles, but dealt in arms. Calling him virtuous was an overstatement. He was also a ruthless one. Though his words were rarely kind, Jeffrey genuinely admired Li Bin's previous management. Moreover, Li Bin was right. There were other ways to make money without drug trafficking. A little delay wouldn't matter. He had wasted so many years already, a bit more time made no difference. Whistling nonchalantly, Jeffrey shoved aside a crew member and under everyone's gaze picked up a crate of drug needles and tossed it into the pulverizer. The ship repair process was unremarkable, overseen only by the damage control team and the chief engineer. 2 days later, both ships were repaired. Li Bin promptly sold the Hellbore-class armed merchant ship to a broker for 190 star credits, leaving the broker to pocket at least 300 credits in profit. After deducting the 380 credits for repairs, they had a total of 4150 credits. They then headed to the black market to acquire 9 crates of heavy weapons duty-free, and the tripod set sail without delay. The heavy weapons trade was all about timing. A war waits for no one. Arrived too late, and the conflict would already be underway, preventing the ship from docking except through risky smuggling. Any later, and the war would end, leaving the goods to rot. This trip's destination was the new Maxio's orbital station in the Mega-Corp system. This system was originally governed by an independent star government, but after the capital was bombarded by Tritechon, the planet became completely uninhabitable. The orbital station, once attached to the planet, fled to the asteroid belt, gathered refugees, and declared itself New Maxios. The system fell under Tritacheon's control. Under the hegemony's intervention, New Maxios survived as a free port, but they no longer had a planet. The original Maxios lay in ruins with only a few stubborn survivors remaining. A space station surviving by mining the asteroid belt, even worse off than Elphi. The governor's office here recently received intelligence that space pirates invited by Kanta are planning to hunt Tritecheon ships in the Mega-Corp system. Under the holographic projection on the bridge, Li Bin explained the system's history to his younger siblings. There are pirates here too, and they've occupied a planet. Li Shu asked, somewhat shocked. She couldn't understand why pirates like cockroaches in a room were invisible, yet present in almost every system regardless of which Mega-Corp controlled it. Li Bin shrugged. Mega-Corp aren't governments. They want to do things without profit. Besides, pirates can be not only eliminated, but also hired. It's common to employ them for dirty work. Such things were too common in chaotic times. In the twilight of a dynasty, officials and bandits could become one, let alone merchants and pirates. Li Changjin spoke up. So is Kanta's pirate group going to lead an attack on New Maxios? Our few heavy weapons won't be of much use, will they? Of course not, Li Bin said, glancing at his brother, who had been unusually keen on pirates ever since their last encounter, always eager to kill a few more. Kanta is the pirate queen of the Mega-Corp system. All pirates in this system answer to her. She was originally a logistics officer with real power in the domain of man, commanding many ships and supplies. After the collapse, Tritecheon destroyed the original Maxios planet, and the system's government collapsed. She took the opportunity to occupy a deep space mining station, naming it Kanta's Den after herself. Li Bin displayed a hologram of Kanta's Den. Jeffrey interjected, I know this person. During the AI war, she sided with the hegemony. Later, when the Persian League invaded, she defected to them. She's just like that Lu Bu from the Captain's stories, a turncoat, a fickle villain. First of all, calling her a turncoat. She's still a pirate queen, and you're reducing her to that. Li Bin sighed and corrected. Secondly, I've seen the files from the Minshin Corporation. This Kanta is no fickle villain. On the contrary, she is ambitious and idealistic. She claims allegiance to the destroyed Maxios government and is dedicated to dismantling Tritacheon's rule in the Mega-Corp system. Simply put, she sides with whoever fights Tritacheon. Li Changjin, recalling their earlier encounter with pirates, muttered, That's not a pirate at all. That's practically a resistance force. Li Bin projected several portraits into the hologram. This time Kanta is rallying pirates, still targeting Tritacheon's planets. But pirates are notoriously hard to control. New Maxios is planning to buy a batch of heavy weapons to prepare for a possible pirate invasion. Li Shu, upon hearing this, formed a guess. Li Changjin didn't understand and asked, But that doesn't add up. What use are heavy weapons in space battles? And brother, since Tritacheon is fighting pirates, why don't we sell to them instead? Look at Tritacheon. Invading, bombing, selling human organs and drug needles. They're the epitome of corporate evil. Shouldn't we take all their money? Jeffrey scolded. What do you know? A few dozen crates of heavy weapons aren't enough to do business with a Mega-Corp. Haven't you figured it out yet? Your brother brought a batch of custom Byzantine wine, talking about face, and came all the way to the southern part of this sector. He's definitely looking up old contacts. The first mate turned to Li Bin. Captain, what's the plan? Give us the word. Seeing everyone staring at him expectantly, Li Bin pointed at the projected figures. These portraits are friends I made while doing business with Minshin Corporation. The news of the pirate attack came from them. Currently, aside from the station governor and major corporations, no one knows. The corporations are buying discreetly, so the market price for heavy weapons is still low. Li Bin pointed to the market directory projection for New Maxios. Our average purchase price for these heavy weapons is 430 credits per crate, and we have 24 crates. The current selling price at this station is 500 credits. The Byzantine wine cost us nothing with a market price of 160 credits per crate, and we have 11 crates. That means if we play our cards right and the final selling price for the heavy weapons exceeds 580 credits, we can recoup all our profits at market rates. He waved his hand grandly. What we need to do is use our connections to inadvertently leak news of the war, drive up market prices, sell at the peak, and aim to pay off all our debts in one go. In a room of the Port Authority Administrative Office at New Margot's orbital station, Li Bin, briefcase in hand, dressed in a suit and tie and sporting smart glasses, cut a figure of a refined scoundrel. He sat quietly at the office door, waiting as a stream of people came and went until the chime rang and no one else arrived. Hearing the sound of someone stretching inside, he stood up and opened his briefcase. Upon entering, the office owner wearily reminded him, It's closing time. Come back tomorrow if you have business. Li Bin immediately turned around and said as he walked, What a pity. Someone will miss out on authentic Byzantine wine then. Poor me, I flew over a dozen light years and even fought off pirates to bring it here. Holy crap, Li Bin. The man shot up, then spotting the wine label peeking from the open briefcase, exclaimed, "You're serious." He rushed over, grabbed Li Bin's arm, and sycophantically pulled him inside, even sticking his head out to glance around before slamming the door shut. Li Bin placed the wine on the desk and deftly leaned against it, using his body to block the camera. "Bean Sprout, why all the secrecy? Anyone would think you're having an affair in your office." The man nicknamed Bean Sprout, whose real name was Duya Bellino, put a finger to his lips. "Shill, do you want to get me killed? That's Byzantine wine. If it's found, it'll be nailed for bribery. What if it's a fake?" Li Bin traced patterns on the tin wine cap, making Duya wince. He scurried over, snatched the wine, and only after checking the label on the tin cap was unharmed, said slowly, "No way. If you're here, you must be thanking me. Bringing a fake would ruin our business." Li Bin chuckled. "Is it that serious?" "Damn right. This is Byzantine wine. If you build up my hopes like that just to mess with me, our bond must be ironclad for me not to kill you." Duya set down the wine. "But I didn't expect you to actually come. I heard you'd resigned from Mega-Corp shortly after I messaged you. Where are you working now?" "I'm going solo. Saved up enough capital." "Why so many questions?" Li Bin slapped Duya on the shoulder. "I've been waiting for you all day, and am starving. With such good wine, you have to treat me to a meal." At a nomadic train restaurant in the Lloyd district of New Margot's orbital station, the Lloyd people are like the gypsies of the Perseus sector, wandering the core star regions, living off mining, including extraction, refining, and/or ship modification. After the bombing of Old Margot's star by Tritechnion Corporation led to the extinction of its civilization, refugees flooded into New Margot's, bringing a massive labor force that boosted the productivity of the mining-oriented orbital station, also attracting the Lloyd people. The Lloyd people living here are now fully integrated. Duya Bellino, half Lloyd, works in the Port Authority office, a testament to the orbital governor's policy of egalitarian reform. A dozen dishes were laid on the table in the private room. There was no cheap nutrient paste, but nor was it luxurious fare. There were stir-fried rat, roasted egg cases, fried worms, and sautéed iron-eating lizards. Unrecognized natural foods contaminated by their environment and lacking careful cultivation, classified as middle-class cuisine. During the meal, Duya tasted the Byzantine wine. A small sip sent him into a trance of bliss. As they drank and chatted, the atmosphere grew warm, and Duya began to curse Tritechnion Corporation for their inhumanity. Tritechnion nominally controlled the Margot star system, but showed little concern for its improvement, using it only as an outpost to monitor the hegemony. As a binary system with a blue giant and a distant white dwarf, Tritechnion preferred to recolonize a metallic rocky planet near the white dwarf rather than restore order to Old Margot's. As for the pirates under Kanta and New Margot's, aside from periodic inspections to eliminate hegemony influence, they remained indifferent. Damn it, hundreds of people starve to death at the orbital station every year because of Tritechnion. You're a Mega-Corp. We're weak, so I don't complain about the bombing. But such a good planet with hundreds of hydroponic farms, just abandoned. What beast? Duya wept bitterly as he cursed. Li Bin had no choice but to comfort him. Duya and Li Bin had met through smuggling deals at Mission Corporation. With strict management and customs checks, smuggling required cooperation with local forces. Back then, Duya needed a batch of food and sought out Captain Saradu through contacts. The task fell to Li Bin, and they became acquainted over time. After venting with wine and food satiating them, it was time to talk business. Duya rubbed his reddened eyes and began, "I originally planned to ask Saradu for 100 containers of heavy weapons and 800 containers of food. But he said you'd quit and couldn't handle the smuggling, so I reached out to you. I figured you'd join another transport company to restart the smuggling, but you said you're going solo. Brother, New Margot's is tough. I appreciate your intent. But I checked, your company only owns one destroyer and exploration model. This deal might have to go to someone else." He looked at Li Bin earnestly. "It's not that I look down on you, but the amount is too large. My higher-ups will find it hard to trust your company. How about I recommend other jobs? Trust me, New Margot's lacks nothing but opportunity." Li Bin studied Duya, sensing no deceit, and shook his head with a laugh. "No rush. Let me ask about other things. How much time do we have for this order?" Duya replied honestly, "I'm not sure of the exact time, but roughly 3 months. More accurately, 2 months. In 2 months, the pirates under Kanta will be enough to blockade the system, and things will get chaotic." Li Bin nodded, calculating the time in his mind. Duya was a typical anti-Tritechnion faction member. His other half of blood came from Old Margot's refugees. His mother had been the daughter of a noble from Old Margot's with 2 hydroponic farms in the family. After the bombing, she fled to the orbital station and married a Lloyd man to form a political alliance for the family's continuation. Yes, in the Perseus sector, where marriage and marriage laws had vanished, political marriages based on blood ties still widely existed among nobles and capitalists due to factors like politics and inheritance. In short, for the poor, marriage and procreation were luxuries they couldn't afford and thus died out. For the rich, they were necessities easily afforded and thus persisted. The anti-Tritechion faction wouldn't actively expose Kanta's pirate invasion plan, but the pirates could only keep it secret for so long. Tritechion headquarters would eventually get wind of it, dispatch a suppression fleet, and plunge the entire Margos system into war again. Duya said 2 months, but the actual timeline might be sooner. Once the news leaked, Pirate King Kanta would surely strike Tritechion before the suppression fleet arrived. A little over a month. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Enough time. Li Bin looked up and asked seriously, Bean Sprout, we've done many deals over the years. Be honest, have I ever failed to deliver on a promise? Duya nodded. Yes. Li Bin leaned forward. Good. Now what if I told you I can't take the whole order, but what if we split it? Split? How? Give you all the heavy weapons. Duya shook his head like a rattle. Food trade relies on bulk for profit. 800 containers can only fill a medium transport fleet. The margins are too thin. To get a company to take the order, you need the profit from heavy weapons to attract them. Don't lie to me. Li Bin saw through Duya's deception. Bean Sprout, you're from the anti-Tritechion faction. You're using smuggling because public orders would alert the Mega-Corp analysis agencies to signs of war. You want openly order from any company. You rely on smuggling routes and profit to keep captains silent. Am I right? Duya fell silent. Unfazed, Li Bin continued. Actually, the orbital station has food and weapon reserves. You're stockpiling to prevent trade paralysis from a pirate blockade. Moreover, I think it's more likely you're funding the pirates with these supplies. After all, Kanta's den is also an orbital station and it doesn't produce food. Electrolyzing CO2 to synthesize starch might work for refugees, but pirates won't stomach it. Heavy weapons can be used for self-defense or as invasion tools for pirates. That explains why you need secrecy. Tritechion has a history of bombing after all. Duya's face changed color. He stood up, his limbs stiff, his voice hardening. What do you want? To inform on it. He resolved that if Li Bin showed any sign of betrayal, he would kill him here. As half a Lloyd, he knew the restaurant would help dispose of the body and no one would ever find out. See, always in a rush. Li Bin waved his hand with a smile. You know my home planet Elfir? It's controlled by an organization called the Industrial Complex Association. They claim self-determination, but most of the companies in the association have Mega-Corp stakes. I grew up in an industrial district and my family even had a factory. We lost everything and my parents died. Guess who owns my family's factory now? Li Bin said calmly. I came here on a friend's invitation to do business. Why would I betray a friend to curry favor with a Mega-Corp that ruined me? Mega-Corp can give me money, but friends can give me opportunities to earn it too. He tapped the table. Now my friend, sit down. There's still plenty of fine Byzantine wine left. Let's take our time. Duya's expression soured as his thoughts were exposed to reaction Li Bin could fully comprehend. After all, the friendship between him and Duya was built on an economic foundation. Casual banter and jokes were fine, but when it came to family and politics, their bond proved too fragile. Those who dared to offend megacorporations were mostly lawless pirates and zealous religious fanatics. Duya's suspicion of Li Bin was not entirely unfounded. Fortunately for Duya, Li Bin was no native of the Perseus sector. He was a transmigrator. He harbored no reverence for megacorporations, and the thought of serving them as a lackey paled in comparison to his ambition of overthrowing them and seizing their place. Rising in times of chaos and unifying the realm was a thought ingrained in the cultural DNA of every Chinese person, and Li Bin was no exception. Though he now commanded only a single ship with a few dozen crew members, even Zhu Yuanzhang started with nothing but a broken bowl. He would take things one step at a time. Since he had already arrived in the Perseus sector, not stirring up trouble would make this transmigration a waste. Of course, Li Bin kept these thoughts to himself. He poured Duya a glass of wine, pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. I have 24 crates of heavy weaponry on my ship, which can meet a quarter of your arm's needs. Duya will be straight with you. Whether you agree to my terms or not, I have to sell this shipment. This is everything I own, and I've borrowed heavily from the bank. I can't afford failure. Li Bin's frankness startled Duya. In business, revealing your hand was taboo. By disclosing his financial situation, Li Bin was handing over a vulnerability. If Duya were unscrupulous, he could drag things out until Li Bin was desperate and then buy at a pittance. With these words, Li Bin offered up his leverage, creating a balance where each held the other's weakness. Though Duya didn't believe that the secret of plotting against a megacorporation was equivalent in value to a startup's financial secrets, it demonstrated Li Bin's sincerity. Moved by Li Bin's sincerity, Duya remained silent, letting him continue. I suspect many factions in New Margos support the pirates, perhaps even the governor, given the historical enmity with Speed Tech. These 100 crates of heavy weapons and 800 crates of food are hardly the whole supply. They're likely just your family's or the Lloyd settlement's quota. Kanda has been waging guerrilla warfare against the Mega-Corp since the Great Collapse. No pirate king, no matter how capable, could sustain the fight alone. New Margos' support for her must have been covert and long-standing, right? Duya's heart sank as he stiffened his face to betray no emotion. Li Bin pulled out a terminal disconnected from the network in front of Duya and projected a holographic star map of the Perseus sector using only local data. My idea is simple. Since the Conda line has proven reliable over time, why not give more? Duya spoke. What do you mean? Li Bin flashed an enigmatic smile. It's simple. 100 crates of heavy weapons is too petty. We could easily give more, say 200. 300. My ship's cargo hold has a capacity of 125 standard units. With an expansion, it could carry 150 to 160 crates of heavy weapons in a single trip. Add another ship, and we could haul 300 crates in one run. Duya leaned back and said coldly, you want us to fund a ship for you plus the capital for 300 crates of weapons. On what grounds? Just your 24 crates of heavy weapons. No, of course not. You've misunderstood me. Li Bin laughed. How could I let a friend bear all the risk? Li Bin's fingers danced across the star map, calling up planets' orbital stations and the avatars of various administrators, pirates, and corporate heads. What I mean is right now I only know you. The people behind you don't know me. I need to make some contributions to show my goodwill while building up capital. Li Bin explained. First, I need to liquidate the goods at a higher price. Hey, race my plan. Given the favorable outlook for arms prices, I'll mortgage this shipment to you. If the subsequent plan succeeds, I'll buy it back. If it fails, you can wait until war breaks out between the pirates and the Mega-Corps, driving up prices, and then sell. Either way, you incur no loss. Li Bin's first step essentially placed all the risk on himself, which slightly improved Duya's mood. He asked, then you'll be my guide to curry favor with the powerful. Your family were nobles of old Margos, weren't they? I have a batch of Byzantine wine, the same as what we're drinking now. This stuff is rare in the southern sector. Use it to open doors for us. Li Bin coaxed Duya. Your family is a bridge between New Margos and the Lloyd people, but not the only one. Doesn't your family aspire to rise further? Well, make achievements. They'll earn money, and you'll help your family become an indispensable link in that chain. On the bridge of the tripod cat, Li Shu set a freshly prepared hangover soup on the console. Li Bin, reeking of alcohol, slumped in his seat, his head bobbing, as if on the verge of collapse. The pungent, bitter aroma of the soup, laced with a sobering agent, jolted him awake. He shivered and grabbed. This had been going on for nearly a week. Every day her brother went out with 1 or 2 bottles of Byzantine wine and returned reeking of alcohol. But wine alone couldn't get him this drunk. With the genetic enhancements of interstellar humans, drinking cases of wine wouldn't have such an effect. She advised him with concern, brother, don't push yourself so hard. Take care of your health. After the sobering agent took effect, Li Bin gradually revived. He forced a smile at his sister. To achieve things, you have to dare to fight and sacrifice. A little drinking is nothing. But don't worry, it's over now. The hatch opened and Li Changjin entered, stretching his arms. He reported to Li Bin, brother, as you instructed, the remaining cases of wine are in the docking bay. The first mate is registering them with the recipient. The heavy weapons have been tagged as ore and customs has taken them. Li Bin nodded and said, go rearrange the crew quarters to free up a room. We'll have an important guest on board. Then check the supplies and fuel. We'll depart soon. What? Already? We haven't even been paid yet. Li Changjin grew anxious thinking about their debt. Li Shu stood beside Li Bin, massaging her brother's temples to ease his tension. She frowned and shot a fierce glare at her younger brother, her meaning clear, just do as you're told. Stop talking. Can you be smarter than your big brother? Li Changzhen's hair stood on end, and he scrambled out of the bridge. An hour and a half later, the tripod cat disengaged from the orbital station and departed New Margos. On the bridge, Li Changjin stared at the first mate, who stood with arms crossed before a projection, his face grim in thought. So far, Li Bin hadn't disclosed the net profit from this deal. Based on past habits, after completing a transaction, Li Bin would always let everyone know the gains immediately. The current situation was off. Either Li Bin had gotten into trouble and was using the goods to make amends. If so, Jeffrey planned to have a serious talk with Li Bin, urging him not to take risks. As for splitting the crew, Jeffrey had long abandoned that notion. Alternatively, this deal wasn't finished yet, and Li Bin had some secret scheme in the works. The tripod cat sailed along the asteroid belt of the Margos system for 3 hours before decelerating. Its detectors picked up a ship's signal identified by optical observation as a shuttle. The two vessels docked quickly, and the shuttle departed shortly after without any communication. Soon a crew member led a man wearing an industrial exoskeleton into the bridge. Li Bin, I've really boarded your pirate ship now. The newcomer's tone carried reproach as he complained to Li Bin on his throne, I've already made big promises. You'd better actually deliver 500 crates of heavy weapons. The number made Jeffrey's eyelids twitch. Li Bin stood up and extended his hand to the newcomer. Welcome to the tripod. Where's my money? Duya pulled out a magnetic card at 640 stellas per crate, 24 crates, total 15360 stellas. Your wine guaranteed under my uncle's name has 13 buyers placing orders. At 203 stellas per crate, 9 crates come to 1827 stellas. Plus a 100 crate order with a 50% deposit amounts to 10150 stellas. Duya slapped the card against Li Bin's chest and gritted his teeth. That's 27337 stellas total. Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through to get these goods tax-free? 100 crates of Byzantine wine. If we default, we have to refund in full and pay double compensation. My uncle nearly cursed me to death. Li Bin calmly took the card. Relax. As long as you dared to board my ship, this deal is already half done. Du Ya's eyes reddened. Li Bin said in surprise, half isn't bad. We're about to travel 20 light years, brother. In business, it's win big or hit the bottom. But don't worry. He patted Du Ya's back reassuringly. Even if we hit the bottom, it'll be right there with you. Isn't that considerate? Get lost. Du Ya cursed angrily. The destination of the three-legged cat was Old Margos in the Marga Galaxy, once a prosperous and affluent human colony. According to various videos, immersive e-tourism resources and photos found online, Margos was once a planet with its own independent ecosystem. Due to its proximity to a blue giant star, the planet's temperature was scorching. After human colonization, tropical grass seeds were sown here, and over centuries fragile yet vast grasslands were cultivated. After the tachyon technology bombardment, the delicate man-made grassland ecosystem rapidly perished. The planet is now a barren wasteland with few signs of life beyond survivors and scavengers. Captain, we've arrived at high orbit around Margos. Any further, and it gets dangerous. First Mate Jeffrey stared at the projection showing the dense field of space debris in low and medium orbit around Margos, his scalp tingling. These metallic remains were composed of the corpses of Margos satellites, refugee ships, and its defense fleet. Tachyon technology had obliterated the planetary orbital defense forces. The bombardment had panicked civilians who fled in atmospheric craft. These vehicles lacked spaceflight capability, either losing lift and crashing or running out of fuel to become metal coffins, starving their occupants. The rest were blown apart by the cannons of Tachyon Technology's sadistic crew. This space junk was Margos' epitaph. Du Ya's eyes were already brimming with tears. He rubbed them, suppressing his sorrow, and uploaded a program into the projection. The chaotic field of space debris was quickly color-coded, revealing a winding, ever-changing navigation route. He said dejectedly, "This is the route cleared by the people of New Margos over the years. There are still many residents on the ground who refuse to leave. We provide them with regular aid." The first mate looked at Li Bin. Seeing the captain nod, he directed the ship into the route. The three-legged cat's shields flickered on and off. Metal impacted the shields, causing waste heat to build up in the battery banks. A low rumble echoed from the battery compartment to the bridge, as if a giant beast were being disturbed. The crew was silent, the bridge exceptionally quiet. As the ship approached low orbit, the space debris thinned. The wrecks here too close to the planet had gradually turned into meteors returning to the ground. The sparse craters on the surface were proof of their existence. Engineering team, prepare for operations. Deploy the heavy machinery. At Li Bin's command, the cargo hold slowly opened. Vulcan and his crew, tethered by safety lines with their heads towards the planet and feet towards the ship, used thrusters to maneuver the machinery into position. Vulcan stared at the sky above him and the shifting leaden-gray mud-yellow clouds. His limbs felt weak, and he broke out in a cold sweat. At this distance, as a space human born and raised on a space station, he could truly feel the planet's gravitational pull. If not for the safety line, he would have been falling towards the sky above by now. Heavy machinery in position. A message from the engineering team came through the channel. Du Ya input another program, and under Li Bin's direction, the ship began to accelerate, synchronizing its speed with the planet's rotation. 18 minutes later, synchronization was complete. Li Bin stood up and began assigning tasks to the crew. "I will lead this landing party. Engineering Team 1, the bosun and armed crew members will follow. The rest will stay on the ship. While I'm away, all shipboard matters are subject to the first mate's orders." "Aye," everyone responded. Li Shu watched her brother take her younger brother away, her heart clenching once more. In front of the escape pod, Li Bin said to the first mate who had come to see him off, "The ship is in your hands." Jeffrey forced a smile. What could happen here? Just raise the shields against the space junk. The crew respects you the most. If I tried to run, they'd tear me apart alive. It's you I'm worried about. The ground is nothing like space. I hear these places where civilization has been wiped out are crawling with scavengers. You can't talk your way around those high-tech barbarians. Be careful. If things get bad, pull out. He spoke bluntly, labeling the people of Margos as barbarians without any regard for Du Ya's feelings. In Jeffrey's opinion, Li Bin should just stay put on the ship. His mind was the most valuable asset on board, comparable to a rare AI core. Li Bin didn't reply. He just said, "Let's go," and entered the pod first. As a survey ship, the three-legged cat was naturally equipped for planetary exploration. Its escape pods also functioned as planetary landing and return capsules. Deploying the heavy machinery was just for dropping supplies and retrieving salvage. Escape pod launch countdown 59, 58. 3, 2, 1. Launch. Violent jolts, chaotic spinning. Dizziness, bloodshot eyes churning, stomach suppressed cries of terror. Then the parachute opened, changing the course. Amidst the alarms, darkness took over, a blissful unconsciousness. The remaining pain was forgotten by the brain. When Li Bin awoke, the first thing he saw was old One Eye's rugged, chiseled face. As an experienced former Marine, the others had all been knocked out by the landing, but he had exited the pod as soon as it touched down, staggered a couple of steps, adjusted the power of his prosthetic leg, and was immediately full of energy. He first drew his kinetic weapon, set up surveillance and mines around the perimeter, and only then opened the escape pods one by one. By the time he got to Li Bin, a camp had already been set up. Stepping onto solid ground for the first time in his life, Li Bin felt incredibly heavy, his limbs weak, his spine unable to straighten. Duya lay on the ground, a respirator strapped to his face, looking utterly defeated. This is your first time landing on a planet, right? It's always like this. Without gravity in space, even with all the supplements and nutrient-paced, muscle atrophy is unavoidable. Luckily, we've all undergone genetic tuning. Well, adapt in a day. He spoke with effort, lifting a finger to point at Old One Eye, who was hoisting trusses to assemble a signal tower. After a few experiences, the relevant genes activate. Next time you land, you'll be able to move like him in a few hours. Li Bin lay sprawled like a boneless man, surrounded by the crew who called themselves armed sailors, but were far. Li Changzhen appeared from somewhere. He was half-crawling, struggling to carry a bag of green nutrient fluid. Brother, have something to eat. The bosun said that after gene activation, the body synthesizes a lot of muscle, so nutrient consumption is high. Li Bin inserted the nutrient tube suction port into the supplementary interface on the side of his helmet, took a sip through the helmet's built-in supply channel, instinctively frowned, forced himself to ignore the stomach discomfort from the force ordeal, drank the supplement, and then pushed the nutrient bag to Duya. Duya immediately spat it out as soon as he drank, retching continuously. Li Bin looked at Duya, whose helmet was now a mess, and laughed heartily, asking, "How were you able to move so quickly?" Li Changzhen grinned and replied, "Our engineering team was the first to be woken up, and I was the first among them. Brother, the bosun even said I have talent and could make a living in the Marines." Li Bin praised his brother briefly and sent him off to help Duya. Amidst Duya's curses, Li Bin reached behind his back and felt a familiar grooved pattern. He turned with difficulty and saw that he was leaning against a broken wall built of stone and cement. Once this wall might have been the facade of a villa or the temporary shelter of a herding family. This place was once lush with water and grass. Children laughed innocently, setting out from Earth with hope, crossing hundreds or thousands of light years to continue life. The sky is blue, the wilds are vast, the wind blows the grass low, revealing cattle and sheep. Li Bin softly recited the ancient poem. As far as the eye could see, there was only rolling dust and endless, boundless Gobi. The ruins of buildings composed of rusted metal poles and concrete piles barely showed any trace of their former existence. Occasionally, half a building stood as prone to collapse as the wall behind him. Such a pity. Li Bin closed his eyes regretfully. The night sky stretched across the wind, swirling sand and stones. The night on the Mage's star differs greatly from that of Earth. The pollution clouds are as thick as unyielding ink, and at dusk it resembles the sky smeared with excrement, while at night it transforms into a rolling mass of black cotton. The oxygen content in the air here has dropped to a level where even fire cannot ignite. The camp had to set up independent rooms to enrich the air for cooking. With ample ingredients and time, Li Bin rarely cooked, and the small room was filled with rich aromas. Dia, after smelling the scent, was both amazed and furious. He was amazed that Li Bin possessed the skill to turn decay into wonder, creating dishes from nutritional paste and compressed food that could rival natural cuisine. He was angry because, despite knowing Li Bin for several years, this was the first time he had tasted Li Bin's cooking. Li Bin was thoroughly annoyed by the bean sprout that disturbed his cooking and directly chased it away. Unyielding, Duya continued to knock on the door, saying, "Hey brother, I have a cousin who is quite beautiful. How about we meet up next time? If we become relatives, my uncle will definitely support you. My family has some influence. How about to destroy the betrothal gift can just be the cookbook you wrote yourself?" Amid the shouting, the roar of a jet bike approached, and the camp buzzed with activity, prompting Duya to stop calling out. Once Li Bin finished cooking and donned his mask, he emerged from the air curtain that separated the inside from the outside. After a day's adaptation, he was able to walk with the help of a support. There were a dozen more people in the camp chatting with Duya. Li Bin nodded at the old one-eyed man and asked on a private channel, "What kind of people are they? I have prepared a whole table of dishes, but now there are 2 tables of people. I fear there may not be enough to eat. I don't know, but they look skilled. Each of them has killed no less than 10 people. If they ambush us, we would surely perish. If they set up a formation to attack us, we can only flee." Upon hearing this, Li Bin looked carefully. Those people were obviously not as well equipped as his crew. His crew wore proper space suits equipped with self-circulating systems enhanced with bulletproof plating to deal with the complex ground environment, each set weighing over 50 pounds and carrying real ammunition weapons, including rocket launchers and thermite bombs. But what about those people? They wore synthetic clothing, sported simple respirators, had their joints wrapped in layers of iron, and wore scattered metal plates. Li Bin could even see that some people had what was supposedly bulletproof plating made from road signs with directional indicators faintly visible. Most of their weapons were handmade with exposed battery wires, and the gun barrels seemed to be made of water pipes with a large caliber that, when filled with projectiles, could probably take down an elephant with a single shot, giving off a strong sense of wasteland. If these could reliably defeat his crew, what would happen if they were equipped similarly? Li Bin immediately felt the urge to recruit them. Seeing Li Bin come out, Duya immediately approached with his people, and his excited voice rang through the public. "Let me introduce you. These are nearby survivors from 3 tribes who rushed here upon receiving my message. They have had multiple interactions with new mages and can be trusted." Though they say 3 tribes, Li Bin could see that these people were subtly led by a woman. She was tall and robust, towering over even the tallest men, with arms thicker than a miner's, and wore a powered electromagnetic sniper rifle at her waist, which looked like a pistol in her hands. The whole image was a stereotypical high-tech barbarian. "You can call me UPA," the woman said, removing her respirator to reveal a face covered in tattoos. Li Bin thought to himself, this name is even more stereotypical. Removing his respirator, he remained unperturbed. This muscle was certainly not gained through mere effort. High quality. Li Bin smiled broadly, saying, "Hello, I am Li Bin, responsible for cargo transport between tribes. I believe Dia has already discussed trade matters with you." UPA nodded, pointing at Li Bin's back. "You don't look very capable. I thought your leader was that old man." The old one-eyed man remained calm, while Duya felt a bit awkward, fearing a conflict would arise between the two. For this deal, Duya had already risked all his family's resources. Li Bin maintained his composure, saying, "Space and here aren't much different. The strongest isn't necessarily the leader. It's those who can think that survive. I believe you can endure in this hell not just by muscle." UPA chuckled, staring at Li Bin for a few seconds. She squatted down to bring herself to Li Bin's height and extended her hand, saying, "Many people disdain us for our appearance, calling us brutes and treating us as fools. I hope you can follow through on your words." Li Bin grasped Yupa's large hand, saying, "I always pursue a win-win situation." A huge tent was raised again in the camp, where everyone gathered inside, and the table was filled with food, the aroma wafting through the air as they feasted heartily. Among them, UPA and her companions ate the fastest and the most. To satisfy these insatiable guests, Li Bin called the disgruntled Li Changjin to the kitchen to help cook, while Volgan was responsible for keeping the crew in check, preventing them from complaining about their food being snatched away. After finishing one plate, UPA reached over and snatched a piece of hard bread from her tribal friend, breaking it apart and pointing at the sugar heart, asking Duya, "Are these really all made from nutritional paste and starch?" Duya slurped up some cold noodles, nodding vigorously. "That's the payment for hiring you. 50 boxes of nutritional paste with various flavors, plus 2 starch synthesizers that use carbon dioxide to produce starch. The byproducts are oxygen and water, which you need. As for the catalytic enzyme, you'll need to purchase that from the Mega-Corporation. This thing is what gives them the confidence to sell starch synthesizers, as they hold the secret formula." Who said anything about business? UPA gulped down a sugar heart the size of an adult man's fist, somewhat irritated. "I was asking about this food." Odia quickly replied, "Yes, they are all made from starch and nutritional paste." Li Bin even said it was a pity he didn't bring the food additive pack, otherwise he could have made fruit-flavored tangyuan. "What are tangyuan? Are they delicious? How do they compare to this bun?" "I don't know, I've never had them. I just heard." UPA pondered, reaching over to snatch some noodles from her friend, who dared not express his anger and turned to grab food from someone else. She whispered to Duya, "This Li Bin is a poor man, right?" "Is he? Then he must be unmarried." "I know the poor people in the skies can't afford to marry. What do you think? How about I marry him?" Duya nearly choked on his bun, pounding his chest and glaring at UPA. UPA frowned, saying, "Why are you glaring at me? With his cooking skills, why not just marry me, or I marry him? He would be a chief, and my tribe could enjoy these good things every day. If it comes to that, I'll just snatch him away, taking him and his subordinates back with me. After a few years and having children, their thoughts of returning to the skies would fade. This has happened before, and we have experience." Her friend joined in the ruckus, saying, "Yes. Take that chef away. If the chefs in the tribe are terrible." Despite all precautions, Dia calculated every possibility on how to ensure the survivors of mages could discuss business properly and prevent Li Bin from offending anyone. However, he had never anticipated Yupa's idea of snatching a marriage. He quickly gulped down a large mouthful of water to swallow the bun, using the future of the survivors and the enmity of mages to persuade and deter Yupa's plan. Had he been any later, these survivors would have been picking a time to act. Meanwhile, unaware that he was nearly the target of a marriage snatch due to his culinary skills, Li Bin suddenly sneezed. He pinched his nose with a finger covered in starch through the mask, somewhat puzzled. Could it be an adverse reaction to the environment? "I haven't eaten anything from the planet. It's truly strange." Li Changjin put this steamer of buns on. The starving Li Changjin weakly and slowly complied, looking painfully at the steaming food being sent out, inwardly cursing, "These barbarians have already consumed 2 days' worth of food for everyone. Leave some for me." Li Bin, his hands trembling after cooking, sat slumped in a chair, eating noodles in small bites. Duya and UPA sat across from him, while Old One Eye and Li Changjin stood behind. Perhaps I should step out and return after you've finished eating, UPA suggested. Li Bin waved weakly, no need, no need. Let's talk while I eat. Conducting business over a meal was a cherished Chinese tradition. Eating masked the time needed for contemplation. With food before him and none before his counterparts, Li Bin had already gained a strategic advantage in thought. UPA scratched her head awkwardly. It's just that watching you eat makes me crave food again, but my stomach truly can't hold any more. Duya was speechless, inwardly lamenting that this future tribal chief had such little ambition. At Li Bin's insistence, the negotiation commenced. UPA blunt and straightforward spoke first. We already know the situation. You want to excavate the ruins on Margot's star and have reached an agreement with the Bellino family with Duya as the intermediary. You're hiring us to protect you and guide you to the target. The price is 50 boxes of nutrient paste and 2 starch synthesizers. To be honest, it's a bit low. Li Bin tapped his bowl with chopsticks. The starch synthesizer can theoretically produce indefinitely. The nutrient paste is compressed. One piece can meet all the needs of a person engaged in heavy physical labor for an entire day. If you mix it with starch at a 1:4 ratio, you can feed 5 people. How many are in your 3 tribes? This is the wasteland. Your population isn't large. These supplies are enough to see you through the winter. UPA retorted, don't throw data at me. Artificial starch tastes barely better than shit. You space dwellers won't even eat it yourselves. You'd rather spend money on nutrient paste. So why should we eat it? Natural starch could be obtained from many sources: corn, potatoes, wheat, even rice. Starch from these could be used to create various delicacies: noodles, steamed buns, stuffed buns, and more. This was because natural starch contained not only starch, but also a wealth of other components. Human taste buds were delicate and sensitive, capable of discerning different flavors and textures in food. In contrast, artificial starch was like an aberration. It was purely machina-synthesized, devoid of any plant flavor, and even carried a strange mechanical odor mixed with the peculiar scents of the air. Depending on the atmospheric composition, the resulting taste varied. Synthetic starch could satisfy the stomach and body, but failed to please the tongue. Consuming it felt like swallowing industrial exhaust. Thus, UPA and her companions were deeply tempted by Li Bin's ability to mask the off-putting taste of artificial starch through cooking, to the point of even contemplating a bride abduction. The Chinese culinary world had many methods to mask food odors. The simplest was heavy seasoning, and oil. A hot pot and barbecue could cure all. Li Bin reminded them, that's not the issue. The issue is that you need food. Food is a necessity, taste is secondary. UPA paused. She wanted to haggle further, but Li Bin's words had hit the mark, seizing the crux of the matter. She couldn't help but glare at Duya, resenting him for being too talkative. After some hesitation, she finally offered her bottom line. All right. I'll add just one more condition. Write down the recipes for the food you made today and teach them to us. That's not too much to ask, is it? Duya, subjected to her venomous glare, was at a loss for words. Ever since Li Bin had swayed him, he had pushed this matter with all his might. Li Bin gained, and so did he. On the surface, he was the intermediary, but in truth, he was in cahoots with Li Bin. How could he exert his full effort only to end up without even a taste of the meat or a sip of the broth? The cooking techniques were hardly worth withholding. In fact, promoting cuisine aligned perfectly with Li Bin's wishes. The Great Collapse had left far-reaching impacts, and the scarcity of food preparation methods was just one of them. If he could help people eat their fill, and eat well, it would be a great merit. Bolstered by the simple moral values of Chinese tradition, Li Bin readily agreed. All right, I won't disturb your meal. The daytime temperatures on Margot's are too high for activity. They'll head back now to gather my people, and return tomorrow at dusk. Having sealed the deal, UPA stood up huffily. Before leaving, she didn't forget to hook Duya by the neck and drag him along. Duya looked to Li Bin for help, but Li Bin silently turned back to his noodles, pretending not to see a thing. Brother, it's not that your buddy won't help you. Your buddy just landed and can barely walk without a crutch. That woman has the physique to take on 3 men alone. Ooh, I can't do much to help. If you don't make it, it'll burn paper money for you on your death day, no matter where you are. Rest assured, it'll use good wood-made paper. The next day at dusk, over 200 fully armed survivors gathered at the camp's periphery. Some had shoulder pads made from license plates, others wore stacked pots on their heads. A pure wasteland aesthetic that looked like a cosplay convention for Fallout players. This was the combined armed force of the 3 tribes. Within the camp, 8 alloy cables as thick as an infant's arm descended from the sky. One end was connected to ground anchors fixed into the earth, while the other was attached to the Triple Cat in near-Earth orbit. Heavy machinery operated in the heavens, and cargo was airdropped along the cables. UPA and the leaders of the other 2 tribes verbally divided the supplies. The survivors lacked artificial wombs, so population reproduction relied entirely on natural birth. The 3 tribes regularly exchanged individuals of reproductive age, all interrelated by kinship and bound by a deep tradition of alliance. Thus, no dispute arose over the 2 starch synthesizers, the main reason being that there were raiders in the wasteland. It was better to secure the goods first than to argue now. Half of us will escort the supplies, the other half will take you to find the ruins. Let's get to work now. We always keep our word. UPA stood before Li Bin seeking praise. Li Bin, understanding the game, offered a few flattering words. UPA extended her hand. Enough talk. Hand over the recipes. After UPA took the recipes as if they were precious treasures and solemnly entrusted them to a trusted person, and all cargo was transferred, the camp was swiftly dismantled. After 2 days of adaptation, the crew could move about normally. They sat in the tribal members' transport truck beds, experiencing the novel jolts and vibrations of the vehicle, a feeling of imminent disintegration unseen in space. If a space station or spacecraft experienced such frequent tremors, it would be on the verge of breaking apart. After 3 hours, as night fully descended, the temperature plummeted and snowflakes began to fall. The convoy traversed the wasteland, crossed a low hill, leaving the monotonous gravel behind. Before them unfolded a magnificent, decaying, broken, and hollow architectural complex. Amid the sound of wind scraping against stones, there was also an occasional monotonous clinking. Do you quietly explain to Li Bin? That's the sound of remaining automatic machinery still operating in the city. Those things are buried deep underground, mostly sewer machines powered by nuclear energy, capable of running for centuries. Their designers had harbored beautiful hopes, granting them a lifespan of 100 years, but the users had already fled this place. UPA said regretfully, everything edible in the city was scavenged long ago. Maybe there's something left, but either it can't be found or it's locked in military warehouses. We don't have the tools to open them. These places are left with nothing but metal. And unfortunately, metal is the most abundant thing here. This city was built on the foundation of a factory said to be an assembly plant. There should be what you're looking for inside. Passing through concrete buildings reduced to skeletons, the convoy halted in an open area. Reconnaissance jet bikes returned from afar, reporting the good news of no raiders spotted. Li Bin jumped out of the vehicle and, guided by the survivors, delved into the depths of the factory complex.